After Ming Shirin finished speaking, he leaned slightly to the side and asked with a faint smile, "Do I have the bearing of the Sword Devil?" Duan Mushang could not be bothered with Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin really liked imitating their second senior brother for no reason. If Ming Shirin was found out, Ming Shirin would definitely be beaten up again. It was better to pretend like he did not see anything. The Vajra behind Ming Shirin asked in confusion, "Who's the Sword Devil?" "He's a skilled swordsman," Ming Shirin replied with a smile. "Since he's able to obtain Mr. Ri's praise, his swordsmanship must be extraordinary." "His swordsmanship is definitely extraordinary, but it's still slightly lacking compared to mine," Ming Shirin said. Duan Mushang cleared his throat as a reminder to Ming Shirin. "It's not against the law to brag in the Great Void, right?" Ming Shirin asked. At this moment, a Dao attendant flew over from the distance before he said with a bow, "Sorry for the wait. The Divine Lord originally planned to personally welcome you, but he suddenly has something to attend to, so I'll lead the way instead." Ming Shirin frowned. "Your Divine Lord is really arrogant. Please don't take offense." Forget it. I'm not a petty person. Lead the way," Ming Shirin said. Following that, Ming Shirin, Duan Mushang, and the others flew out of the flying chariot. As they flew, they looked at the floating platforms, which were more like pieces of land, above Southern Split Mountain. Each of the platforms was at least 3,000 feet away from the other. They were all held up in the air by the Southern Split Mountain's energy. They were a little like the Golden Lotus Domain's Penglai Island. Penglai Island used formations and chains to connect the 5 islands together. Then, they used another formation to keep the island in the middle suspended in the air. The other 4 islands powered the formation as well. The floating platforms in Southern Split Mountain were large and were suspended in the air purely by energy. Trees and unique structures could be seen on them. They were very suitable places for cultivation. When they were approaching one of the platforms closest to the southern sky, the Dao attendant said, "Everyone, this is the Southern Cloud Viewing Platform. You can have a look around. The Divine Lord will arrive in a moment." On the Southern Cloud Viewing Platform, they discovered that just as its name suggested, all they could see were clouds. Due to the distance, they could only see vague and faint outlines of the other platforms. "It's really a cloud viewing platform," Ming Shirin said. The 4 Vajras stood like wooden blocks behind Ming Shirin. "Mr. Ri should prepare for the upcoming battle for the position of commander." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin looked at the Dao attendant and asked, "Have the people from Xuanyi Palace arrived?" The Dao attendant was not stupid. He was naturally not going to say that Nan Li had gone to welcome Xuanyi. That would be tantamount to belittling the Scarlet Emperor. Hence, he said with a smile, "They should be here soon." Ming Shirin asked again, "Do you know about Xuanyi Palace's Zhang? The Dao attendant replied, not sparing the details. "Commander Zhang is a top expert in Xuanyi Palace. He's also someone Emperor Xuanyi is fond of. It's said that Commander Zhang comprehended the Great Dao through observing the clouds." "Interesting," Ming Shirin smiled. The Dao attendant said before he turned to leave, "I'll take my leave for now." Then, Ming Shirin looked at the 4 Vajras and asked, "When is the Scarlet Emperor arriving?" "His Majesty isn't coming to Southern Split Mountain." "He's not coming?" Ming Shirin was somewhat surprised. "It seems like he's not worried about my performance at all. The Scarlet Emperor had said that after the 2 of you lose, we're to bring you back immediately." At the same time, in the northern sky of Southern Split Mountain, the platforms and buildings here seemed much higher. Nanli said with a smile, "What a rare guest. It's truly an honor that Emperor Xuanyi is here to visit my humble abode." Xuanyi, Zhang He, and Lu Zhou descended from the sky. Several dark guards and female attendants followed behind them. Xuanyi smiled. "Divine Lord Nanli, it's been so many years since we last met. When did you become so good at flattery?" Nanli only smiled before he turned to Zhang He and said, "Commander Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang He returned the greeting. "Greetings, Divine Lord Nanli." When Nanli noticed the imposing Lu Zhou, he asked, "This is?" He's a new captain of the Dark Guards. Old Mr. Lu, Zhang he said. It was impossible for him to say that Lu Zhou was a subordinate of the White Emperor on such an occasion. He no longer said anything and only looked at Nan Li. Nan Li sized Lu Zhou up. Since Xuanyi brought Lu Zhou here, he thought that Lu Zhou must be extraordinary. Then, he finally said with a smile, I heard that Xuanyi Palace recruited a Dao expert. You must be him, right, Captain Lu? In fact, based on Zhang He's introductions, there was nothing wrong with this title. However, Xuanyi felt rather uncomfortable upon hearing it, so he corrected, It's Pavilion Master Lu. Pavilion Master? Pavilion Master Lu was the master of a pavilion before he came to the Great Void, Xuanyi said. With this, he could somewhat maintain Lu Zhou's status without revealing too much. Whether or not he intentionally showed his stance, no one knew. Nan Li cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, Pavilion Master Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Zhou nodded before he praised. Southern Split Mountain is indeed Feng Shui's treasure. It's a perfect place for cultivation. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, the spring here is still as beautiful as before. Zhang He, this act is too much. It's as though he's been here before. Nan Li asked, Pavilion Master Lu, have you been here before? Xuanyi, the MVP, came to the rescue and said, During our journey here, I told Pavilion Master Lu all about this place. Zhang He, did you? I was there during our entire journey here. How come I didn't hear His Majesty talking about Southern Split Mountain? Was I too sleepy and muddle-headed? Nan Li smiled. I see. Everyone, please follow me. When they entered the Dao Hall, a feast, fine wine, and beautiful women could be seen. After everyone took their seats, Nan Li said, It's Southern Split Mountain's honor to be able to receive you, one of the masters of the 10 halls. If there's anything not to your liking, I hope you'll forgive me, Xuanyi said without beating around the bush. I came to see an old friend here today and to prepare for the commander's competition. It's out of my expectations that Southern Split Mountain would be chosen as the venue. It's a trivial matter, Nan Li replied before he asked Zhang He, Commander Zhang, are you confident? Zhang He smiled and said, If someone wants to snatch the position of commander from me, they'd have to be capable. The opponent is some by the Scarlet Emperor's side, Nan Li said. The Scarlet Emperor is powerful, and someone I respect. However, we still have to follow the rules of the Great Void, Zhang He said. You have a point. It seems like you're very confident about retaining your position, Nan Li said with a smile. At this moment, Lu Zhou asked, Is the Scarlet Emperor here? Nan Li did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the Dao attendant next to him and asked, Is the Scarlet Emperor here? The Dao attendant stepped forward and replied, The Scarlet Emperor isn't here. Only the 2 challengers and the 4 Vajras came. Nan Li nodded. As expected, the Scarlet Emperor is a busy man. Nan Li emphasized the words, busy man. Clearly, he was slightly dissatisfied that he had been stood up. I was invited by the Scarlet Emperor. I didn't expect him not to show up, Xuanyi said with a smile. In the end, Xuanyi and Nan Li were of different statuses. Since Xuanyi did not seem dissatisfied, Nan Li naturally could not show his dissatisfaction. At this time, Zhang He said in a clear voice, What a pity he's not here. His Majesty is now a great divine king. Upon hearing this, Nan Li revealed an expression of surprise. A great divine king? Congratulations! I was just lucky. Xuanyi was in a good mood today, so he was not affected by the Scarlet Emperor's absence. It's indeed a pity that the Scarlet Emperor's not here, Nan Li said as he raised his wine cup. I'll toast great divine King Xuanyi. At this time, how could Xuanyi not mention his benefactor, Lu Zhou? Xuanyi glanced at the expressionless Lu Zhou before he said in a neutral tone, It's all thanks to my discussion of the Tao with Pavilion Master Lu that I was enlightened. Otherwise, it would have been as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a great divine king. Zhang He felt that he was increasingly unable to understand Xuanyi. Even if Lu Zhou was the White Emperor's subordinate, there was no need to flatter Lu Zhou to this extent, right? Nanli exclaimed, "No wonder great divine King Xuanyi brought Pavilion Master Lu here. He's really a Dao expert." Lu Zhou shook his head. "His breakthrough has nothing to do with me. It's due to his diligence." Nanli raised his wine cup again. "Pavilion Master Lu, you're too modest. Come, let me toast you." Upon hearing this, he raised his wine cup and said, "Let me toast Divine Lord Nanli first." Nanli said with a smile, "Since Commander Zhang has such an expert by his side, let's seize the chance to ask for advice together. Come, let's toast Pavilion Master Lu." Zhang He was speechless. "I really don't want to deal with this anymore. I want to go home." Alas, He was the commander of Xuanyi Hall. How could he leave? He thought to himself, "Forget it. Just treat him like he's the White Emperor." With this thought in mind, he felt much more comfortable. Treating Lu Zhou as the White Emperor made him able to understand and accept Lu Zhou's treatment more. After drinking the wine, Lu Zhou asked, "Since the Scarlet Emperor isn't here, where are the two challengers?" Nanli pointed in the direction of the Southern Cloud Viewing Pavilion and said, "There at the Southern Cloud Viewing Pavilion. Pavilion Master Lu, you're also interested in the owners of the Great Void Seeds." Lu Zhou knew that the two owners of the Great Void Seeds whom the Scarlet Emperor took away were Mingshi and Duan Musheng. Hence, he said, "Since they're guests as well, why don't we invite them over for a chat? Let's confirm they're my two wicked disciples first and act according to the situation. This is the Great Void, not the 9 domains, after all." Nanli said with a smile, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Pavilion Master Lu. It's best not to meet before the commander's competition begins." "The commander's competition?" Xuanyi explained. "After the land split 100,000 years ago, the 10 pillars of destruction lifted the Great Void to the sky. In order to maintain the stability of the Great Void, the 10 halls recruited cultivators from all over the world. Everyone has their own duties. The commander of a hall is the core strength of a hall. The Great Emperor decided to hold the commander's competition once every 1,000 years to provide fresh blood to the 10 halls. He said, "I came today to warm up. Since everyone's in such high spirits, there's no need to wait." Nanli asked, "Commander Zhang, do you plan to spar now?" "My fists are already restless." He said before he flashed to a vast suspended field suspended between 2 floating platforms. The field was vast and shaped like an octagon. There were obvious formations around it. Clouds swirled around it, making it look mysterious. After he appeared in the middle of the field, he sent a voice transmission to the Southern Cloud Viewing Platform. "I'm Commander He of Xuanyi Palace. Please come over for a moment." At this time, Lu Zhou asked, "What are the cultivations of the two challengers?" Nanli replied, "They both possess the Great Void Seeds. They were saints 100 years ago. I'm afraid now they've already comprehended the Great Tao and become Tao saints." Xuanyi said, "The Great Void doesn't lack top-quality life hearts and cultivation resources. After all, it's only normal that they've become Tao saints. It's only average," Lu Zhou said casually. "What? They're just Tao saints. They need to work harder," Lu Zhou said. Nanli was even more surprised. Initially, he assumed Lu Zhou was a Tao saint. However, based on the words, "they're just Tao saints," it was clear Lu Zhou's cultivation was much higher. This means Lu Zhou was at least a great Tao saint. From the Northern Tao Hall and the Southern Viewing Cloud Platform, one could see the field very well. No wonder Southern Split Mountain was chosen as the venue. Coupled with the formations, it would be easy to see who was better. Meanwhile, he hovered 3 inches off the ground and placed his hands on his back. Seeing there was no movement from the Southern Cloud Viewing Platform, he said again in a clear voice, "Friends from the Flaming Sea, please come over for a moment. Divine King Xuanyi, Divine Lord Nanli, the heaven, the earth, the sun, and the moon will be our witnesses." At this moment, a long spear glowing with a golden light shot from the clouds like a meteor toward He's expression did not change as he calmly responded. With one hand and 2 fingers extended, he reached out to push the golden spear away. The golden spear stirred up a violent wind when Zhang He's hand caught it between his fingers. Go! Zhang He's hand seemed to contain the might of 1,000 blades. He was a famous cultivator who fought with his bare hands in Xuanyi Palace. The golden spear trembled before it was sent flying with a loud swoosh by Zhang He's 2 fingers. The wind swept toward the mountains, stirring up thousands of leaves. A figure shot over from the cloud viewing platform, streaking across the sky. In just a moment, he appeared above the golden spear and gripped it, causing the golden spear to buzz and vibrate immediately. Duanmu Shang stepped forward as the coiling dragon around the spear flashed purple amidst the golden light. He held the Overlord spear horizontally in front of him with his right hand. His body was suffused with a golden light, and he looked majestic and energetic. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned like fire. He looked at Zhang He and asked, "You're Zhang He?" Zhang He looked up with a smile and asked, "How should I address you?" "My surname is Duanmu, and my name is Shang," Duanmu Sheng said. "Brother Duanmu, although you're the Scarlet Emperor's subordinate, I won't let you become the commander of Xuanyi Palace," Zhang He said. Duanmu Shang scoffed before he said, "Do you think I need your permission to become the commander of Xuanyi Palace? Have a taste of my Overlord spear." Duanmu Shang flashed forward in the sky and attacked with lightning speed. The duo fought fiercely. They moved to the left and right as energy seals flew in all directions. The mysterious formations absorbed all the energy seals immediately, neutralizing damages to the surroundings. In Nan Li's Dao Hall, Lu Zhou, Xuanyi, and Nan Li watched with great interest. Nan Li nodded and said praisingly, "I still remember Commander Zhang's performance during the previous competition 1,000 years ago. He's still as impressive as he was before." Xuanyi said, "He's extremely talented, and he has not slacked off in his cultivation over the past 1,000 years. He should be able to win. What do you think of the spear expert, great divine King Xuanyi?" Xuanyi observed for a moment before he said, "The power he possesses is domineering and fierce. He seems to have the corrosive energy in his body. His attacks are decisive and his spear techniques are good. However, he'd need more strength to defeat Zhang He," saying that he has yet to use his full power. Nanli nodded before he turned to Lu Zhou and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, what do you think?" Lu Zhou took a few more glances before he said tonelessly, "For the time being, it's difficult to determine who's stronger." Although Lu Zhou was confident about his disciple, his confidence was not blind. After 100 years, he did not know how much his wicked disciple's cultivation had improved. He could no longer use his power of sight to observe them, after all. It was likely due to the fact that they had comprehended the Great Tao. The heavenly writing was connected to the Great Tao and likely have the same origins. It was not surprising that, to maintain the balance, he could no longer observe his disciples. "Why don't we bet on who will win?" Nan Li asked with a smile. Xuanyi seemed to find this suggestion interesting. He smiled and pointed at Zhang He below and said, "Of course, it'll be Zhang He." Nan Li nodded. Since Zhang He was a member of the Xuanyi Palace, it was not surprising that Xuanyi chose Zhang He. Otherwise, would Xuanyi not disappoint his subordinate? "Pavilion Master Lu?" Nan Li asked Lu Zhou. "Neither," Lu Zhou asked. Xuanyi and Nan Li looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. Lu Zhou added, "There's another person." Realization dawned on Nan Li. He said with a smile, "The Scarlet has 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds. This person is good with the spears, but we still don't know about the other person's ability." "Pavilion Master, you think the other person will win?" Lu Zhou nodded. With that, Xuanyi said without hesitation, "For Pavilion Master Lu to think so highly of someone, the other party must not be simple. I'll also follow Pavilion Master and bet on the other person." "Nan Li?" Xuanyi laughed. "There's no point in talking. Let's just bet." "Very well. If you lose, you can't deny it. When I have ever gone back on my words. If I win, you'll have to bring out the 100 flowers brew from Southern Split Mountain," Xuanyi said. "All right. If I win, you have to preach about the Great Tao in Southern Split Mountain for 10 days." Nanli said. Deal, Xuanyi said decisively. Then, Nanli and Xuanyi turned to look at Lu Zhou in unison. Lu Zhou said, the 100 flowers brew is good, but it's not enough for me. Oh? What does Pavilion Master want then? Nanli asked. I heard that Southern Split Mountain was bathed in the Southern True Fire for 10,000 years. As a result, it's summer all year here, Lu Zhou said. Nanli's heart stirred slightly. He asked, Pavilion Master Lu, do you want the Southern True Fire? Lu Zhou nodded. In fact, the Southern True Fire does more harm than good to you. Although it's always summer here, the True Fire also evaporated a lot of primal chi. It might be a blessing if the Southern True Fire was taken away. Nanli was somewhat displeased. Regardless, the Southern True Fire was something that belonged to Southern Split Mountain. It was not something that could be taken away so easily. He looked at Xuanyi, hoping Xuanyi would speak up about the absurdity of this matter. After all, they were just having fun, joking around, and betting. With such high stakes, it would only ruin the atmosphere. Unfortunately for Nanli, Xuanyi asked, Divine Lord Nanli, are you afraid to bet? Nanli, I'm not afraid, but the Southern True Fire is very fierce. It's not something ordinary people can easily approach. Its effect on the primal chi in Southern Split Mountain is limited. Moreover, it keeps the fierce beasts away from the mountain as well. It can be considered a holy fire that protects the mountain. How can I use it as a stake in a bet? Lu Zhou shook his head. Those who are ignorant are fearless. What do you mean, Pavilion Master Lu? Lu Zhou said, the Southern True Fire came to life in ancient times. When the sky opened, and the land was lifted, the True Fire lost its root after leaving the earth. With the power of the earth to feed it, there's only one way for it to continue existing. He paused before he said, that's to absorb your energy. Upon hearing this, Nanli rose to his feet abruptly and exclaimed, Nonsense! At this time, the battle below was still going on intensely. There was no winner or loser. Lu Zhou was not angry at all. If he were in Nanli's shoes, he would have been angry as well if someone said the holy fire that protected Southern Split Mountain was harmful. It was indeed difficult to accept. Lu Zhou raised his wine cup before he tossed the wine out. The crystal-clear droplets of wine were suspended in the air as golden primal chi gathered around the wine droplets like pearls and agates. Xuanyi and Nanli looked at Lu Zhou, slightly confused. The wine droplets glowed brightly, filled with primal chi. When the sun shone on it, they looked even more resplendent. However, after a moment, the droplets were vaporized, returning to heaven and earth. During this process, Lu Zhou only made the droplets of wine hover in the air and did nothing else. This meant that what happened to the droplets was all the effect of the environment in Southern Split Mountain. How's this possible? Nanli muttered. He trembled slightly as he looked at his palm. He could not accept this. He wanted to try it for himself. A ball of green primal chi rose from Nanli's palm. At the same time, the formation in the Dao Hall began to hum and light up as the primal chi began to expand rapidly, covering more than a radius of 300 miles. As it expanded, it revealed the meridians of the land. Soon enough, a ball of fire appeared in the horizons of Southern Split Mountain briefly before it disappeared abruptly with the primal chi as though it had devoured the primal chi. Nanli had never noticed this before. In fact, all those living in Southern Split Mountain had never noticed this before. Southern Split Mountain was a good place to meditate and cultivate. The primal chi here was rich. Hence, although the cultivation speed of the people here was slow, they thought it was due to their lack of talent. No one ever thought the problem had something to do with Southern Split Mountain. Nanli found it hard to accept this result. Lu Zhou said, this would be even more obvious if Southern Split Mountain was on land. The advantage you have is that your buildings and platforms are suspended in the air. Otherwise, all of you would have been sucked dry a long time ago. Did you really think the fierce beasts were scared away? Nanli was speechless. Xuanyi nodded. I understand now. Pavilion Master Lu is truly knowledgeable. I'm truly impressed. Nanli, who still found this matter hard to accept, looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression and asked, How did you know? The Northern Hall in Xuani Palace holds a collection of books. The records of the mountains, lands, and rivers of the Great Void are there, Lu Zhou said. Xuani immediately said, Indeed, Pavilion Master Lu has been reading in the Northern Hall for quite some time. Nan Li frowned. Even if you're telling the truth, I won't agree to the bet. Lu Zhou nodded and said, I won't force you. Let's continue to watch the battle. Lu Zhou looked down. Needless to say, at this moment, it was difficult for Nan Li to concentrate on watching the battle. He looked absent-minded as he watched the battle. At this time, the Overlord's spear flew around the arena, stirring up violent winds and primal chi. The cries of the wind pulled Nan Li back to his senses. Imperfect divine intervention. Duanmu Shang appeared high in the sky before he swooped down and thrust his spear out. Space and time froze. Zhang He looked up. Instead of retreating, he advanced and cried out in a voice that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Rise! The battle grew even more intense. The very fabric of space was torn as the energy seals collided. Fortunately, the powerful formations absorbed the duo's attacks and mended the damage within it. After the duo collided, they pulled away from each other. One went up and one went down. There was still no winner. They looked at each other silently. After a moment, Duanmu Shang tightened his grip on the Overlord's spear and said, Again! Zhang He smiled and said, Forget it, brother Duanmu. You can't beat me. There are rules in the Great Void. Moreover, the fight for the positions of commander isn't a fight using our lives. We should stop here. I know you didn't use your full strength, but I didn't either. Duanmu Shang was very competitive, but upon hearing these words, his fighting spirit was reduced by half. Zhang He cupped his fists together at Duanmu Shang and said, Brother Duanmu, let's fight another day. I hope we can be friends. It's too early to say that. Indeed, we fought to a draw. However, it doesn't mean no one can defeat you, Duanmu Shang said. Oh! At this time, a burst of laughter rang from the southern cloud viewing platform. Then, a voice rang in the air. Commander Zhang, if both of you had fought using your lives, you would have been defeated by him long ago. Zhang He looked at the southern cloud viewing platform in confusion. The owner of the voice was Mingshi. He continued to say, His trump card is that he's not afraid of death. Swoosh! A figure flew over at lightning speed and appeared in the middle of the field in just a blink of an eye. Just as quickly, the entire field was crawling with vines and trees. I'll give you 15 minutes to recuperate. I don't want others to say I took advantage of the situation and won unfairly. Zhang He's fighting spirit rose again. He smiled and said, Interesting. However, I can't rest. Resting will only make me weaker. Take this. Zhang He rushed toward the green vines like a lightning bolt. His hands were like blades as he cut the trees in front of him into halves. Zhang He's strength was overbearing and fierce. In just one breath, he had cut down the trees and bluewood vines. When he focused his eyes and looked across the field, Mingshi had disappeared. However, he did not let down his guard and used the power of the Tao to sense his surroundings. It did not take long for him to sense a cold energy surging toward him from below his feet. He leaped up into the air immediately. As expected, Mingshi broke out of the ground. With his separation hook in hand, he unleashed golden wind blades as he flashed toward Zhang He. Bang! 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 In just a short time, Mingshi had attacked countless times. If two opponents' comprehension of the great Tao and laws was similar, the factor that determined the winner and the loser would be their combat experience. Zhang He fought back and retreated in the air. He moved his hands, blocking Mingshi fierce attacks. The power of the Tao swept out all over the field. Although the battle seemed like a battle between those with fewer than 10 birth charts, in fact, they were using the laws. If their comprehension of the Tao was not profound, they would not be able to block even the most ordinary moves. Mingshi attacking speed was similar to Zhang He's defending speed. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. After a few breaths, Zhang He said with a smile, If this is all you have, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Mingshi replied with a smile. This is just the beginning. You're celebrating too early. Swoosh! Mingshi suddenly vanished into thin air. There were no fluctuations or ripples at all. Their comprehension of the law of space was similar, canceling each other out. If Mingshi had used some space-traversing techniques, he should have been able to sense it. However, Mingshi vanished into thin air with no traces at all. What's going on? He's heart tightened as an ominous feeling rose in him. Fall! A heavy pressure came from above He. Boom! He's protective energy shattered, and he had no choice but to dive down. He was the commander of Xuanyi Palace, after all, so he managed to react quickly. He had rich combat experience, and many things were already ingrained in his bones. Even then, the attack caused his blood and qi to surge, and he almost vomited blood. However, he remained calm, unlike ordinary cultivators who would likely be at a loss at this moment. As soon as He landed, he released his energy seals without restraints and flipped in the air before landing again. He staggered back a few steps before he spun around and looked up. Mingshi crossed his arms and looked down at He with a smile. Seeing that He had not fallen to the ground, he said, "You have some skills." He frowned. "How did you do it?" Dao Saints would not be capable of what Mingshi had just done, after all. He could not figure it out. To be able to disappear without leaving any traces, even if Mingshi comprehension was greater, it still should not be possible. Mingshi replied with a smile, "I won't tell you." In the northern Dao Hall, Xuanyi, who had watched the battle, said, slightly puzzled, "What a good trick. I can't tell how he did it." He looked at Nanli, who was still in a daze, and asked, "Divine Lord Nanli, can you see through the trick?" "No," Nanli replied mechanically. Xuanyi looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head. "I don't know as well." Xuanyi exclaimed in surprise. "Even Pavilion Master doesn't know. This young man is truly not simple." Upon hearing this, Nanli was pulled back to his senses. He looked at Xuanyi in confusion. He kept having this nagging feeling that Xuanyi thought very highly of Lu Zhou to the point where it seemed as though Lu Zhou was superior to Xuanyi. An illusion? This wicked disciple spends his time learning all kinds of strange things. How did he do it earlier? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He stomped on the ground and rushed toward Mingshi as he said, "All tricks can't withstand a single blow from absolute strength." He was extremely fast, leaving ripples in his wake. A conical barrier soon formed in front of him. Great Tao! Mingshi crossed his arms in front of him. The space trembled. Bang! When the attack landed, Mingshi flew high up into the sky. Then, he asked with a smile, "Is this all?" "This is just the beginning," he replied with a smile. Then, he crossed his fingers before a cross mark appeared on his palm before he charged out again. The space rippled. Swoosh! To everyone's surprise, he pierced Mingshi body. An angry roar rang from the cloud viewing platform. Old Fourth! Lu Zhou rose to his feet as his eyes burned like fire. He said in a deep voice as a vortex appeared in his hand, "How dare you?" Xuanyi looked at Lu Zhou in confusion and shock. "Pavilion Master Lu?" He revealed an expression of shock as soon as he pierced Mingshi body. He looked in the direction of the Dao Hall in a daze as he stammered, I didn't expect him to be so weak. I didn't mean to break the rules." "You didn't break the rules." A voice that carried a hint of a smile rang in He's ears. Before He could turn around, a heavy force that seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds hammered at him from behind. Boom! It landed accurately on He's back. "Get down!" The voice was sonorous and powerful like thunder. He's brain was buzzing, and he did not have time to think about the reason. He could not resist the surging energy and was heavily injured, causing him to spit out blood. It was another trick. He glared at Mingshi and gritted his teeth to endure the intense pain. He planned to escape using the method before, but when he was falling, he saw the space distort and twist under him. The greater law of space? Zhang he fell into the twisting space. Swoosh! As though the height of 3,000 feet had been greatly reduced, Zhang he crashed heavily to the ground. He sprawled on the field that had been destroyed. The battle had ended, and silence returned. Everyone in both the northern Dao Hall and the southern cloud viewing platform looked at Ming-Sher-In in confusion. Under normal circumstances, one could not use the same trick twice in front of experts. However, Ming-Sher-In had done it. Furthermore, no one could figure his trick out. There was no intense collision or tense fights. Zhang he had fallen just like that. "If I tell you to get down, you should get down," Ming-Sher-In said with a smile. In the Dao Hall, Xuani and Nan Li were puzzled. Lu Zhou seemed to have noticed something, and the vortex in his palm gradually dissipated. "Pavilion Master Lu?" Lu Zhou raised his hand to his lips and coughed slightly before he said, "The scent of the southern true fire is somewhat pungent and unpleasant." Xuani's nose twitched slightly as he looked to the left and right. "Is there a smell?" On the other hand, Nan Li frowned. Nonetheless, he only said, "Commander Zhang he actually lost." Xuani sighed and said, "Although I really hope Zhang he can win, I've expected this. The person Pavilion Master Lu bet on can't be simple, after all." Nan Li nodded perfunctorily. "How did he do it?" Lu Zhou scoffed. "He's just a little clever. He can't be considered great." Upon hearing this, Xuani looked at the field carefully again before he said with a smile, "I see." Nan Li said, slightly anxious, "What is it? Don't keep me in suspense." Xuani pointed at the field and said, "Divine Lord Nan Li, please take a look." There were pieces of wood on the ground. What Zhang he had pierced earlier was not Ming-Sher-In, but a block of blue wood. "Interesting," Nan Li said as he nodded. "To be able to use blue wood to create a clone is not easy," Xuani said as he nodded in satisfaction. "This child is worth teaching." Nan Li said, "Making clones consumes a large amount of blood essence. In order for the clone to have combat strength, it has to be given its own consciousness using something like a sacred relic. It's like giving birth to a child. How did he do it in such a short time?" "What you're talking about is clones that need to exist for a period of time. However, if the clone only exists for a brief time, it doesn't need blood essence nor too much energy. It only requires control. The drawback is that it can distract one from the battle, and it's too demanding on one's state of mind. Not everyone is able to do it," Xuani explained. Then, he said praisingly, "What a rare talent. If he becomes the new commander of Xuani Palace, I'll welcome him with open arms." As soon as Xuani's voice fell, a mocking voice rang from below. "Xuani Palace? Welcome me with open arms? Who says I'm willing? Xuani?" Ming-Sher-In continued to say, "How boring. There's no one here who can fight." "Hey, hey, hey, where are you?" Ming-Sher-Yin's voice echoed loudly. The expressions of the cultivators standing behind Xuani soured immediately. Ming-Sher-In continued with his provocation. Come out, come out. This is a deal. I'll knock 2 people down for the price of 1. Zhang he finally flipped over and glared at Ming-Sher-In. "You're too arrogant. How dare you?" Ming-Sher-In spread his arms and shrugged. "There are no rules against talking, right? Moreover, don't I have freedom of speech?" Then, he raised his head and said loudly, "Freedom of speech!" "I'm so angry." Zhang he had already lost. If he continued to fight, he would still lose. It would only be asking for trouble. Moreover, extreme actions were not allowed. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. At this moment, from the Dao Hall, Xuani waved his sleeve and said in a deep voice, "How arrogant!" Then, someone behind Xuani leaped down like a shooting star and appeared in front of Ming-Sher-In. He was fierce and overbearing as he waved the meteor hammer in his hand. Ming-Sher-In flashed and dove down before flying into the distance. "You're so fierce as soon as you appear. You almost scared me to death." The meteor hammer user shouted, "Don't run. There are no rules saying I can't run. The venue is so big. How are you going to stop me?" Ming-Sher-In said before he flew away. You're as timid as a mouse. How can you compete for the position of commander? The meteor hammer user said, feeling speechless. Oh, then should I listen to you, stand still, and let you hammer into pieces? Are you a fool? Mingshi said. What? I asked if you're a fool. Mingshi said. The meteor hammer user was enraged. I'll skin you alive. The meteor hammer user flew out. At the same time, thousands of vines rose from the ground. All of them were suffused with a golden light. Upon seeing this, he smacked the ground and left the battlefield. It was fine that he lost. He did not have to continue to stay here. He moved to the side and watched the battle as he clutched his chest. Then, he saw Mingshi crouching on the ground in the distance and looking at him like he was a fool. Zhang he had cultivated for many years, and his state of mind was as strong as a rock. He thought that he should not let the other party provoke him so easily. The vines wrapped around the meteor hammer. No matter how the cultivator struggled, he could not free himself. Go down! Swoosh! 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 The countless vines shot out and weaved a net. The meteor hammer user widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This works as well?" It was too late. In just a moment, countless vines bound the meteor hammer user and pulled him down from the sky. Boom! Mingshi flashed and appeared above the meteor hammer user before he said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted to use this move to deal with Zhang He. Alas, he was too weak. It was just easier to attack from underground." Then, looking very pleased with himself, he raised his head to the sky and said, "Is this all? Who else is there from Xuanyi Palace?" Following that, a burst of laughter rang from the southern cloud viewing pavilion. "Old Fourth, I knew you could do it." Mingshi replied to Duanmusheng, "There's no challenge at all." Then, he raised his head again and continued to say provocatively, "Come on, who else is there?" In the Dao Hall, Xuanyi frowned. This was an insult to his dignity. As the master of Xuanyi Palace, how could he tolerate this? He waved his sleeve again. 2 more cultivators leaped down. "One is weaker than the other? Isn't there anyone strong?" Mingshi said upon seeing the 2 cultivators. Mingshi flew up. His style changed completely. As the separation hook circled him, his avatar appeared. Boom! The gigantic golden avatar cleared up a space and sent him higher into the sky before it disappeared. It was a very old-fashioned move. The 2 cultivators were still confused when Mingshi appeared in front of them. At this moment, Nanli exclaimed, "Using the avatar to launch yourself? Young man, you're thinking too much. Old thing, you're the one who's overthinking," Mingshi said before he vanished into the sky. Nanli, who had misjudged the situation. The 2 cultivators were dumbfounded by Mingshi constant disappearance and appearance. "Another clone? You're right." Boom! A tremendous force came at the duo from the back. "Get down!" Without any suspense, the duo fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! Mingshi crossed his arms and hovered in the air as he said, "When I was bored, I created a bunch of bluewood clones. They're too cool after all. I can't help it that I'm a genius. Life is truly lonely at the top." Xuanyi's expression was slightly sour. Mingshi raised his head again and said, "I say, no one in Xuanyi Palace can fight. Come on, come on. I'm knocking down 2 for the price of 1. Xuanyi wondered inwardly, could it be that I have to personally make a move? With his status, if word got out that Xuanyi interfered in the fights between the candidates for the position of commander, he would not be able to live it down for 1,000 years. In the end, Xuanyi had no choice but to turn to Lu Zhou. "Pavilion Master Lu," Nanli said, "This young man is truly interesting." This was Nan Li's petty revenge. After all, Lu Zhou and Xuanyi had joined forces to mock him earlier. He was naturally delighted to see Xuanyi in this situation. He said goadingly, "Great divine King Xuanyi, Zhang he has already lost. It won't be considered breaking the rules if you make a move now." Nan Li thought to himself inwardly, "If you dare to make a move, I'm going to laugh at you for the rest of my life." Xuanyi naturally would not fall for such a trick. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since it's not convenient for great divine King Xuanyi to make a move, I'll teach him a lesson." Nanli asked, "Are you confident?" "Of course. 3 moves. If Pavilion Master Lu can beat him to the ground within 3 moves, you can have the Southern True Fire," Nanli said smugly and confidently. "Doesn't feel terrible to have what you want so close, and yet, so far?" Lu Zhou frowned as he glanced at Nanli. The duo's eyes met. Each of them had their own thoughts. One thought that the other was a fool, and another one thought that the other was now in a difficult situation. "Very well," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Xuanyi nodded and said, "I'll be the witness." Lu Zhou tapped his feet lightly. Without using the power of the Tao, he left the Tao hall. His body was light as he slowly descended like a snowflake. Nanli shook his head. Lu Zhou continued to descend. After descending to a certain level, Mingshi raised his head. He was still saying, "I'll beat all those who come. I'll beat you to death, you turtle." Then, the expression of disdain on Mingshi face was replaced by doubt, shock, fear, and all kinds of complicated feelings. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Mingshi. He did not use any power. He only stood with his hands on his back and looked at Mingshi quietly. "Ah!" Mingshi let out a cry before he fell down from the sky. Boom! Mingshi obediently lay on the ground with his limbs spread out before he said, "I lost." Xuanyi and Nanli looked at each other in confusion. "Did Pavilion Master Lu make a move earlier?" Nanli asked. Xuanyi said, "I think so. You've been absent-minded since earlier, so you didn't notice." "Is that so?" Nanli was still confused. Mingshi continued to sprawl on the ground. Then he covered his head as he pleaded, "Spare my life! Spare my life!" Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Xuanyi's voice rang from above. "Hurry up and beat him down." Mingshi said loudly, "Beat my ass. I was just bragging earlier. Every single one of the people in Xuanyi Palace is an expert. Not only that, but they're also magnanimous. Why don't you just treat me like a fart? I will apologize to you another day." "Nanli," Xuanyi said with a smile, "Young man, you're quite smart. With just a glance, you know a true expert when you see one." Nanli frowned. "Why does it feel like all of them are putting on a show?" "Get lost," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll get lost now. I'll apologize another day," Mingshi said as he flew toward the cloud viewing platform. Lu Zhou looked up at the cloud viewing platform suspended high in the clear sky. Back on the southern cloud viewing platform, Mingshi shuddered and lowered his head. Duanmushang was puzzled. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" Duanmushang did not have a good look at Lu Zhou's face earlier. Even Xuanyi and Nanli, a great divine king and divine lord respectively, could only barely see Lu Zhou's face, let alone a Tao saint like him. In his mind, there was no way Mingshi would be defeated. Mingshi sighed. "He's an expert." "Expert? How powerful?" Duanmushang asked as he raised his overlord spear, looking as though he was ready to leap down. He said, "Let me experience it for myself. Previously, I only used 50% of my strength during my battle with Zhang He. I should spar with such an expert. Trust me, it's better not to go," Mingshi said. "The Scarlet Emperor said that no matter what kind of powerful opponents we encounter, we must go all out. We must beat Xuanyi Palace to the ground in southern Split Mountain. With that, when the true competition for the commanders begins, we won't have to fight," Duanmushang said clearly. "Why won't you trust me?" Mingshi shook his head. Avudra said, puzzled, "Xuanyi Palace actually has an expert Mr. Ri can't defeat? In this world, there'll always be people better than you. It's best to keep a low profile. Don't underestimate Xuanyi Palace," Mingshi said. The 4 Vajras looked at Mingshi in confusion. After Mingxirin had provoked and scolded Xuani Palace the most, they could not understand why he would say these words now. It was truly confusing. Duanmushang lifted his overlord spear and said, "Wait for me here. In less than 15 minutes, I'll definitely beat him to the ground." Upon hearing this, the 4 Vajras bowed in unison. "We'll wait for Mr. Duanmu's good news." Duanmushang leaped down. The 4 Vajras were about to walk to the edge to watch when Mingxirin stopped them and said, Come and have a cup of tea." "Aren't you worried, Mr. Ri?" "Worry my ass," Mingxirin said. "We should run away after we finish our tea." The 4 Vajras' expressions were not too good at this moment. After all, they represent the Scarlet Emperor's dignity. It was fine Mingxirin had no intention of preserving the Scarlet Emperor's dignity, but he even wanted to throw it away. "Have some tea," Mingxirin said as he sipped from his teacup. "Mr. Duanmu must have already begun to fight. Let's go and have a look." The 4 Vajras walked toward the edge. However, before they arrived, Duanmushang suddenly shot up from below. Duanmushang's face and body were covered in dirt and dust. The 4 Vajras were stunned. "Mr. Duanmu, won." Duanmushang looked embarrassed as he said, "In fact, I only went down to have a look. So did he win or lose?" The 4 Vajras grew even more confused. Looking at Duanmushang's dirty face and strange expression, they could not figure it out even more. It was solemn, embarrassed, and it strangely contained a hint of happiness. "Mr. Duanmu, why are you so annoying?" Duanmushang stabbed his overlord spear into the ground. "Isn't it normal to be defeated when faced with an expert? Victories and defeats are common among warriors. Don't tell me you've never lost. Do you have to poke at my sore spot?" The 4 Vajras were stunned. Mingxirin could not help but spit out the tea in his mouth. When did third senior brother become so eloquent? Mingxirin rose to his feet and said, all right, let's hurry up and escape." Escape! The 4 Vajras and the 2 great Void Seeds owners were representatives of the Scarlet Emperor. If they left just like that, would it not be a disgrace to the Scarlet Emperor? The 4 Vajras were about to speak when Mingxirin looked at Duanmushang meaningfully. With just a swoosh, Mingxirin flew toward the flying chariot. "Mr. Ri!" Duanmushang shouted. "Wait for me!" Duanmushang did not hesitate and flew after Mingxirin. The 4 Vajras were left behind, looking at each other in bewilderment. Even if the opponent was very strong, it should not be like this, right? Aren't they usually very arrogant? Why are they like completely different people today? That's right, they're always arrogant. This change is too drastic. Perhaps the opponent is really strong? The 4 Vajras walked to the edge and looked down, but there was no one down there. Then, they looked at the Dao Hall, but it was shrouded by the clouds, so they could not see anything. In the end, they sighed and shook their heads. There'll always be someone stronger in the world. It seems like a new expert has appeared. This can be considered a lesson to both of them. This is very normal. Just like how a child is fierce in front of his family, they're timid when faced with outsiders. How are we going to report this to the Scarlet Emperor when we return? Beautify it a little. That's all we can do. With that, the 4 Vajras cupped their fists together at the Northern Dao Hall. One of them said, "After today, it's clear our strength is lacking. We'll meet again another day." A faint voice rang from the Northern Dao Hall. "Send a message to those 2. Tell them, just because you've learned a few petty tricks doesn't mean you can act impudently in Southern Split Mountain. Cultivate properly. The next time I see you, if you don't improve, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." The 4 Vajras were angry, and their expressions were unsightly. Nonetheless, they bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice. We'll convey the message." The 4 Vajras flew into the flying chariot before it turned around and disappeared into the southern horizon with creaking sounds. After conveying Lu Zhou's message, one of the Vajras said, "This Xuani Palace dares to trample on our dignity. We must snatch it back the next time we meet." No, I won't do it," Mingshi said as he shook his head. One of the Vajras protested. Mr. He even said those words. Insulting you is like insulting the Scarlet Emperor. Insulting? Mingshi cleared his throat and said, It's fine for him to insult me. He's right. However, how is it insulting the Scarlet Emperor? Anyway, it's a small matter. I'll apologize next time. A Vajra said, confused. Mr. This isn't like you. Shouldn't you seek revenge? Let's talk about this another time. I'm gonna take a nap now. In the northern Dao Hall of Southern Split Mountain, Xuani said with a smile, Pavilion Master Lu is truly capable. With just a small move, you're able to make the other party flee in panic. At this time, the injured cultivators from Xuani Palace flew back with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Nan Li was in a daze. He had yet to recover from his shock. He found it difficult to accept the reality before him. When did he make a move? I did not see anything at all. Those two brats are still wet behind the ears, Lu Zhou said. You have a point. Xuani nodded tactfully. Then, he turned around and reprimanded Zhang He lightly. However, Zhang He did not come up with any excuses. Instead, he said, That spear user is fierce and overbearing. He indeed exceeded my expectations. As for the Bluewood user, he really caught me off guard. Today, I wholeheartedly admit defeat. Are you willing to give up the position of commander? Xuani asked. Zhang He was stunned. Although he was unwilling, he thought he would still lose in the official competition later on. He might even lose more miserably. Hence, he fell to the ground and said, I'm willing to give up my position. Oh! Xuani did not expect Zhang He to be so open-minded and magnanimous. Zhang He continued to say, Although I acknowledge their strength, I disagree with their questionable characters. Questionable characters? I intended to have a friendly sparring session, but they repeatedly insulted me and Xuani Palace. This is a great disrespect. It's really unfortunate that the great void seeds fell into their hands, Zhang He said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. These words were slightly unpleasant to the ears. It was like how only parents could criticize their children. They would feel uncomfortable if outsiders were to criticize their children. I don't know if their characters are questionable, but you're gossiping behind their backs now. What qualifications do you have to talk about character? Lu Zhou asked. This? Zhang He lowered his head, ashamed. Then, after thinking for a moment, he said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to give up my position, but I want to give it to Pavilion Master Lu. Nan Li said, surprised. You're talking about the position of commander of Xuani Palace. Aren't you being too hasty? Xian Li frowned. Nonsense. The position of commander is very important. How can it be given away so easily? Pavilion Master Lu has just joined Xuani Palace, so it's not suitable for him to be commander. Otherwise, members of Xuani Palace will gossip about favoritisms. How can we win the hearts of the masses then? Zhang He's heart was moved. His Majesty still thinks highly of me. Xuani glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes and thought to himself, I hope teacher won't be angry. Isn't such a low position an insult to him? Nan Li said, I think Pavilion Master Lu is very suitable to become the commander of Xuani Palace. Xuani decisively changed the topic and said, Nan Li, I remember you and Pavilion Master Lu made a bet, right? A bet? Are you going to renege on your promise? Xuani asked with a smile. Nan Li revealed an embarrassed expression. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he could only sigh and say, It's not that I want to renege on my promise. However, the Southern True Fire isn't something humans are a match for. If I give it to you, I'll only be harming you. Pavilion Master Lu, why don't you give up? Humans were like this sometimes. They might not value some things, and yet, they still refuse to give them to others. Lu Zhou said, I hope you'll keep your promise. This? I hate people who renege on their promise the most, Lu Zhou said. With these words, there was no room for negotiation. Xuani sighed and said, Divine Lord Nan Li, although we have a good relationship, you indeed made a bet. Hence, I can't speak for you. Nan Li's eyelids twitched. Why does it feel like he's acting? Indeed, Nan Li and Xuani did not only know each other for a day or two. In fact, the duo could be considered good friends in the Great Void. Nonetheless, Xuani had never said such words until today. Nan Li sighed. All right. However, let me be clear. If something happens, you can't blame it on Southern Split Mountain. Xuani looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, Don't worry. I never blame others for my actions. All right. Nan Li rose to his feet and gestured to the left. Please. Lu Zhou and Xuani rose to their feet in unison. With that, the trio flew toward a mountain in the north with Nan Li flying in the lead. After flying for 100 miles, they saw a mountain pass. This is the entrance that leads to the true fire, Nan Li said. Xuani asked, puzzled. It's underground? The true fire has to be kept underground to suppress its power. Otherwise, it'll definitely cause a disaster, Lu Zhou said. Listening to Pavilion Master Lu's words is better than 10 years of reading, Xuani said, filled with praise. Ha! Nan Li looked at Xuani in confusion. What kind of flattery is this? Xuani seemed to realize his words were too flattering, so he quickly cleared his throat and said solemnly, Pavilion Master Lu, you're really well read. I can't compare. Let's move on. Xuani said the words, let's move on very casually. Lu Zhou could not be bothered with these things. He looked at the mountain pass and said, Lead the way. Nan Li led the group underground. After passing through a narrow underground tunnel, everyone felt the temperature rising higher and higher. Fortunately, their cultivation was very high, so it did not affect them at all. After traveling for about half a mile, they felt the pressure rise. The air seemed to distort due to the high temperature. A few cultivators from Xuani Palace could not continue forward, so they only stayed and waited there. After another half a mile or so, they could feel another spike in the temperature. Buzz! Nan Li activated his protective energy. It's here. Lu Zhou and Xuani activated their protective energies as well to fend off the heat. Swoosh! At this time, a green ball of flames flew over. It seemed out of place in this place that burned red. Southern True Fire, Nan Li said before he flashed and dodged the attack from the ball of green flames. Lu Zhou and Xuani flew to the sides as the ball of flames flew between them. The high temperature from the Southern True Fire caused the duo's protective energies to sizzle. They were both taken aback by this. Xuani flew up for about 300 feet up in the air and said, Pavilion Master Lu, I'll leave this to you. In any case, I don't want this item, and it's likely on teacher alone can deal with it. It's best for me to get out of the way first. Nan Li did not expect Xuani to act so decisively. Then he also followed suit. Now was not the time to care about dignity or reputation. Self-preservation was the most important. He flew to Xuani's side and looked down. The Southern True Fire did not fly up and only circled the area below. It circled Lu Zhou so swiftly that it looked as though a circle of flames had formed around Lu Zhou. Swoosh! 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 Lu Zhou stared at the Southern True Fire intently. As though it finally sensed Lu Zhou's location, the Southern True Fire suddenly shot toward Lu Zhou. Watch out! Nan Li cried out. Lu Zhou raised his hand and used Unnamed in the form of a shield to defend against the attack. Boom! Nan Li exclaimed in shock. Void Grade! Pavilion Master Lu actually owns a Void Grade weapon. That's only natural, Xuani replied in a matter-of-course tone. How's this only natural when even you, a great divine king, only possess infinite grade weapons? Most supreme beings have sacred relics and infinite grade items and did not lack them. It was not that they did not want void grade items, but it was extremely difficult to upgrade them to that grade. Void grade items could freely change their forms, with their initial forms being their true forms. For example, if the Overlord Spear was upgraded to the Void grade, its true form was naturally Spear. The other forms are called derivative forms. Items and weapons in their true forms are 10 times more powerful than their derivative forms. Void grade items were not only powerful, but when used correctly, they could even withstand a part of the power of the laws. They also possessed spirituality. How could Nan Li not be surprised? Buzz. As expected of the southern true fire, that was a divine fire. It even dented unnamed. In fact, it looked as though unnamed was on the verge of melting. Lu Zhou put away unnamed as his robe rustled. Upon seeing this, Nan Li frowned and said, "The robe isn't simple. It seems to be." Xuani interjected with a straight face. "You must have seen wrongly." "Seen wrongly? No, no, no. Look carefully, Divine King Xuani." When the divine fire approached, the robe clearly released a surge of energy that blocked the heat. Very few experts and fierce beasts in the world can easily block the heat of the southern true fire. "This robe looks like it's weaved from the tendons of a rain dragon," Nan Li said, filled with convictions. Again, without changing expressions, Xuani said, "How can it be? Dragon tendons are limited. How can they be weaved into a robe? This robe should be a sacred relic. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Lu would have been able to fend off the southern true fire." Nan Li nodded and sighed. "You're right. I haven't been sleeping well lately, so my eyes are blurry. I apologize." Xuani said, "It's fine. This southern true fire has been tormenting you for a long time. When Pavilion Master Lu takes it away, you'll be able to sleep soundly. From now on, there'll be 4 seasons in southern Split Mountain. Isn't it wonderful to enjoy flowers and spring and the snow in winter?" After hearing Great Divine King Xuani's words, "My heart feels more at ease," Nan Li said. However, a second later, he shook his head. He had almost been influenced by Xuani. He said, "That's not right. I'm afraid Pavilion Master Lu won't be able to bring the southern true fire away." "How do you know?" "This divine fire was born from 8 desolate lands in 6 directions. It has been nourished by heaven and earth. It's truly fearsome. It should be underground. If it's brought outside, it will only cause a huge disaster. All that aside, don't tell Pavilion Master Lu intends to take it with his bare hands? Where does he plan to keep it?" Nan Li said as he shook his head. At this moment, Lu Zhou pushed his hand down. A brown bag flashing with electric arcs shot and grew rapidly. Swoosh! The vast sky bag flew out, easily capturing the southern true fire. Lu Zhou flew over and grabbed the vast sky bag. Then, it began to shrink in his hand immediately after the pattern on it lit up briefly. Nan Li? Xuani? Lu Zhou casually put the vast sky bag away before he flew to the duo and said, "We can leave now." Even the mentally prepared Xuani was shocked by this move. For a moment, he was frozen. No one knew what he was thinking. Nan Li's mouth was agape. He could not speak for a long time. Looking at the stunned duo, Lu Zhou flew up first. It was at this time that Nan Li regained his senses. He asked, "Was I seeing things?" "No," Xuani replied. "It's a sacred relic," Nan Li said. "A sacred relic that can deal with a divine fire?" Xuani asked skeptically. I don't think so." Nan Li felt as though he had been slapped in the face when he recalled his earlier words. Lu Zhou had proven him wrong with his actions. He felt like his worldview had been refreshed. Xuani said, "Let's go." Nan Li nodded and flew away. When they left the mountain pass, the temperature began to drop. Soon enough, clouds began to gather. Cold breeze blew over from all directions. As the temperature continued to drop, the wind grew stronger and stronger. The sudden and drastic change in temperature caused a chain of reactions. The platforms in the air swayed slightly as primal chi began to converge. "This is bad. The formations on the platform are about to be destroyed," Nan Li exclaimed. Then, he turned around and bowed to Lu Zhou as he said, "Pavilion Master, please return the divine fire to southern Split Mountain." Nan Li would rather be tortured than watch the platforms on southern Split Mountain fall. They were the symbols of southern Split Mountain and key structures of the place. Many cultivators liked to discuss the Tao here, and they liked the platforms. Without the platforms, it was no different from southern Split Mountain collapsing. Lu Zhou looked at the horizon. Then he said, "We have an agreement. The true fire has been subdued by me. How can I return it to you?" "This?" Nanli could only say pleadingly. Without the true fire, Southern Split Mountain will probably— I know I've made a promise, but I only wish Brother Lu will help me. I didn't say I won't help you, Lu Zhou said. Nanli was overjoyed. He nodded and said excitedly, Good, very good. The true fire, true fire. Xuani frowned. Divine King Nanli, I think you've inhaled too much of the fumes from the true fire. Pavilion Master Lu agreed to help you, but he didn't say he'll return the true fire to you. I misunderstood. Nanli looked embarrassed. Lu Zhou looked at the converging clouds in the sky and explained, It's the effect of the temperature change. What? Nanli was perplexed. I can't explain. Just watch patiently, Lu Zhou said. After transmigrating, Lu Zhou would sometimes lose himself and forget where he came from. Sometimes he would be very clear-headed. From time to time, familiar images would appear in his mind. As time passed, the images gradually turned blurry until he could no longer remember much of the past. All that was left was regret. Swoosh! Torrential rain fell from the sky. Xuani and Nanli looked surprised. It's been many years since it last rained. I didn't expect it to rain as soon as the southern true fire leaves. Is this going to destroy my southern split mountain? Rain was expected under extreme temperature change. The flowers, plants, and trees that lived in summer all year round were almost destroyed by the cold torrential rain. When Nanli saw this, his expression was naturally bad. When Lu Zhou saw this, he asked, Why worry about the auspicious rain? Auspicious rain? Nanli swore he really did not see what was so auspicious about this rain. Everything was clearly battered beyond recognition by the rain. It was not an exaggeration to say that 100 flowers were withering. How can one see the rainbow without the wind and the rain? Lu Zhou said. His protective energy kept the rain at bay as he looked up at the sky with his hands on his back. He sighed emotionally at this sentence that he heard often when he was a child. Well said. Xuani, the loyal fan, said, It's only natural that the disappearance of the true fire will disrupt things here for a while. However, new things won't come if the old things are around. Don't feel nostalgic about the past. You must look to the future. After the rain, you will see the sun again. Nanli looked at the sky as well. The rain continued to fall. Zhang He and the others, who were standing behind, were shocked by the rain as well. The formations continued to flicker. The platforms looked as though they were on the verge of collapse. Zhang He, who saw this, added fuel to the fire. Are they going to fall? Nanli said, They're not going to fall. The fluctuations of the formations are very intense. Under these circumstances, it's hard not to fall. Divine King Nanli, you're truly very optimistic. Zhang He continued to say. Nanli coughed twice. Steady. Keep your state of mind steady. Nanli said, filled with forced conviction. A rainbow will appear after the rain. Zhang He said, A great flood can also come after the rain. Lu Zhou turned around to look at Zhang He with a complicated expression. Then he turned to look at Xuani. His expression seemed to say, This is your subordinate, the commander of Xuani Hall? With a friend like this, do you even need enemies? Xuani hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense. Zhang He came to his senses and bowed. I was just speaking nonsense. I hope Divine King Nanli won't take offense. You're right. After the rain, there'll always be a rainbow. It was unknown how much time had passed. The group stood at the mountain pass for a long time. Since Lu Zhou had taken the true fire, he would not just leave. Although he had an agreement with Nanli, he still did not want Southern Split Mountain to collapse because of the absence of the Southern True Fire. Moreover, if one showed respect to him, he would also respond in kind. It had always been his way of doing things. The rain has stopped. Everyone looked at the sky. The platforms were still swaying. Although they did not fall, the promised rainbow did not appear as well. Southern Split Mountain was in a mess after the rain. Zhang He could not help himself and poured another bucket of ice water on Nanli. The formations are weakening. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Nanli turned to Lu Zhou again and said, Pavilion Master Lu, Please return the true fire. It's still too early to decide. Just watch carefully. Swoosh. Lu Zhou flew to the center of the platforms between the south and north, hovering between heaven and earth. Xuanyi, Nanli, and Zhang He looked at Lu Zhou in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. Then Lu Zhou brought out the pillar of impermanence. Golden light flashed. Infinite grade, Nanli exclaimed in surprise. The pillar of impermanence, brimming with spirituality, was like a mountain-stabilizing pillar at this moment as it stabbed into the ground. Boom! Lu Zhou mobilized his primal qi and the divine power and imbued them into the pillar of impermanence. The power of healing from the heavenly writing and the surging vitality from the pillar of impermanence swept out in all directions rapidly. As golden lotuses bloomed, everything was brought back to life. The withered flowers bloomed, and the trees began to grow. What a good technique! Xuanyi exclaimed. This? A complicated expression flitted across Nanli's face as he said, Why does it feel like he's... Who is it? Xuanyi nodded. That's right. You have a discerning eye. Pavilion Master Lu is an expert I met while I traveled east of the endless ocean to the Lost Land. With this interruption, Nanli nodded. No wonder great divine King Xuanyi treats him in such a manner. Realization also dawned on Zhang He. No wonder. It seems like His Majesty has long known him. As the enormous vitality energy restored all things, Lu Zhou suddenly waved his hand. Boom! The pillar of impermanence dislodged itself from the ground and flew into the sky. Then it began to spin. The divine power began to restore the formations, covering a radius of 30 miles. Before long, the platforms stopped shaking as the formation stabilized. After Lu Zhou put away the pillar of impermanence, the clouds had already begun to disperse. At the same time, sunlight shone from between the clouds as a dazzling rainbow appeared in the sky. The rainbow had emerged after the storm. Southern Split Mountain looked like a scene out of a painting. Everyone watched in a daze. Xuanyi flew up and looked down. Nanli, Zhang He, and the others flew up as well. They sighed emotionally as they took in the scenery before them. It was just as Lu Zhou had said. After the rain, the rainbow would appear. After losing the southern true fire, Southern Split Mountain had been reborn, and it was not inferior to the past. What surprised Nanli the most was the primal qi in Southern Split Mountain was even richer and purer than before. He greedily breathed in the fresh and primal qi. He could not help but mobilized his primal qi to cultivate. He felt as though his 8 extraordinary meridians had been refreshed. Nanli was a divine king. How could he not understand the negative effects of the southern true fire? However, he was also human. It was difficult for him to overcome human nature. Lu Zhou asked, Are you satisfied? Yes, I'm very satisfied. After the change, it was only a matter of time before Southern Split Mountain rose to a higher level. Nanli bowed to Lu Zhou and said, Brother Lu, I don't know what to say to express my gratitude. Xuanyi raised his hand and said, Divine Lord Nanli, even I am embarrassed to address Pavilion Master Lu as brother. Yes. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master Lu, Nanli said. He was just trying to get close to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, I'll take the southern true fire. May I ask what Pavilion Master Lu intends to do with the true fire? Nanli asked curiously. When Lu Zhou saw the curiosity and doubts in Nanli's eyes, he answered truthfully, The southern true fire can improve the karmic fire. Nanli was briefly stunned by these words. He asked, You want to refine the karmic fire into divine fire? In the first place, not everyone possesses the karmic fire. Even if you possess the karmic fire, using the southern true fire to forcefully refine your karmic fire might result in a backlash. Lu Zhou nodded. You're not wrong. Xuanyi said, Divine Lord Nanli, based on your words, are you doubting Pavilion Master Lu's ability? No. Nanli shook his head repeatedly. Is it convenient for us to stay for a night at the Northern Dao Hall? It's getting quite late, after all, Xuanyi asked. Nanli smiled. Let alone a night, you can even stay for 10 days or half a month. Southern Split Mountain will always welcome you. Very well. At night, the people from Xuanyi Palace stayed in Southern Split Mountain. In the northern Dao Temple, Zhang He flew in and kneeled on one knee as he said to Xuanyi, "Your Majesty, I have a request." At this moment, Xuanyi and Lu Zhou were chatting happily. "What is it?" Xuanyi noticed Zhang He's expression was a little serious. "Today, I witnessed Pavilion Master Lu's skills and abilities with my own eyes. I truly admire him. I don't feel worthy of being the commander of Xuanyi Hall. Therefore, I'm willing to assist Pavilion Master Lu," Zhang He said earnestly. Previously, he was unaware of Lu Zhou's ability. After today, he was thoroughly convinced, so his words were very sincere. Xuanyi frowned. "Didn't we already discuss this?" "We did. However, Pavilion Master Lu's cultivation is profound, and his abilities far surpass mine. If I continue to shamelessly hold on to my position, I'm afraid I'll bring shame to Xuanyi Palace when I meet those two people again in the future," Zhang He said. Xuanyi nodded slightly. Although Zhang He was not extremely smart, nor was he meticulous in planning things, he was very righteous and loyal. Lu Zhou said, "I feel that the young man who defeated you using his clone can take on this heavy responsibility. If you insist on giving up your position, you can give it to him." Zhang He was stunned. Xuanyi was stunned as well. Upon seeing their reactions, Lu Zhou continued to say, "Don't underestimate him. Outwardly, he looks like a despotic and arrogant ruffian who lacks manners. However, he's very shrewd and cunning." Xuanyi laughed. "Pavilion Master Lu seems to know him very well. Now that you mention it, he's really quite interesting." Zhang He said unwillingly, "I still think Pavilion Master Lu is the most suitable." "Don't be rude," Xuanyi admonished him. Zhang He lowered his head. He no longer dared to speak. Xuanyi said, "Don't mention this matter again." "Understood." Zhang He raised his head and said, "I still have something I don't know if I should say." "Speak," Xuanyi said. "Has your Majesty met the White Emperor recently?" Zhang He started with this question. Upon hearing this, Xuanyi frowned and said, "Scram!" Zhang He felt that the situation was not right, so he hurriedly turned around and left. After Zhang He left and the others retreated, Xuanyi cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and asked, "Please don't be angry with him. I'm not that petty." "That's good. I won't disturb you further," Xuanyi said before he took his leave. Midnight, Lu Zhou brought the southern true fire out of the vast sky bag. He suppressed it with the divine power and toyed with it, precisely controlling its heat. With a flip of his hand, his karmic fire appeared. Following that, he merged the karmic fire with the divine fire. He had learned this method from the memories of the Unholy One. The Unholy One naturally possessed the karmic fire. He had intended to take the southern true fire away but was delayed due to some matters. Now that Lu Zhou possessed that knowledge, how could he let go of such a great opportunity? After the true southern fire was subdued, it seemed harmless as it constantly weaved into Lu Zhou's karmic fire. The process was uneventful and did not cause too much damage. The next day, Lu Zhou made up an excuse to stay for 2 more days and did not leave. Nan Li, who had wished Lu Zhou was stronger, was naturally delighted. He wanted to continue to observe the stability of the formations. Lu Zhou took advantage of the time to continue refining his karmic fire, gradually absorbing the southern true fire. Fortunately, he had the purple glazed ceramic, the divine mark robe, the vast sky bag, and most importantly, the divine power. They all easily suppressed the southern true fire. He spent the entire 2 days refining his karmic fire. 2 days later, at night, when Lu Zhou put the southern true fire into the vast sky bag, a figure flashed past. "Who's so bold?" Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice. The figure rushed into the hall sneakily like a thief. He rolled over on the ground and removed the black cloth from his face. Thump! After knocking his forehead on the ground, he said, "Disciple greets master. Old fourth." Apart from his fourth disciple, Lu Zhou really could not think of anyone else. Mingshi raised his head and chuckled sheepishly. Lu Zhou frowned. "How dare you? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? It's fine. These people are weak, Mingshi said with a smile. Then, in the next second, he moved forward with his knees with a crying expression on his face and hugged Lu Zhou's legs as he said, "Master, I really thought you died. No good words can be expected from a scoundrel," Lu Zhou said as he kicked Mingshi away. Then, he added, "Didn't you say you don't have a master?" Mingshi continued kneeling as he said, "I swear I was just acting for them to see. This is the great void and the walls have ears. I swear on the separation hook that if there's an ounce of untruth in my words, I'll let the separation hook kill me. Enough. Stop talking about useless things. How did all of you and Old Third to the great void?" Lu Zhou asked. Mingshi told Lu Zhou about what happened with him and Duanmushang before he told Lu Zhou about Qisheng as well. Qisheng. Lu Zhou frowned in confusion. This person intentionally led us to believe he's Old Seventh and secretly helped us. However, the truth is he's very cunning and has yet to show his foxtail, Mingshi said. "You don't think he's Old Seventh?" Lu Zhou asked. "Impossible," Mingshi said confidently. "Master, I know Old Seventh very well. If it's not Old Seventh, why did he lure all of you to the Great Void? He's trying to curry favor with the sacred temple. He's now Great Emperor Ming Xian's lackey. Then, I think he's trying to curry favor with us to rope you in," Mingshi said. "Rope me in? Aren't you the unholy one? Master, why didn't you tell me about your legendary identity earlier? From now on, I'm your #1 lackey," Mingshi said. Then, he waved his fist as he added, "Let's see who dares to bully me in the future." Lu Zhou frowned and scolded him. "Is that all you got?" Lu Zhou's stay in the Great Void was rather smooth now due to his identity as the Unholy One. Since everyone misunderstood him, he decided to let them be. Every time he comprehended the Heaven Scroll and the Resurrection Scroll, he felt like he was the Unholy One. Since the world needed an Unholy One, he had decided to become one. "Master, you're the high and mighty Unholy One. Are you planning to return to the peak and take back what you've lost?" Mingshi asked with a cheeky smile. Lu Zhou said, "Your master doesn't have such ambitions." Mingshi revealed a regretful expression. Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, "How are the others?" Mingshi replied, "Eldest and second senior brothers are enjoying themselves at the Azure Emperor's place. I heard they're also participating in the Commander's competition. I think they should be going to Xuani Palace in a few days to challenge Zhang He. As for 5th and 6th junior sisters, I'm afraid their situation isn't too good at the White Emperor's place." Lu Zhou frowned. The White Emperor and Qisheng have a very good relationship. Qisheng is cunning, so he's definitely not a good person. My 2 junior sisters are very simple-minded, and I don't know if the White Emperor is mistreating them, Mingshi said. "The White Emperor shouldn't be so stupid. At the very least, they're future supreme beings," Lu Zhou said. "That's true," Mingshi said before he continued to report. "Old 8th and that Qisheng is with the sacred temple. Master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Speak frankly. I suspect that Old 8th has already betrayed the evil Sky Pavilion," Mingshi said solemnly. "During the 100 years you were gone, he has done a lot for the temple. He's now the #1 lackey of the sacred temple. No, he's the second. Qisheng is the #1 lackey of the sacred temple." Lu Zhou asked, "How did you know this?" "I went to the sacred temple once. Not only did Old 8th completely submit to the temple, but he's also spouting nonsense about the Unholy One to do whatever he wants," Mingshi said indignantly. "If that's the case, I won't let him off lightly," Lu Zhou said. "That's right. You have to punish him severely," Mingshi added fuel to the fire. Then he continued to say, "As for 9th junior sister and 10th junior sister," Mingshi hesitated and stopped speaking. Lu Zhou frowned. Mingshi took a step back before he said, "I will be direct, but please don't be angry. I think 9th and 10th junior sisters have acknowledged the thief who kidnapped them as their father. acknowledged the thief as their father? In 100 years, those wicked disciples have turned out this way? In fact, it was only normal for Lu Zhou to feel apprehensive about his disciples. He knew about and experienced the betrayals of Ji Tiandao's example, and there was also Chen Fu who died in Fragrant Valley, serving as an example. The relationship between two junior sisters and Emperor Xianxia is so good that it makes one's hair stand on end. I heard that he treats them like his daughters. How outrageous! Mingshi said angrily. Lu Zhou said, Emperor Xianxia. His name seems vaguely familiar. Mingshi said with a gossipy expression. Do you remember the Dark Prince? The zombie king that guarded one of the pillars of destruction? They both had enmity. It was the Dark Prince that cheated with Xianxia's concubine. Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi suspiciously. At this moment, not only did Mingshi look like a gossipy woman, but Mingshi also looked like a treacherous official depicted in the history books. He said with a frown, Old Fourth, they're all your fellow disciples. Are you sure you're right? Master, I'm not lying. I'm only telling you what I think, Mingshi said. If it's really as you said, I'll punish all of them severely, Lu Zhou said. At this time, Mingshi muttered, I can't guarantee my speculations are right though. As soon as Lu Zhou heard this, he reprimanded Mingshi immediately. Bastard! How dare you spout nonsense when you're unsure? I know I'm wrong. Mingshi kneeled down obediently on the ground. Forget it. After all, this isn't the Evil Sky Pavilion. You can leave, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve. Leave, Mingshi said. Master, let me stay with you. It wasn't easy for me to escape. I still have a lot of things to do. You should return, Lu Zhou said before he added. It might be safer for you to stay with the Scarlet Emperor. Once Lu Zhou's identity was exposed, the 10 halls would definitely attack him. At that time, he would have to deal with them alone. It would be difficult to have all his disciples follow him. Mingshi eyes lit up. All right, I'll work with you in secret. Your current mission is to grow stronger. You don't need to worry about anything else, Lu Zhou said. I'll personally investigate the situation of the others. Understood. Then, Lu Zhou threw the vast sky bag to Mingshi and said, The Southern True Fire is in there. Use it to refine your karmic fire. It can improve your cultivation and will greatly benefit you. Thank you, Master, Mingshi. Then, the cheeky smile on his face vanished before he kowtowed to Lu Zhou respectfully and loudly. Thump. Master, since disciple isn't by your side, you have to take care. All right, go. Just as Mingshi was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly asked, Master, that Zhang he is really weak. Can I be the commander? Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi with a profound gaze and asked, Do you really want to be the commander? Mingshi said righteously, I'm not someone who breaks promises or betrays others. In fact, even if Emperor Xuanyi personally begged me, I wouldn't have agreed to it. You may leave. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll take my leave now, Master. Mingshi turned around and left Southern Split Mountain. Before dawn, Lu Zhou continued to study the Heaven Scroll. Perhaps he was in the Great Void, but the pressure he felt when studying the Heaven Scroll was no longer as severe. He could even clearly sense the existence of the Merit Stone. It was very, very far away in some unknown place. Lu Zhou wondered out loud, could the system be the Merit Stone? Lu Zhou opened up the system interface and looked at his information. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Merit points 0. Remaining lifespan 93,872,744 days. 257,000 years. Items. Deadly Strike card X1. Golden Taishu Mirror. Reversal card X360. 000. Mounts. Wizard. Bayan, Jiliang, Qiongqi, Dangkong, Dijiang, Ingzhao Lu Wu. Weapons. Unnamed, Purple Glazed Ceramic, Infinite, Pillar of Impermanence, Confinement Seal, Fusion. Lu Zhou had seen this panel many times when he was in the Abyss. Due to the increase in his cultivation, It would probably be difficult to obtain merit points now. The endless lucky draws only resulted in reversal cards. Since he had more than 250,000 years of life, he did not plan to use the reversal cards. After activating 30 birth charts, every additional birth chart would increase his lifespan by 50,000 years, which exceeded his expectations. However, looking at it now, it was just a string of numbers. He still needed to improve his blue avatar. Currently, it had 14 leaves and 7 birth charts. Lu Zhou thought about divine soul pearls. The blue avatar was not restrained, so he could use any life hearts to upgrade it. The best choice was to use Fierce Beast's divine soul pearls. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "There's no rush. I should confirm my disciples' situations first." Then, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heaven scroll. The divine power on its body glowed fainter than before as the electric arcs began to change. In the morning, Xuani appeared near the hall. Nan Li flew over from the distance. After landing, he said in a strange voice, "Great Divine King Xuani, please don't take offense at the lack of hospitality over the past few days." Xuani replied with a smile, "After the true fire is gone, it's much more comfortable to stay here than before." "Really? Would I lie to you? Then stay a few more days." "No need. There are still many matters to attend to in Xuani Palace," Xuani said as he cupped his fists together at Nan Li. Swoosh! Lu Zhou appeared outside the hall. The duo called out, "Pavilion Master Lu." Soon after, Zhang He and the other cultivators from Xuani Palace arrived as well. Zhang He said, "Your Majesty, everything has been prepared." Xuani asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, do you intend to stay here or return to Xuani Palace?" "Let's return together," Lu Zhou said as he clasped his hands on his back. Not long after, Lu Zhou, Xuani, and the others flew away. As they flew, Lu Zhou suddenly asked, "How's the situation at Grand Mystic Mountain?" At the mention of Grand Mystic Mountain, Xuani looked to the left and right before he replied in a low voice, "The 10 halls made it part of the Forbidden Land in the Great Void. No one's even allowed to go near it. After all, Grand Mystic Mountain is your territory. Everyone's afraid of the Unholy One." "Forbidden Land?" Lu Zhou frowned. Xuani said, "I understand teachers' feelings very well. If you really want to go, I'll think of a way." "There's no rush," Lu Zhou said. Then, the duo flew into a nearby flying chariot followed by Zhang He and the others. Subsequently, the flying chariot vanished into the horizons. After they left, the cultivators of Southern Split Mountain quickly gathered on one of the platforms. Some of them could not hold it in any longer and asked, "Divine King, do you plan to take back the Southern True Fire?" Nan Li looked at the horizon and said, "The Southern True Fire is a divine fire, but it's not very useful. It's not a bad thing that he took it away." When everyone sighed upon hearing these words, Nan Li said with a smile, "Do all of you think I'm stupid? Did you not see Great Divine King Xuani's attitude?" Early in the morning, Pavilion Master did not go to him. Instead, he came to Pavilion Master Lu. Even when they boarded the flying chariot, he was flying slightly Pavilion Master Lu. Although he tried to hide it from me, his attitude didn't escape my notice. "Divine King, who is he exactly?" Everyone was puzzled by Nan Li's words. Nan Li looked ahead silently. When the sun rose in the east, it shone on the platforms of Southern Split Mountain. After a long time, he finally said, "Do your duties. No one's to interfere in the 10 halls' affairs. If anyone disobeys, they'll be expelled from the mountain." "Understood." The flaming sea in the south of the endless ocean. In a hall, the 4 Vajras bowed. "Your Majesty, Mr. Ri didn't disappoint. He easily defeated Zhang He of Xuani Palace. Zhang He's no match for him at all. Mr. Duanmu didn't use his full strength, but he fought to a draw with Zhang He." The Scarlet Emperor nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. He said, "All those years of cultivation haven't been in vain." He rose to his feet and said, "Call them over. We'll officially issue a challenge to Xuani Palace." The 4 Vajras. "Wait!" Mingshi and Duanmu Sheng walked in from outside. Mingshi said, Let's challenge another hall. We can't afford to offend Xuani Palace. Can't afford to offend them? The Scarlet Emperor frowned. Why do you say that? Xuani Palace is filled with experts. I'm really no match for them, Mingshi said with a slightly bitter expression. The Scarlet Emperor chuckled. Before you left, didn't you claim you're invincible among Dao saints? Slap. Mingshi suddenly raised his hand and slapped his mouth. That's the folly of youth. I'm too ignorant. I beg your majesty to spare me. The Scarlet Emperor was truly at a loss over Mingshi sudden change in style. I remember there aren't many experts in Xuani Palace. Dao Saint Li Chun and Dao Saint Zhang he are no match for you. Don't tell me great divine King Xuani personally made a move. No, there's another person. Faced with him, I'm no different from an ant, Mingshi said with a sigh. The Scarlet Emperor's curiosity was piqued. I'd like to know who's able to make you say such words. Mingshi said sheepishly. I think he's great divine King Xuani's helper. The Scarlet Emperor looked at the 4 Vajras for confirmation. One of the Vajras said, What Mr. Ri said is true. Mingshi frowned. If your majesty doesn't believe me, then forget it. I won't disturb your majesty. Then, Mingshi looked at Duanmu Shang meaningfully before they both walked out. The Scarlet Emperor did not stop the duo. After the duo left, he scoffed and said, I asked all of you to assist them and monitor them. The 4 Vajras fell to their knees at once. We know our mistakes. Who's that person? The 4 Vajras were extremely embarrassed. We didn't have a good look. To be able to defeat both of them, he has to be a Dao Saint or stronger. How can you not have a good look? The Scarlet Emperor's expression turned solemn. The 4 Vajras looked at each other, feeling extremely wronged. Perhaps the disparity in strength is too great so we couldn't see him clearly. After all, even Mr. Ri suffered a crushing defeat at the other party's hand. The Scarlet Emperor was speechless. He wanted to reprimand them, but when he thought that the other party might really be an expert, he waved his sleeve and said, You may leave. Understood. The 4 Vajras turned around and left. Xuani Palace. After returning, Xuani received a letter. After reading it, he tossed the letter aside and said, It came so quickly. Inform Zhang He to get ready. A new challenger has appeared. Understood. When the letter was delivered to the Dark Hall, Zhang He was surprised. He frowned after he read the letter. The Azure Emperor is even more anxious than the Scarlet Emperor. Does he think I'm so easy to bully? Li Chun, who was standing at the side, asked with a smile, What's the matter? I lost at Southern Split Mountain, Zhang He said somewhat angrily. Upon hearing this, Li Chun exclaimed in surprise, You were actually defeated? Fortunately, Pavilion Master Lu made a move and defeated the opponents. Otherwise, my position as commander would have been lost long ago. Zhang He said with a sigh. Li Chun nodded and said, I see. So it's the Azure Emperor this time. Who else can it be? Zhang He scoffed. Does he really think I'm so easy to bully? I suggest you ask Pavilion Master Lu for advice. He's mysterious and unpredictable. If he can defeat the Scarlet Emperor's people, he'll have a way to defeat the Azure Emperor's people, Li Chun said. You have a point. With that, the duo walked toward the place where the Evil Sky Pavilion's people stayed. Not long after, they arrived at Lu Zhou's courtyard. Coincidentally, some of the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion were also present. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Li Chun smiled and told Lu Zhou everything. Then, he said, This matter concerned the dignity of Xuani Palace and the position of commander. I hope Brother Lu can advise us. The Azure Emperor's people are coming? Lu Zhou asked. The letter of challenge has been sent. They should be arriving in a few days, Li Chun said. We're pressed for time. We have to think of a foolproof plan to defeat the opponents. When the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion heard that the Azure Emperor's people were coming, realization dawned on them immediately. Yan Zhenlua said from the side, In fact, it's very easy. Easy. Zhang He was puzzled. Just admit defeat. Zhang He said unwillingly. Although I, Zhang He, am not the strongest, I'm not so cowardly. This concerns the dignity and reputation of Xuanyi Palace. No matter what, I can't just admit defeat. I'm saying that for your own good. Those two are obviously experts, Yan Jinlua said. Zhang He asked curiously, have you seen them before? Yan Jinlua instinctively shook his head. No. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion shook their heads as well, acting as though they did not know anything. Then, how do you know they're experts? Zhang He asked curiously. Do you even need to ask? Yan Jinlua said. To be able to possess the great void seeds, they're definitely not simple. To them, cultivating for a day is like cultivating 10 years for us. How can we compare? Moreover, those who are able to catch the Azure Emperor's eyes are definitely outstanding. Apart from that, the Azure Emperor has rich experience, and his understanding of cultivation surpasses ours. If he weren't confident, he wouldn't send people here to trample on his dignity. Right? Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion nodded. The logic was flawless. Everyone gave Yan Jinlua a thumbs up. Zhang He also agreed, but he said, that's why I came to look for Pavilion Master Lu. I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter, Lu Zhou said. Ah, this involved the fight for the position of commander. If I were to interfere, wouldn't it violate the rules of the Great Void? You've already lost at Southern Split Mountain. Even if I help Xuanyi Palace again, what about the future challenges? Lu Zhou countered with a question. A man must do what must be done. Do you really care so much about the position of commander? Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice. It's not like that, Zhang He said. Moreover, the pressure of being commander has been mounting. If someone is willing and capable, I, Zhang He, will gladly relinquish my position. Then, adjust your mindset and have a good sparring session with those two. Even if you lose, it won't be shameful, Lu Zhou said. Zhang He understood. If he employed petty tricks, even if he won, it would be disgraceful. In the future, it would become an unerasable stain on Xuanyi Palace. A fair fight. If I lose, I lose. Zhang He thought to himself. He realized he had almost veered off the wrong path, and when he regained his senses, he bowed to Lu Zhou at once and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou nodded. Zhang He turned around and left. Lu Li said with great interest, This guy seems to have changed. I thought he was really obnoxious before this. It's very rare to find such a simple and righteous person in the Great Void. However, is it really appropriate for the Pavilion Master to send him to be beaten up? What do you know? The Pavilion Master wants to take this chance to see Mr. First and Mr. Second's abilities. What if they've not improved in the past 100 years? Lu Zhou turned around and glanced at them, and they fell silent immediately. No one is allowed to reveal their identities, Lu Zhou said before he left with his hand on his back. Farewell, Pavilion Master. The next day, a green flying chariot appeared in the southeast of Xuanyi Palace. Not long after, it arrived above Xuanyi Palace. The messenger from Xuanyi Palace had long been waiting. Welcome, Azure Emperor. On the flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood side by side. Despite the beautiful scenery of Xuanyi Palace, the two cultivation fanatics were not interested at all. At this time, a voice rang from the flying chariot. Lead the way. Everyone, please wait for me. His Majestic is waiting for you in the Grand Hall. Under the lead of the messenger, the flying chariot flew into the back of the Grand Hall. The Azure Emperor dressed in a green brocade robe walked out. Xuanyi transmitted his voice at this moment. Lin Weiyang, you came all the way here. Did the Sacred Temple agree to this? The Azure Emperor replied. Even if they disagreed, they had to agree. Otherwise, how could I have come? The Azure Emperor flashed and appeared in front of the Grand Hall. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong flashed as well, landing behind the Azure Emperor. One held a saber and the other held a sword. Xuanyi asked with a smile, Are these the two owners of the Great Void Seeds? The Azure Emperor nodded before he asked, Which of them do you think will be the commander of Xuanyi Palace? Xuani glanced at the duo before he replied with a smile. We'll have to ask Zhang He. At this moment, 2 chairs flew out from the Grand Hall. One landed behind Xuani and the other landed behind the Azure Emperor. Zhang He flew over from afar and said in a low voice, Zhang He greets the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor looked at Zhang He and asked, You're Zhang He? That's right. Very good, the Azure Emperor said. You can pick one of these 2 at random. The Azure Emperor did not like to beat around the bush and was straightforward in everything he did. Zhang He also did not want to waste time. He looked at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. The 2 people's auras were extraordinary. They were different from those 2 he met at Southern Split Mountain. Finally, he pointed at Yu Zhenghai and said, I pick him. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiangrong nodded and said, Not bad. You have a discerning eye. It's best to choose an easy opponent first before facing a tough opponent. Indeed, you made the right choice. Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, I'll show him that's not only the wrong choice, but also an extremely stupid choice. Yu Zhenghai flew into the huge square in front of the Grand Hall like a shooting star, and Zhang He rushed out to meet him. At the same time, Lu Zhou appeared at a corner of the Grand Hall and looked at the square. Li Chun, who was standing on the left, said with a smile, With Brother Lu's advice, Zhang He should be fine. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose, Lu Zhou said. He wanted to see how much Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong's cultivation had improved. Swoosh! The jasper saber at Yu Zhenghai's waist flew into the air. He cast the great mysterious heavenly palm, and the dark heaven starlight spun toward Zhang He. The dark heaven starlight was Yu Zhenghai's signature move. The space continued to ripple and twist. A barrier flashed, preventing the attacks from damaging the surroundings. Bang! 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 Zhang He's hands were like blades as they chopped at the dark heaven starlight. Sovereign descent! Yu Zhenghai had started with his strongest move, and there was no room for maneuver. The energy sabers that fell from the sky were like a flood. Zhang He resisted with all his might, using all the power of the Tao that he had spent his life comprehending. So powerful! Bang! 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 Zhang He had no room to breathe because of the powerful pressure. It did not take long for his face to turn red. He suddenly realized that he had made the wrong choice. Why is this person so fierce and overbearing? He's even more overbearing than that spear user. The power energy sabers were unpredictable, and each of them contained the power of the Tao. Xuani's expression was solemn as he said, This person manages to shake the Xuani Grand Formation? To be safe, Xuani pressed his hand down to boost the formation. The surging power quickly strengthened the Xuani Grand Formation to protect the surroundings. The Azure Emperor laughed. Are you that worried? I've underestimated him, Xuani said. The Azure Emperor chuckled. I've spent quite a lot of effort on them over the years, after all. He's only used 30% of his strength so far. Zhang He, who overheard these words, was shocked, and his heart tightened. Only 30%? Bang! During this brief moment of distractions, several energy sabers sent Zhang He flying. He flipped in the air, barely managing to stabilize his footing. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, Continue! Bang! Yu Zhenghai advanced while holding the jasper saber with both hands. He hacked at Zhang He continuously. Bang! 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 Zhang He could only defend. The energy sabers pressed down on him, causing him to retreat and feel uncomfortable. Cracking noises rang from the ground, and Xuani immediately struck the ground with his hand to strengthen the formation again. Yu Zhenghai shouted, Water Dragon Song! A large number of energy sabers appeared, forming a saber formation that held the terrifying power of the Tao. It swept toward Zhang He in just a blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Zhang He could no longer resist. His opponent's power of the Tao seemed to be slightly stronger than his. It was difficult to use his techniques to counter the power of the Tao. At the moment his hands met the incoming attack, he was sent flying again. He quickly flipped and landed on the ground. Even if he lost, he could not embarrass Xuanyi Palace. This was his conviction. He stood with his back straight. His arms and legs were numb. At the side of the hall, Li Chun exclaimed in surprise, "This person is so overbearing. It's not easy for Zhang He to withstand so many moves," Lu Zhou said. He had a basic understanding of Yu Zhenghai's strength after observing the battle. If Yu Zhenghai did not have any trump cards, Yu Zhenghai's strength should close that of a great Tao saint. "He's grown so much after 100 years," Li Chun said with an unnatural expression on his face. "These newcomers are all so abnormal. It'd be difficult for everyone else to survive in the future." The Azure Emperor laughed heartily. He was clearly filled with satisfaction. "Not bad." Yu Zhenghai cupped his fists together at Zhang He and said, "Thank you." Then Yu Zhenghai naturally retreated to the side. At this moment, Yu Shangrong said, "Let's just skip the next round." Zhang He asked in confusion, "Why? You're no match for me. If you fight with me, you'll only embarrass yourself. A smart person knows when to retreat," Yu Shangrong replied. "Is this meant to be a piece of advice? Why does it sound more like an insult?" Zhang He said in a clear voice, "As a man, I shouldn't care about momentary defeats and victories. Even if I know I'm at a disadvantage, I can't back down." "Do you really want to fight?" Yu Shangrong asked. "If I don't try, how can I know where I'm lacking?" Zhang He said as his eyes burned like fire. Yu Shangrong nodded expressionlessly and said, "I admire your courage. I hope my sword will be able to satisfy you." Then he added, "You need time to recover. I'll wait for you." After saying that, Yu Shangrong tapped his toes lightly and flew to stand across from Zhang He. Then he calmly held the longevity sword. If one looked closely, one would see that his feet did not touch the ground. This showed his extreme and precise control. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said disapprovingly, "It's just the same boring technique to show off. It's still much more practical than your flashy and ostentatious techniques." Yu Shangrong retorted without looking at Yu Zhenghai, "You're all talk. When we return, we'll continue our fight." "Very well." "The Azure Emperor." Xuanyi laughed. "Ling Weiyang, are you here to fight for the position of commander of Xuanyi Palace when you've not dealt with the internal strife between your men?" Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, said, "Xuanyi, you may not know this, but this is how they behave. A healthy competition is good for their growth." "A healthy competition?" Xuanyi asked skeptically. Then, he asked, "Among the two of them, who do you think is better?" "Don't try to sow discord," Ling Weiyang said. "When I dominated the Great Void, you were still a naked child. It was a sincere question. You can't judge me based on your own villainous thoughts," Xuanyi said helplessly. Ling Weiyang thought for a moment before he said, "If you really want my evaluation, they're both very strong. Yu Zhenghai is skilled with the saber, and Yu Shangrong is skilled with the sword. Their mastery of their weapons had reached its peak. The only thing they lack is their comprehension of the great Tao and the tempering of their mental state. With such a high evaluation, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself later?" Xuanyi asked. "In terms of saber and sword skills, no one can compare to them," Xuanyi said. "I stand by what I said." Xuanyi's interest was piqued. He said with a smile, "In that case, Zhang He did not lose unjustly. If it's as you said, that their mastery of the weapons had reached the peak, I'd like to experience it." Ling Weiyang laughed. "I heard that you became a great divine king recently, but you want to personally compete with two juniors?" Xuanyi shook his strength and said, "As an elder, why can't I test the junior's strength?" Ling Weiyang said, "If that's what you want, then go ahead. Don't blame me if you become a joke in the Great Void." Xuanyi really wanted to test the duo's strengths. However, due to his identity, it was indeed inappropriate for him to make a move. Even if his excuse was good and sincere, it would still be embarrassing if words spread out. At this moment, Yu Shangrong said, "If the great divine king wishes to test my strength, he can do it at any time. However, it'll have to wait until my battle with Commander Zhang is over." Then we'll talk about it later, Xuanyi replied. He could use this time to come up with a better reason. About an hour later, he finally rose to his feet and returned to the center of the square. He cupped his fists together at Yu Shangrong and said, "Please." Swoosh! The longevity sword was unsheathed. Yu Shangrong did not move as the sword flew out like a streak of golden light toward Zhang He. His attacking rhythm was even better than Yu Zhenghai's. However, Yu Zhenghai said, "You're not much better than me." "That's not true," Yu Shangrong replied as he tapped his toes lightly and leaped into the sky before joining his palm together. The longevity sword continued to attack Zhang He. The rhythm and frequency of Yu Shangrong's attacks were extraordinary, precise, and fast. Zhang He felt pressured as soon as the battle started. Why is each of them more abnormal than the other? Initially, Zhang He thought that with the experience of fighting the Scarlet Emperor's men, it would be easier for him to deal with the Azure Emperor's men. Even if he lost, he would not lose too badly. Alas, it seemed like he was very wrong. At this moment, Yu Shangrong changed his hand gestures. Countless energy swords appeared around Yu Shangrong and began to spin like a vortex, causing the space to distort. "This?" Xuanyi frowned, slightly surprised. "He's using the sword to draw the power of the Tao?" Yu Shangrong looked down at Zhang He. With just a flash, the energy swords in the surroundings converged. Then one figure turned into three before they shot toward Zhang He at lightning speed. Zhang He instantly defended himself, but his vision became blurry. "I can't see." Zhang He could sense that his vision, space, and time were affected by the energy swords. As a result, he could not move normally. Avatar. Buzz. Zhang He was forced to manifest his avatar, hoping to send Yu Shangrong flying. He controlled it and released a huge wave of energy. Boom! When Zhang He's vision cleared, he discovered not only was Yu Shangrong unaffected, but Yu Shangrong was already standing in front of him. Yu Shangrong's hand seemed to contain the force of the mountain as he pushed it out. Too slow. Boom! Zhang He was sent flying. As soon as he was sent flying, he reacted quickly. He was a Tao saint after all. He controlled the primal qi in the air, hoping to strike back. Alas, Yu Shangrong did not give Zhang He a chance at all. He waved his hand, unleashing a golden beam of light toward Zhang He. Grand Seal Barrier. Zhang He switched from offense to defense immediately. He stood in the center as a huge green halo appeared, blocking the energy swords. Bang! 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 The Grand Seal Barrier was quite similar to Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal. Yu Shangrong, who was the best at offense, became interested when he saw the Grand Seal Barrier. Primal Restoration. The energy swords converged in a blink of an eye and stabbed at the Grand Seal Barrier. Upon seeing this, Xuanyi nodded and said, "He has rich combat experience. No move is wasted, and every move is just right." The energy swords pierced the Grand Seal Barrier. Zhang He's face flushed red, and his veins were bulging. He had overexerted himself. Once the Grand Seal Barrier completely shattered, he would be defeated. He looked up at Yu Shangrong only to discover Yu Shangrong smiling faintly. Yu Shangrong said, "I'm sorry, but I've only used 50% of my strength so far." Suddenly, more than 10 streaks of golden lights suddenly appeared around the longevity sword. Boom! 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 The longevity sword was unstoppable as it attacked. In just a blink of an eye, the Grand Seal Barrier shattered into pieces. The fragments were like stars in the air. When the longevity sword arrived in front of Zhang He, the battle ended. Zhang He did not resist. Instead, he looked at his appearance that was reflected on the sword. The sword was only 3 inches away from his neck, could easily pierce his vital points. Then, the longevity sword suddenly stopped glowing, looking like an ordinary sword. The energy swords vanished as well. The battle was quick and precise. Yu Shangrong said with a smile as he returned the longevity sword to its sheath. "Thank you for letting me win." Zhang He asked, "How did you do it?" Yu Shangrong replied, "The initial energy swords were not for attacking, but to draw a large amount of power of the Tao." Realization dawned on Zhang He. Yu Zhenghai was surprised as well. He thought Yu Shangrong was just trying to be flashy like him. But as it turned out, there was a reason behind it. I'm enlightened. Perhaps the Azure Emperor is right. Zhang, he said as he cupped his fists together at Yu Shangrong. I only know a little swordsmanship. I dare not claim to be the best in the world, Yu Shangrong said. Xuani nodded and said, not arrogant in victory, and not discouraged in defeat. Very good, very good. In any case, it's a great favor that the Azure Emperor taught you such exquisite sword skills. The Azure Emperor shook his head immediately. I didn't teach him his sword skills. I'm not so shameless as to take credit for something I didn't do. Oh, Xuani was surprised. However, only the people of the Great Void are capable of teaching him this level of swordsmanship, right? You're not wrong. However, the person who taught him isn't from the Great Void. There are many wonders in the world, after all. Xianxia nodded. All right, let me personally test the strength of these two owners of the Great Void Seeds to see if they're worthy of being the commander of Xuani Palace. When Xuani was about to make a move, the Azure Emperor said mockingly, are you really going to make a move? Based on the rules, they've already earned the right to become the commander of Xuani Palace. Xuani said, I approve of them. Then what's there to test? The Azure Emperor asked. Yu Shangrong cupped his fists at Xuani and said, if the great divine king makes a move, I'll have no choice but to admit defeat. How could a Tao saint be a match for a great divine king, after all? The Azure Emperor said, Zhang, he already lost, so the commander of Xuani Palace will be one of them. I forgot to mention, perhaps in a few years they'd be able to challenge you. You might not be able to maintain the position of master of Xuani Palace. Despite feeling a little unhappy, Xuani's expression did not change much. Whether it was the Azure Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, the Black Emperor, or the White Emperor, they were all once prominent figures in the Great Void. Later on, they suffered defeat and left the Great Void. It was not surprising that now that they returned, they were filled with resentment. However, Xuani really could not figure out why the Sacred Temple allowed them to send their men into the 10 halls. Today's outcome has been decided. I'll personally speak to Ming Xian about this. Farewell, the Azure Emperor said as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang from the side. Wait! Everyone, including Xuani, looked in the direction of the voice. Lu Zhou hovered in the air with his hands on his back, looking down at everyone. His long robe fluttered in the wind. He looked experienced and steady, and his gaze was profound. His aura was imposing. The mist in the sky lingered around him, making him look like an immortal. Then, he flew out and landed in the center of the square slowly like a falling leaf during autumn. Then, he said, if you want to become the commander of Xuani Palace, you'll have to go through me. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. No one knew the number 1 devil of the Golden Lotus Domain, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the master of the 10 disciples of the Golden Court Mountain better than Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did. No matter how much time had passed, they would never forget him. Silence loomed over the entire place. As soon as Lu Zhou appeared, Ling Weiyang could tell Lu Zhou was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's expressions were rather colorful. The duo's extraordinary bearing and overbearing, cold, and aloof aura seemed to have suddenly vanished. Yu Zhenghai hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrongly. When he looked again, he thought to himself, if that's not Master, who else can it be? The duo stood rooted to the ground. No one knew what they were thinking. Ling Weiyang smiled and asked, when did your Xuani Palace gain such an expert? Xuani was a little excited. Now that his teacher had personally stepped forward to fight for Xuani Palace's dignity, how could he drop the ball? He smiled and said, this is a friend whom I personally invited to join the Dark Hall. Li Chun was puzzled. Wasn't I the one who brought him here? Ling Weiyang nodded slightly and said, his aura is steady, and his cultivation is profound. It seems like he has some tricks up his sleeve. Then, he turned to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong before he said with a wave of his hand, both of you can play with him so Emperor Xuani can truly understand the gap between you and his people. It won't be easy for him to keep the position of the commander of Xuani Palace. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not respond to Ling Weiyang's words. It was as though they did not hear Ling Weiyang at all. They were still in a daze. Yu Zhenghai, Ling Weiyang called out, puzzled. Yu Zhenghai returned to his senses. He shivered slightly before he turned around and said, I think this should be left to my junior brother. With this, Yu Shangrong finally regained his senses. He shook his head immediately and said, Senior brother, please go ahead. No, junior brother, please go ahead. Senior brother, please. Xuani and Ling Weiyang. Usually, the duo would compete endlessly, but today, they were acting very strange, humbly giving way to each other. Ling Weiyang said, This isn't your style. Yu Zhenghai suddenly straightened his back and said righteously, In fact, when I sparred with Commander Zhang earlier, I used a little trick. If it was a fair fight, I definitely wouldn't be Commander Zhang's match. Zhang He, Yu Zhenghai continued to say with a straight face, My weapon is called the Jasper Saber. It has long been refined and upgraded to the infinite grade in Ling Weiyang's Snow Mountain Pond. However, Commander Zhang sparred with his bare hands. This is an unfair victory. I feel ashamed. Following this, without skipping a beat, Yu Shangrong said, I'm the same. Earlier, I took advantage of you since I have my sword. If I were to fight with my bare hands, I'm afraid I won't be Commander Zhang's match. My victory today is just a fluke. I can't even compare to Commander Zhang. How can I compare to another expert? Ling Weiyang scoffed. He patted the armrest and said, This isn't what you said before you came. Didn't you say a victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat, and it has nothing to do with weapons? I'm willing to admit defeat, Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong followed suit. Me too. Outrageous. I spent a lot of effort to refine your weapons in the Snow Mountain Pond. How dare you admit defeat? Ling Weiyang said angrily. At this time, Lu Zhou finally said, Tell me, which one of you will go first? In other words, there was no way Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong could escape from this. Yu Zhenghai thought about it for a moment before he said, Senior, you look like an expert. Why do you have to make things difficult for us juniors? Swoosh! Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Yu Zhenghai, pushing his hand out. Boom! Yu Zhenghai flipped backward in the air. He had to flip several times before he managed to regain his footing. His expression changed slightly. He looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression as he thought to himself, Perhaps this isn't master? This person is too heavy-handed with his attack. Yu Zhenghai studied the person in front of him. No matter from which angle he looked, the person in front of him was his master. It was impossible for him to mistake someone else for his master. He wondered why his master did not acknowledge their relationship. After a while, he thought that he had to follow his master's lead no matter what. With that, he forced a smile on his face and said, Senior's method is indeed fierce. I admire you. Lu Zhou flashed again and appeared in front of Yu Zhenghai. What followed was rather tragic. It was a one-sided beating. Lu Zhou flew back and forth in the air. Palm seals from the left and right landed on Yu Zhenghai with extreme accuracy. The entire process lasted for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea before Yu Zhenghai fell with a plop on the ground. With that, Lu Zhou flew up into the sky again. Silence descended again. Ling Weiyang's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yu Zhenghai did not bother to resist at all. It was not that the other party powerful, but it was Yu Zhenghai's one-sided submission. Ling Weiyang did not understand why the arrogant Yu Zhenghai, who would usually rather die than submit, suddenly became like this. Xuani nodded. Could it be that they know each other? Li Chun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly remembered something after a long time. Aren't they those people I saw at Chun Fu's training disciple? Pavilion Master Lu's disciples. Li Chun was not a fool. He could tell they were acting. Hence, he could not expose their relationship at this moment. I have to cooperate. That's right, cooperate. With that, Li Chun's applause broke the silence. As he clapped, he said, Good, very good. This shocked a few of the dark guards standing nearby. Xuanyi glanced at Li Chun, wondering what Li Chun was doing. Lu Zhou ignored everyone as he looked at Yu Shangrong and said, "It's your turn." This? Yu Shangrong knew he would not be able to avoid this disaster. Since it seemed like his master wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength, he thought he could show off a little. Swoosh! The longevity sword flew out from the sheath. Upon seeing this, Ling Weiyang revealed a smile on his face. "This is more like it." The longevity sword flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou unleashed energy swords with 2 fingers. Then they shot out in a domineering manner. Ling Weiyang exclaimed, "Supreme Being?" Whoosh! 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 Yu Shangrong flashed away. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou's energy swords still caught up to him. He felt the space surrounding him seemed to be restricted as well. After a few breaths, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the energy swords dissipated. The longevity sword fell to the ground with a loud clank. The battle ended. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou and Yu Shangrong, wanting to see the outcome of the battle. Lu Zhou and Yu Shangrong both looked normal. However, in just a moment, a ripping sound rang in the air. It was the sound of Yu Shangrong's green robe tearing. Again, Li Chun applauded loudly and exclaimed, "Amazing! Amazing swordsmanship." Xuanyi said with a frown, "You have no business here." "Understood," Li Chun said. As he walked away, he turned to look back a few times with a reluctant expression on his face. Lu Zhou did not say anything. He only looked at Yu Shangrong silently. Yu Shangrong said, "I've only learned a little swordsmanship. In front of Senior, my skills aren't worth mentioning." Yu Zhenghai chimed in, "My saber skills are ridiculously bad as well." The duo continued to belittle themselves and praised Lu Zhou. After a while, Ling Weiyang raised his hand and said, "Hold on." Everyone looked at Ling Weiyang. Ling Weiyang asked, "Do you know each other?" Yu Zhenghai replied, "You must be joking. My junior brother and I are from the 9 domains. How could we possibly know someone from the Great Void?" Ling Weiyang's gaze was profound as he asked, "You're their master, right?" Upon hearing this, Xuanyi thought to himself, "As expected." Ling Weiyang did not wait for Lu Zhou to reply before he continued to say, "I have lived for so long. What kind of tricks can you play in front of me? Do you think I won't be able to tell?" Lu Zhou finally said, "Back then, I left behind 2 cultivation techniques. One is the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, and the other is Primal Restoration." Ling Weiyang nodded. "To be able to create such exquisite techniques, I'm not surprised you're a supreme being. However, I'm really curious. When did someone like you appear in the Great Void? How come I've never heard of you?" Lu Zhou said calmly, "I heard that, in the past, the Azure Emperor lost during the competition for the 10 halls and was forced to leave the Great Void. You wandered the endless ocean and stayed in one of the lost lands. It's been 100,000 years. Put me aside. Do you even know all the masters of the 10 halls?" The dark guards were very nervous at this moment. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were surprised. Is Master going to oppose the Azure Emperor just like that? Ling Weiyang was not angry. Instead, he said with a sigh, "You're right. That's why I returned." "I've returned as well." Xuanyi sighed inwardly upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Perhaps, he was the only person who understood the meaning behind Lu Zhou's words. "Since you're a supreme being, you should spar with a supreme being. Since you're their master, let me compete with you," Ling Weiyang said. Lu Zhou shook his head. "The victor has been decided. There's no need to compete." "The victor has been decided?" Ling Weiyang was puzzled. "It hasn't even started yet. How can the victor already be decided?" Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he said tonelessly, "If you don't remember, go back and think about it." Ling Weiyang frowned. A ray of light appeared in his hand as primal chi began to gather. At this moment, Xuanyi said, "Ling Weiyang, your memory is really getting worse." Ling Weiyang asked, "Even you think I'll lose to him?" "What I mean is you've already been defeated," Xuanyi said. "Prove it." Buzz. A huge green lotus appeared under Ling Weiyang's feet, spanning the entire square. All he needed to do was stomp his feet lightly, and the entire square would be destroyed. He stood still, waiting for Lu Zhou's response. After all, his status and power were supreme. At this moment, Lu Zhou tapped the ground lightly. The divine power and the divine Dao power rippled out toward the green lotus. Ling Weiyang frowned as he looked at Lu Zhou. Cultivators had a wonderful perception and memory just like skilled chess players. No matter the victor or the loser, they remembered every move they made in a game that left a deep impression on them. They could even replay the game in their minds. Ling Weiyang was no exception. However, this memory was too far back. It had been more than 100,000 years. Hence, it took some time for him to recall the memory. He felt inexplicably strange and could not figure out his feelings as he looked at the green lotus under his feet. When his green lotus disappeared, Ling Weiyang looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression. He was not certain, but he could not deny it either. In the end, he just said lightly, "See you another day." After saying that, Ling Weiyang turned around and flew away. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood rooted to the ground, not knowing whether they should follow Ling Weiyang or not. They hesitated. Finally, Lu Zhou said, "Since the Azure Emperor has done you a favor, go." The duo did not speak. They did not even call him master. Regardless of what had been said, they had to carry on with the plan. Everything had to be done step by step. Finally, the duo cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou before they flew into the air and disappeared. Xuanyi flashed to Lu Zhou's side immediately. Then, to make sure no one could hear him, he said through voice transmission, "When did teacher accept disciples?" "It's been many years," Lu Zhou said. "Even your disciples are so outstanding," Xuanyi said. "Their cultivations are incredibly profound, and their future is boundless. They'll definitely become divine emperors. No wonder Ling Weiyang took fancy to them. They're much stronger than those two at Southern Split Mountain. These two have the bearing of someone in a high position. Those two at Southern Split Mountain, if they didn't possess the great void seeds, they'd probably become street thugs." Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "Those two are my disciples as well." Xuanyi was momentarily stunned. A string of mocking words was stuck in his throat, and he had to forcefully swallow them. Then he said with a straight face, "To be able to act like they're street thugs when they're actually not, it's very clear that they're talented. Talented people are all very interesting." Then, Xuanyi glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes. He sighed in relief inwardly when he saw that Lu Zhou did not seem angry. Then, he said loudly, "How talented! No wonder they're able to defeat Zhang He. I welcome them to be the commander of Xuanyi Palace." "Zhang He?" Then, Xuanyi said regretfully, "Unfortunately, Ling Weiyang could guess something is wrong. I'm afraid he won't easily let them return to Xuanyi Palace." Lu Zhou did not care about this. He was too lazy to think about it. Since he confirmed the duo was fine and their cultivations had improved, everything was fine. Next, he would have to check on his other disciples. Hence, he asked Xuanyi, "Why don't you accompany me to Shangzhang Hall?" Xuanyi nodded. "We can go any time." "All right." At this moment, an idea appeared in Xuanyi's mind. Then he asked, Pavilion Master Lu, perhaps? Could it be that those two girls? Also, Lu Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. Then he turned and walked away with his hands on his back. Xuanyi looked at Lu Zhou's back as his heart skipped a beat. He said again, "Then the others?" Lu Zhou did not say anything and left the square. Silence meant tacit agreement. Realization suddenly dawned on Xuanyi. The great void seeds that everyone had been searching for so many years were snatched away by Teacher. Teacher is the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang He looked at Xuanyi, who was in a daze. After a while, he could no longer hold back, so he said, "Your Majesty, why don't I just give Pavilion Master Lu my position? I understand that you're worried this might leave a mark on me, but I've really thought it through. Nothing is important as long as Xuanyi Palace can grow stronger. I'm willing to step down, and I don't have any complaints. Xuanyi glanced at Zhang He. After a long moment, he scoffed and said, You think too highly of yourself. After saying that, Xuanyi placed his hands on his back and returned to the hall, looking as though he could not be bothered with Zhang He. Your Majesty? I really don't mind. Xuanyi turned around and said, If you really don't want to be the commander of this hall, then choose from one of the 4 people who defeated you. Zhang He said, But I think Pavilion Master Lu is the most suitable. Xuanyi asked in a low voice, Do you really not understand, or are you just pretending not to understand? Ah, scram. Zhang He bowed and quickly left, looking extremely aggrieved. After Zhang He left, Li Chun flew over from nearby. Seeing that Zhang He was in a bad mood, he said with a smile, Victories and defeats are common among warriors. Don't be so dejected. His Majesty has changed. Ha! Since His Majesty has become a greater divine king, why should he look at other people's expressions? Even when the Azure Emperor came, His Majesty didn't lower his head in fear. Why is His Majesty so obsequious toward the White Majesty's people? Zhang He was truly puzzled. Li Chun nudged Zhang He with his elbow and said in a hushed tone, You dare to call His Majesty obsequious? Zhang He sighed. I really wish I don't have to say that, but actions speak louder than words. Zhang He had seen the way Xuanyi had acted around Luzhou. Xuanyi's actions could only be described as obsequious. Li Chun sighed softly and said, Actually, I have the same thoughts as you. However, after today, I feel that things aren't that simple. Ha! Commander Zhang, remember your position and think carefully. Perhaps you've been defeated too many times recently that you've forgotten how to think. Li Chun said. Zhang He was stunned. Li Chun continued to say, Pavilion Master Lu blocked the Azure Emperor's attack today. Do you really think things are that simple? Zhang He frowned slightly. He straightened his back, regaining the aura of a commander. Then, he carefully recalled Xuanyi's interactions with Luzhou. Soon enough, his eyes lit up. The next day, Shangzhang Hall. A graceful and elegant woman came to Shangzhang's side and asked softly, Your Majesty, have you decided on the commander of Shangzhang Hall? Shangzhang looked ahead as he placed his hands on his back. He turned around before he said with a sigh, Junhua, why don't you decide for me? The woman was Kong Junhua, Shangzhang's wife. Kong Junhua smiled and said, I believe your Majesty already has the answer. Why are you asking me? Oh, Shangzhang smiled. Why don't you tell me what you think? According to the rules, there can only be one commander in a hall. The position of commander in Shangzhang Hall has been empty for so many years. It's time for someone to take over. Those 2 girls are very talented, and their characters are good. Little Yuaner is smart and innocent. Conk is generous and cautious. I like both of them very much, Kong Junhua said. Her answer was very ambiguous. Shangzhang said, There's no need to beat around the bush, my lady. Then, I'll be blunt. Speak. Little Yuaner is undoubtedly the best candidate, Kong Junhua said. As for the reason, she did not state it. She believed Shangzhang knew better than anyone why she had chosen Little Yuaner. Shangzhang was not surprised by the answer. He sighed lightly. Then, what about Conk? Kong Junhua said with a smile. According to the sacred temple, we're supposed to cultivate young talents for the good of the 10 halls and maintain the balance of the world. Conk has her own place to go. The Xianmeng Hall has already sent people to Shangzhang Hall. It seems like they intend to support Conk as their new commander. Xianmeng Hall. Shangzhang frowned slightly. 4 of the hall masters have already fallen. The sacred temple is the only reason they're able to survive until now. They're chaotic without a leader, and it's been like that for 100,000 years. I don't feel at ease letting Conk go there. It's precisely because Xianmeng Hall doesn't have a leader that we should let Conk go there. Who knows if she'll become the hall master in the future. At that time we'll have another ally, Kong Junhua said. Shangzhang fell silent. After a long time, he asked Kong Junhua, What's the sacred temple's attitude like? You know better than I do about this matter. The sacred temple doesn't care much about these trivial matters. Great Emperor Ming Xian only cares about the balance between heaven and earth. He doesn't even care if everyone dies. One of the pillars of destruction collapsed, affecting Xianxia Hall, but he didn't even come over to have a look, Kong Junhua replied. Is the balance between heaven and earth the only thing in Ming Xian's heart? Xianxia sighed. Perhaps at his level, maintaining the balance is the most important. Xianxia scoffed. Do you think Ming Xian is so good? Kong Junhua placed her index finger against her lips and made a hush gesture. Xianxia said disapprovingly, This is Xianxia Hall. So what if I criticize him a little? I'm just afraid that the walls have ears, Kong Junhua said. As soon as Kong Junhua finished speaking, Your Majesty, Madam, the Deputy Commander Wu Xing of Xianmeng Hall is here. Xianxia sized Wu Xing up as he said, No need for formalities. Kong Junhua said, Deputy Commander Wu, I've already read your letter. However, don't you think you're too anxious to come over now? Wu Xing said helplessly, I have no choice. The competition for the positions of commanders has already begun. As you know, Xianmeng Hall has been weak for 100,000 years. How can I possibly be a match for those Dao Saints? It'd be better to let the owner of a great void seed take over the position of commander. With Emperor Xianxiang's support, there'd be no problems. Kong Junhua nodded before she looked at Xianxiang. Xianxiang said, I do have two very good candidates. However, they're too young. I'll recommend other Dao Saints to you. What do you think? Wu Xing shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Although the minimum requirement to become a commander is to be a Dao Saint, you know that many Dao Saints never break through for the rest of their lives. The ones who can go far are the owners of great void seeds. Look at Lan Shiha of Chongguang Hall. She's not received a challenge so far. Who would dare? Xianxiang was very hesitant. After all, Little Yuaner and Conk were talents he had found with great difficulty. Wu Xing hurriedly brought out a letter and respectfully handed it to Xianxiang. I've asked for the sacred temple's opinion. This is the letter I received. Xianxiang glanced at the letter, but he did not take it. Instead, he flicked his sleeve, turning the letter to dust. The sacred temple has two great void seeds owners as well. Why didn't they give you one? Mr. Qisheng is already the commander of Two-Way Hall. I heard that the young man with the surname Zhu is now deciding on which hall to challenge. Wu Xing said with a bow. Your Majesty, please consider the bigger picture. Xianxiang remained silent. Upon seeing this, Kong Junhua said, Someone, bring the two girls over. Understood. Cultivator left. He returned 15 minutes later with Little Yuaner and Conk in tow. Kong Junhua knew Xianxiang was soft-hearted and could not say much. Hence, she stepped forward and said with a smile, Little Yuaner, Conk. Greetings, madam. Little Yuaner and Conk replied in unison as they bowed. When Wu Xing turned to look at the two girls, his eyes shone with joy. Kong Junhua said, I asked both of you here for an important matter, and I want to discuss it with you. Since His Majesty can decide on this matter, he wants to hear your opinion. What is it? Little Yuaner asked curiously. After Kong Junhua told the two girls everything, Little Yuaner frowned. She looked at Wu Xing, who had a strange look in his eyes, and asked, You want one of us to be the commander of Xianmeng Hall? That's right. Kong Junhua smiled and said, A commander is the symbol of status. He or she leads the hall and maintains the balance of the world. It's an extremely high position in the Great Void. Not interested, Little Yuaner said without hesitation. Wu Xing. Kong Junhua continued to say, Both of you are already Dao Saints. As for Little Yuaner, it won't be long before she becomes a great Dao Saint. Your talent is high and rare. You can't miss such a great chance. Then Kong Junhua looked at Wu Xing meaningfully. Whether or not he understood her meaning depended on him. Wu Xing was not an idiot. He bowed and said with a smile, Your Majesty, if possible, we would like this lady to become the commander of Xianmeng Hall. Then Wu Xing extended his large hand toward Conk. Kong Junhua had been praising little Yuaner non-stop. If he still could not understand Kong Junhua's meaning, he would be an idiot. How could he steal their favorite candidate? Moreover, he thought little Yuaner was too princess-like and not someone to be trifled with. He felt that Conk looked gentle and should be easier to deal with. Upon seeing Wu Xing pointing at her, Conk said, "I'm not interested." Conk's tone and attitude were exactly the same as little Yuaner's. Wu Xing still had a certain amount of confidence in Xianmeng Hall. Although the hall had been without a master for a long time, fortunately, the sacred temple was around to maintain the balance, so he was not too troubled by the other 9 halls. Moreover, the great void is so vast. Who would travel so far just to look for trouble? Wu Xing said, "Miss Conk, our Xianmeng Hall is one of the 10 halls of the Great Void. You'll likely inherit the position of hall master in the future. Do you know what it means to become a hall master?" Conk asked, "What does it mean?" "It means you'll have a higher chance of becoming a divine supreme being. I don't need to explain this to you, right? You should know what it means to be a divine supreme being," Wu Xing said with a confident expression on his face. "I don't know," Conk said as she shook her head. Wu Xing felt like he was going to choke to death. At this moment, Kong Junhua said, "A divine supreme being is the strongest existence in the Great Void. Once you become a divine supreme being, you'll be able to comprehend the purest laws and Tao in the world. You will no longer be restricted by space, time, or distance." "Will a divine supreme being die?" little Yuaner asked as she blinked her eyes innocently. Kong Junhua, who was very confident when speaking, also almost choked to death by little Yuaner's question. Little Yuaner saw that everyone's expressions were a little strange, so she added, "His Majesty has said that no one can live forever." In other words, words about how divine supreme beings were no longer restricted by space, time, and distance were lies. Kong Junhua smiled and said, "Indeed, no one can live forever. We can only try our best to live as long as possible. A divine supreme being undoubtedly has the longest lifespan." "Okay," little Yuaner nodded. Kong Junhua continued to say, "Only the hall masters are allowed to enter the core of the pillars of destruction to comprehend the power of heaven and earth and complete the transformation into a divine supreme being." Wu Xing smiled. "So, Miss Conk, what are you waiting for? This is a great opportunity. Once you join our Xianmeng Hall, the Xianmeng Hall and Shangzhang Hall will be allies. We'll be on the same side." Conk did not give an answer immediately. She observed Shangzhang and Kong Junhua, and when she saw that Shangzhang was also ambiguous with his decision, she bowed and said, "It's better to let His Majesty decide." Shangzhang did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked Wu Xing, "Can you guarantee her safety?" "Of course," Wu Xing said as he patted his chest. "If Miss Conk joins Xianmeng Hall, we'll only treat her with the utmost respect. Moreover, she has your Majesty's support. Who'd dare to harm her? Moreover, the sacred temple and the other halls are also watching." Shangzhang nodded before he said with a sigh, "Conk, with your talent, it's a little unfair to you if you stay in Shangzhang Hall." With these words, Shangzhang's decision was clear. Conk's expression did not change at all as she said, "I understand." On the contrary, little Yuaner stood in front of Conk and said, "No, I won't be separated from Conk." Kong Junhua said with a helpless expression on her face, "Yuaner, you can't blame His Majesty for this. The entire Great Void is watching, and there's nothing we can do." These words were the truth. Seeing that little Yuaner wanted to retort, Conk tugged at her sleeve. Then little Yuaner said, "Very well. Then, I'm going with her. Stay in Shangzhang Hall. You'll become the commander of Shangzhang Hall," Kong Junhua said. In the end, the 2 young women still had to part. Conk said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. But I don't want to be separated from you," little Yuaner said. They had come to the Great Void together, and due to the unfamiliar environment, they had depended on each other greatly. Not only did they depend on each other for survival, but their hearts and souls also depended on each other. In the end, Xianxia rose to his feet and said, "It's decided then." Wuxia bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xianxia said, "If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. Don't worry. Even if something happens to Xianmeng Hall, my ancestor will ensure her safety," Wuxia replied. "Your ancestor has been in seclusion for so many years. Will he care about these matters?" Xianxia asked. Wuxia's ancestor was the only surviving grand shaman in the Great Void from ancient times. It was said that before he went into seclusion, he was only a step away from becoming a divine king. "My ancestor has already come out from seclusion, and he'll be visiting Your Majesty soon," Wuxia replied with a smile. "That would be good," Xianxia said. "Then we won't disturb you any longer. Miss Conk, please," Wuxia said as he turned slightly to the side. At this moment, a cultivator hurried into the hall. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Emperor Xuani is here." "Xuani? Why is he here?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. "He said he wants to meet the two ladies," the cultivator replied. Wuxia thought to himself, "This should be my competitor. After all, the owners of the Great Void Seeds are very popular." With this thought in mind, Wuxia hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my ancestor has ordered me to hurry back, so I'll leave first." Then Wuxia turned to Conk again and made a gesture of invitation. Conk hesitated, not knowing whether to leave or not. She turned to look at Xianxia, wanting to see his attitude. Xianxia remained silent. Kong Junhua said, "I heard that Commander Zhang He of Xuani Hall suffered a defeat at Southern Split Mountain. There are many people waiting to challenge him now, but he still has the time to come to our place." Xianxia waved his sleeve and said, "Tell Emperor Xuani that I'm not feeling well today. We'll meet again another day." Upon hearing this, Wuxia's eyes brightened, and joy bloomed in his heart. A disappointed expression appeared on Konk's face this time. Wuxia said, "Miss Yuaner, please make way." At this moment, Xuani's voice rang from outside. "Emperor Xianxia, you're really arrogant. I came to visit you, but you still refused to see me." Then, a ripple of energy appeared outside. Several cultivators from Xianxia Hall appeared, but they did not dare to stop Xuani. Xianxia sat down and said, "Let him in." Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures appeared in the hall. One was dressed in a long robe, and the other was dressed in a luxurious robe. Xuani stood on the right while Lu Zhou stood on the left. Both of them stood with their hands on their backs, and their expressions were calm. When little Yuaner and Conk saw the person on the left, they forgot everything and exclaimed, "Ah, Master!" Little Yuaner raised her hands to cover her mouth. No matter how hard she tried to suppress her emotions, her eyes began to redden. Conk was not much better than little Yuaner. She was barely able to restrain her emotions. "What is it?" Kong Junhua asked. Lu Zhou looked around indifferently and said, "Looks like I came at the right time." "Who is this?" Kong Junhua asked politely. Xuani said, "He's a friend of mine. He came to visit people he knows today." "People he knows?" Xuani was about to gesture at Lit Yuaner and Conk when Lu Zhou stopped him. Then, Lu Zhou's voice was grim as he asked, "Why aren't you kneeling when you see your master?" Lu Zhou revealed everything immediately. He had done so, unlike the others, because the girls were young and needed the most care in the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were not like the others who had lived their lives on the edge of a knife. The two girls' experiences were too lacking compared to the others. Thud! Little Yuaner and Conk fell to their knees at the same time. Then, they said in unison, "Disciple greets master." Commotion broke out immediately. Xianxia, Kong Junhua, and Wuxia looked at Lu Zhou in confusion, sizing up the two girls' master who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia was the most confused. He often went to the abyss with the two girls when they went to pay their respects to their master. He could still remember the past that the two girls spoke about. Finally, Xianxia asked, "You're the two girls' master?" Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia indifferently. He naturally knew who Xianxia was. He knew all of the 10 hall masters of the 10 halls. He was very familiar with their appearances, temperaments, and personalities. Alas, the unholy one was no longer the unholy one of the past. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia and said indifferently, "Get up." Looking at the two girls who were crying with joy, Lu Zhou knew that his fourth disciple was talking nonsense again. After little Yuaner and Conk rose to their feet, they went to Lu Zhou's side. They had long forgotten all the plans in their hearts. This was especially true for little Yuaner, who was crying and complaining, feeling aggrieved. She kept saying things like, "Master, you're still alive," and "I've missed you so much all these years." After a long while, Lu Zhou finally patted little Yuaner's shoulder and said, all right, I've found you now." The duo gradually stopped crying and smiled. Kong Junhua bowed and said, "I've often heard about you from little Yuaner. I didn't expect you to be so young." Lu Zhou ignored Kong Junhua. He looked at Wu Xing before he asked with a frown, "What happened?" Little Yuaner pointed at Wu Xing and said, "Master, he wants to take junior sister away. He says he wants her to become the commander of whatever Xianmeng Hall. We're not willing at all." Wu Xing bowed to Lu Zhou and said, "So it's two ladies, Master. I apologize for my rudeness. I'm the deputy commander of Xianmeng Hall, and I came under the orders of my ancestor to find a commander for Xianmeng Hall. His Majesty has already agreed to let Miss Conk come to Xianmeng Hall." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou turned to Xianxia and said, "Xianxia." In the Great Void, it was normal for peers to address each other by their names. However, under normal circumstances, one would tack on a title to show respect. Addressing someone by their names, especially for someone like Xianxia, was a great disrespect and a huge provocation. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou. Xianxia recalled the stories little Yuaner and Conk told about Lu Zhou all year round, so he knew Lu Zhou's surname was Ji. He said, "Elder Ji, if you have any opinions, feel free to speak." Lu Zhou said expressionlessly, "How can a filthy place like Xianmeng Hall be worthy of my disciple?" Xianxia was puzzled. Filthy place. Wu Xing could not help but say, "Elder Ji, you don't know our Xianmeng Hall, so how can you insult us without any reason?" At this time, Xuani said with a sneer, "You can fool Xianxia, but do you think you can fool me? Your Majesty, you—" Wu Xing did not expect Xuani to suddenly speak up. Lu Zhou said, "You treated both of them well for 100 years, but you pushed Conk into a bottomless abyss. What are your intentions?" Xianxia said in a clear voice, "I've treated both of them like my daughters for the past 100 years. Even if you're their master, you can't insult me." "Oh!" Lu Zhou shook his head. Xianxia waved his hand. At this moment, a jade pendant at little Yuaner and Conk's waists flew out. "Take a good look," Xianxia said. Everyone exclaimed, "The solar and lunar concentric jade." Everyone in the Great Void knew this item. The solar and lunar concentric jade, rumored to be a sacred relic, was obtained from a fallen meteorite. It contained unfathomable power, and its main uses were to extend one's lifespan, increase one's cultivation speed, and ward off bad energy. Apart from that, it had a terrifying ability. When activated, it would erect a temporary space with absolutely impenetrable defenses. Its ability was the most precious thing about the solar and lunar concentric jade. With it, little Yuaner and Conk would be able to leave safely if they were in danger. Wu Xing's eyes were bright as he said, "It's actually the solar and lunar concentric jade. Your Majesty, you really spared no effort on these two." Kong Junhua chimed in, "The concentric jade is originally a personal item of mine and my husband. If we didn't treat them as our children, why would we give the jade away so easily?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Xuani did not expect Xianxia to give the two girls such a precious item. There was nothing he could say at this moment. In the end, he turned to look at his teacher. No matter what, everything depended on his teacher's attitude. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent, but his eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as he said in a slightly cold voice, "You are shameless enough to speak about daughters?" This was Xiangxiang's weakness. One should not easily hit another person's weak spot, after all. Even Xuanyi would not easily bring up the past in front of Xianxia. Kong Junhua looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Xianxia had reminded himself that Lu Zhou was little Yuaner and Kong's master, so he had been patient and tolerant earlier. However, he really could not take it anymore at this moment. He said with a wave of his sleeve, "Impudent!" Emperor Xianwei turned to look at his teacher. This matter still depended on his teacher's attitude. Lu Zhou's expression was still indifferent. There was still some contempt in his eyes. He said in a slightly cold tone, "You still have the face to talk about your own daughter?" This was Xianxia's weakness. As the saying went, one shouldn't hit a person in the face. Even Emperor Xianwei wouldn't easily talk about the past in front of Xianxia. Kong Junhua was slightly taken aback as he looked at the person in front of him. Xianxia Nian had always been polite and tolerant because he was the master of the two servant girls. He couldn't take it anymore and immediately waved his sleeve. "How dare you!" The strength of a divine emperor was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. However, Xianxia did not want to be ruthless. He only wanted to punish the person in front of him. When the power of the Tao swept toward Lu Zhou, he mobilized all the divine power in his body, and faint light shrouded him. During this period of time, his divine power had improved a lot. As such, it easily cancelled out Xianxia's power. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Wu Xing was also surprised. To be able to block Xianxia's attack meant that the other party's cultivation was not simple at all. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Since you took good care of my disciples in the past 100 years, I won't hold this against you." At this moment, Xianxia also realized the other party was not as simple as he had imagined. After all, how could an ordinary person survive the fierce battle at Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction? With this, he became more cautious. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and turned to say, "How can I trust you with my disciples when you can even abandon your biological daughter?" Upon hearing this, Kong Junhua, Xianxia's wife, said emotionally, "Sir, why do you have to be so hostile? You only know bits and pieces. You don't know everything. How can you blame us for that?" "I have the most right to speak about that matter," Wu Xing said as he stepped forward and cupped his fists together at the crowd. Back then, His Majesty and his wife gave birth to a child. Everyone in Xianxiang Hall celebrated joyously. Alas, she was the harbinger of disaster. When she was born, the great void sky was calm and clear. All 9 celestial stars were aligned, forming the perfect auspicious alignment. However, soon after, the 10th celestial star joined the alignment, and it immediately turned into the most inauspicious alignment ever. Why do you think Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction collapsed first? Wu Xing paused briefly before he continued to say, "Dunzang corresponds with Xianxiang Hall. It's right below Xianxiang Hall. In the past, Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction had cracked badly once. Great Emperor Ming Xian led 4 supreme beings to mend it. After that, every year, on the birthday of the Harbinger of Disaster, there would be strange movements at all 10 pillars of destruction. For the greater good, His Majesty and his wife had no choice but to part with their beloved child." Wu Xing sighed after he finished speaking. His words were meant to convey that Xianxia and Kong Junhua were great parents, and they should not be mocked. A few people in the hall sighed and some shed tears. One of Kong Junhua's female attendants mustered up her courage and said, "At that time, Madame wept for days and nights. She couldn't sleep at all." Everyone sighed again. Only Lu Zhou looked lost in his thoughts. No one knew what was on his mind. After a moment, he asked, "So you killed her?" Wu Xing said, "Even a tiger doesn't harm its own cub. How could His Majesty do that? She died from the curse of the balance." "The curse of the balance?" "She was born under a calamitous star. She was the harbinger of disaster. Her very existence conflicted with the balance of the great void. The power of the balance permeates the great void. The sacred temple scales of justice can sense it. The law of balance and the law of conservation are absolute in this world. If there's something that contradicts it, there would be a backlash. It was unfortunate that my ancestor couldn't remove her curse. After she died, His Majesty buried her in Nanhua. Kong Junhua grew even sadder when she heard these words. At this moment, Xianxia said, I don't want to talk about this. Since Wu Xing has said it, I have nothing more to say. Elder Ji, I understand that you love your disciples. However, the commander's competition has started. Even if Conk doesn't go to Xianmeng Hall, she'll still have to go to other halls. The imbalance in the 9 domains is worsening. If the Great Void can't stabilize the situation, in the end, the imbalance is going to destroy the world. No human or fierce beast will be able to escape at that time. Wu Xing bowed and said, Old sir, please consider the bigger picture. I guarantee Miss Conk will be safe in Xianmeng Hall. If she suffers the slightest loss there, I'm willing to hand my head on a platter to you. Xuani seemed to be persuaded by the words and the atmosphere at this moment. For the sake of the balance, it was not a bad thing for Conk to become the commander of Xianmeng Hall. Moreover, it did not mean she had to sever ties with everyone after joining Xianmeng Hall. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lu Zhou looked at Wu Xing and said, Why don't you just leave your head here now? Ha! Wu Xing's eyes widened when he sensed Lu Zhou's murderous intent. As soon as he raised his head, swoosh, Lu Zhou, who was glowing with faint divine Dao power, flashed and appeared in front of Wu Xing. Bang! Wu Xing was instantly sent flying and crashed into a pillar in the hall before he slid to the ground. He grunted in pain as his blood and qi surged. He quickly supported himself with his arms as he looked at Lu Zhou with a mixture of confusion and anger. He did not understand why Lu Zhou would suddenly make a move. Everyone was similarly confused. Shang Zhang's expression changed slightly. He frowned. You! Little Yuan quickly stood in front of Lu Zhou and spread her arms as she said, If you want to make a move against my master, you have to go through me first. Xianxia felt rather angry. Is this the girl I've doted on over the past 100 years and treated like my own? At this time, Conk also moved to stand next to little Yuaner and said, No one can hurt my master. Xianxia and Kong Junhua looked at the master and disciples, perplexed. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, All right, both of you move to the side. I know what I'm doing. Oh! Littler Yuaner and Conk had witnessed Xianxia's strength before, so they could not help but feel slightly worried about their master. Lu Zhou glanced at Wu Xing before he said, 10 celestial stars? Harbinger of disaster? What a good story. You're the master of Xianxiang Hall after all. How could you believe such a story? Xianxiang said, In your eyes, is everyone in the Great Void a fool? Now that you mentioned it, that seems to be the case. Xuani revealed an aggrieved expression. Teacher, please don't include me with them. Despite his thought, Xuani still maintained his bearing and aura as a divine emperor. Xianxiang had still tried to maintain a hint of courtesy for the sake of little Yuaner and Conk. But now, with those words, it was all gone. He scoffed and said, Why do you act as though the world is drunk, and you're the only one sober? Do you think everything the Great Void tries to maintain is fake? Lu Zhou noticed that Xianxiang's attitude had changed slightly and thought that he could not go too far in probing. He asked in return, 10 celestial stars aligning in a row is indeed a heaven and earth phenomenon. But what does it have to do with the collapse of a pillar of destruction? Xianxiang said, Every time there's a phenomenon, the pillars will shake. Doesn't that explain it all? Lu Zhou pointed at Wu Xing and asked, His ancestor is the Grand Shaman of the Great Void, right? So what? Xianxiang asked. Grand Shamans deal in witchcraft and sorcery, not astrology. In ancient times, the art of astrology had already been lost. After the land split, how did shamans gain the ability to observe the stars, prophesize, and determine what's good and bad? Lu Zhou asked. This? Xianxiang was at a loss for words. What were witchcraft and sorcery? It was the kind of power that harnessed the power of nature and psychokinesis. It was divided into the dark arts and white arts. White arts practitioners guided and guarded humanity, while the dark arts practitioners cursed humanity, corroded their souls, and corrupted their hearts. No matter which one it was, it did not include astrology. Lu Zhou had the memories of the unholy one. With the unholy one's knowledge and memories and his own confidence, he was certain this matter was false. He raised his voice and said, "Answer me." Wuxia endured the pain and said, "My ancestor is skilled in many different cultivation paths. What's so strange about him knowing astrology and knowing how to read the stars?" Lu Zhou said, "Then, summon him here to talk to me. It just so happens that I know a thing or two about astrology." Wu Xing's heart trembled. Xianxia seemed slightly stunned. Finally, Wu Xing said, "My ancestor has just come out of seclusion and is still resting in Xianmeng Hall. If you want to see him, you can come with me to Xianmeng Hall." At this moment, Xianxia asked, "What does it mean if the Grand Shaman doesn't know astrology?" Lu Zhou scoffed. "If he doesn't know astrology, how could the 10 celestial stars' alignment be inauspicious? How could your daughter be the harbinger of disaster?" After that, he said in a low voice, "It's just as I thought, you're a fool. What's so hard to understand?" Xianxia had lived for a very long time. He had experienced the sufferings of the human world and felt the coldness and warmth of cultivation. For the first time in a very long time, Lu Zhou caused his hands to tremble. He understood what Lu Zhou meant. Wu Xing grew extremely agitated. He cried out, "Slander! It's absolute slander. My ancestor was not the only one who witnessed the disastrous effect of the arrival of the harbinger of disaster. There were many powerful experts in the Great Void who saw it as well. When the 10 celestial stars aligned, the pillars of destruction really did shake. If it were not for the 10 halls, the Great Void would have fallen." Lu Zhou ignored Wu Xing and said, "In ancient times, Wu Zu successfully became a supreme being. As a result, he became the only shaman in the Great Void who was a supreme being. He enjoyed high status and respect. Unfortunately, he was not satisfied with this. In order to seek the path to become a greater divine supreme being or even a divine supreme being, he tried everything, including those ancient forbidden techniques. 110,000 years ago, in the Great Rift Valley, in the eastern part of the Great Void, the first splitting occurred. The vegetation within 30,000 miles withered, and countless fierce beasts died mysteriously. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The Great Void investigated the matter, but the death toll was too high, so they did not announce it to the world. That incident was called the Fatal Fission. The entire hall was silent. Lu Zhou was like an old man, telling the younger generation stories from the past. In the hall, there were only 3 people who did not doubt the veracity of the story. Their expressions were one of horror and shock. As for the others, their expressions were one of disbelief. "What does this have to do with my ancestor?" Wu Xing asked. Xianxia said, "Finish your story. I don't like to be kept in suspense." Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. He slowly said, "At that time, a cultivator found a witchcraft mark within the area affected by the split. Only supreme beings can use this mark. Do you need to spell everything out for you?" Wu Xing cried out again, agitated. "You're talking nonsense again. It's been 110,000 years. You can say whatever you want, but what evidence do you have? Xianmeng Hall won't stand for this slander. Your Majesty, you have to seek justice for me and my ancestor." Xianxia also felt that Lu Zhou's words were a little outrageous. He asked, "Are you saying the person responsible for the fatal fission is Wu Zu? It seems like you're not completely stupid. Do you have evidence?" Xianxia asked. "I'm all the evidence you need." These words were extremely infuriating. Xianxia felt his heart tighten as he asked again, "What exactly are you trying to say?" At this moment, Xuani could no longer stand it, so he said, "What don't you understand? Wu Zu wanted to use your daughter as a sacrifice, so he spread rumors about the 10 calamitous stars to confuse the masses. How despicable!" These words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Xianxia fell eerily silent. Everyone looked at Xuani and Lu Zhou in disbelief. They found this hard to accept. Kong Junhua's mind went blank as she staggered backward. It was easy to convince those who had a weak will even if one did not have evidence. As a mother, Kong Junhua naturally loved her daughter. When others called her daughter a jinx, she had questioned them, challenged them, and confronted them the most. However, in the end, she was left with no choice and had to bow down to reality. With time, many things were gradually forgotten, but many things were also gradually confirmed. Some things once done could no longer be corrected no matter how much time had passed. Kong Junhua did not know how to feel now that someone suddenly told her those things of the past were all fake. Shang Zhang could not stop trembling. His eyes burned brightly as he said, "I want evidence." Xian Yi, ever as faithful, said, "Pavilion Master Lu is all the evidence you need." Emperor Xuanyi, "You believe him?" Wu Xing exclaimed in surprise. "He's the person I trust most in this world," Xuanyi said, brimming with unwavering conviction that was clear for everyone to see. Wu Xing shook his head and chuckled before he said, "I'll remember what happened today. I'll remember these slanderous words and report this to my ancestor and the sacred temple. I don't believe no one in the great void will uphold justice." Then, Wu Xing waved his hand, preparing to leave. If Shang Zhang allowed Wu Xing to leave, it would be difficult for Lu Zhou to keep Wu Xing here with his current cultivation base. "Wait a moment." Conk stepped forward. Everyone looked at Conk. A delighted and surprised expression appeared on Wu Xing's face immediately. He thought Conk was going to follow him back to Xianmeng Hall. Conk's expression was very calm as she said, "I can prove that what my master said is true." Shang Zhang looked at Conk in confusion and asked, "How can you prove it?" After all, Conk was so young. How could she know about what happened 110,000 years ago? Conk raised her arm and rolled up her sleeve wordlessly, exposing her fair arm. Then, she tapped 2 fingers lightly on her arm, revealing a conch-shaped mark on her wrist. The mark glowed dazzlingly. Everyone was stunned. Conk continued to say calmly, "My mother's name is Luo Xian. She loved a cultivator from the Red Lotus domain. She was unrestrained and carefree, and she loved studying the shackles of heaven and earth. She stayed away from secular affairs and liked to wander the world. She hates war and killing. She was one of the first few people to discover the unknown land. She was very brave, and she was the one who saved me in the unknown land and gave me the name Luo Shirin." Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand what her words had to do with the matter at hand. Lu Zhou seemed to have realized something and frowned slightly. However, he did not stop Conk. Conk continued to talk about her life in the Red Lotus domain, her mother's disappearance, becoming an orphan, and her memory loss. Finally, she said, "When I met my mother again, she passed her cultivation to me. From then on, I would dream of strange scenes. There was a mountain and rivers in my dreams." Shang Zhang asked solemnly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Conk did not seem to hear Shang Zhang as she continued to say, "In my dreams, the mountain was green. It was summer all year round. The scenery was extremely beautiful. People called it Mount Nanhua." Following that, the mark on Conk's wrist suddenly flashed before 2 red dazzling characters appeared in the air. Shang Zhang. Thump! Kong Junhua staggered backward and fell. The female attendants hastily helped her up. Shang Zhang's eyes widened when he saw the 2 characters in the air. Xuanyi, Wu Xing, and everyone else looked at Conk in shock and disbelief. How's this possible?" Wu Xing gulped. Shang Zhang instinctively took a step back, unable to wrap his mind around this. Even as a divine emperor, he could not maintain his calm at this moment. He kept shaking his head. Upon seeing Shang Zhang's attitude, Conk rolled down her sleeve, and the 2 red characters disappeared. With another tap on her arm, the mark on her wrist disappeared. Then she said calmly, "I hid this mark because I only have one mother. Her name is Luo Xian. I have no other family members. Not now and not in the future." The entire place was as silent as a graveyard. Perhaps, Conk was the only one who was truly calm in the entire hall. She had seen the scenes in dreams 1,000 times, and she had repeated today's scene in her heart countless times. Her heart had ached when she had replayed the scenes in her dreams and heart, but they had been repeated so many times that she was no longer affected. Little Yuaner was not stupid. She naturally understood everything. She really wanted to comfort Conk, but she was afraid she would not be able to say the right words. In the end, she could only shut her mouth. Xuani, who had regained his senses, was the first to break the silence. If she's really the harbinger of disaster, how many years have passed since then? Why isn't there any change in the great void over the past years? If she's a jinx, then where's the disaster? Are you going to say the imbalance and the collapse of Dunzang's pillar of destruction are the disaster? Xuani continued to say in a slightly angry voice. He really thought Conk was pitiful and felt indignant on her behalf. He asked, Emperor Xianxia, what do you think? Xianxia staggered back and sat on his throne wordlessly, looking as though he had lost his soul. Conk turned around. She stood in front of Lu Zhou and bowed before she said calmly, I have the great void seed, so I'm the best candidate to be the commander of a hall. Xianmeng Hall is short of people. If Master has no objection, I'm willing to become the commander of Xianmeng Hall. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, If it were anything else, I'd agree, but not this. Then he turned to look at Wu Xing and said, For now, it's still very filthy. Wu Xing fell to the ground. Lu Zhou looked at everyone indifferently before he turned to walk outside. Little Yuaner and Conk hurried after their master. Whoosh! 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 Cultivators from Xianxia Hall appeared one after another at the entrance of the hall, looking at them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two ladies aren't allowed to leave Xianxia Hall without permission. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in his hand. Then, he said tonelessly, Don't force me to start a massacre. The cultivators looked at unnamed that emitted a terrifying power. All of them could tell it was a void-grade weapon. No one dared to move or fight with Lu Zhou, who wielded a void-grade weapon. At this moment, Xianxia said, Let them go. With that, the cultivators retreated in unison. Lu Zhou flew out, followed by Xuani, Little Yuaner, and Conk. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wu Xing rose to his feet and bowed at Xianxia as he said, Your Majesty, I still have to report back, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Wu Xing and his entourage quickly walked toward the entrance of the hall. Just as they were about to leave, Xianxia's gloomy voice rang in the air. Since you're here, you can't leave. Xianxia was expressionless as he waved his sleeve. The space at the entrance of the hall began to twist and distort. Swoosh! The cultivators with Wu Xing were sent flying as they vomited blood. Wu Xing's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and said, Your Majesty, you can't trust him. Xianxia ignored Wu Xing as he called out in a frosty voice, Men! Swoosh! 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 Several cultivators appeared in the hall in just a flash. Drag him away and cripple him, Xianxia said. Understood. Two cultivators stepped forward immediately. Wu Xing roared, Xianxia, how dare you? Do you really think Xianmeng Hall is easy to bully? If you dare to touch even a strand of my hair, my ancestor will never let you go. Xianxia's eyes burned brightly as he said, Break his limbs. Understood. Just as Wu Xing was about to struggle, Xianxia waved his hand. A light seal flew out and hit Wu Xing's chest. Wu Xing was sent flying before he was caught by 4 cultivators. Crack! Each of the cultivators broke each of Wu Xing's limbs. Keep him alive. I want to see how Wu Zhu is going to explain this, Xianxia said. Understood. Xianxia returned to his throne, still looking dazed. He turned to look at Kong Junhua. She had long fainted and was lying in the female attendant's arms. Take Madam to rest. Understood. After Kong Junhua was brought away, Xianxia stayed in the hall for a very long time. His expression was so calm that it was terrifying. After who knew how long had passed, Xianxia finally stood up. He felt numb all over his body. He took a deep breath. At this time, a cultivator entered the hall and asked, What are your orders, Your Majesty? Prepare the flying chariot. I want to go to Xuani Hall. Understood. Wait! Xianxia called out before he said, "This matter must be kept a secret. Also, bring the things in my Dao hall with you." Understood. As a trusted confidant of Xianxia, the cultivator was slightly surprised. The things Xianxia left behind were mysterious. It was said that they were treasures left behind for the heir. For example, the next master of Xianxia Hall or a cultivation genius who would become Xianxia's disciple. Xianxia continued to stay in the hall alone. He only made a move to the runic hall when the flying chariot was ready. Alas, Xuanyi Palace's runic hall refused to grant access to the people from Xianxia Hall, so the passage was blocked. Out of desperation, Xianxia had no choice but to fly across the mountains and rivers to Xuanyi Palace. Regardless of the distance, he still had to make this trip. He had to pay back the debt he owed. At the same time, there was a huge commotion in the northern region of the Great Void. As one of the 10 halls, Xianmeng Hall was once like the sun in the sky in ancient times. It was extremely glorious. After the land split, Xianmeng Hall joined forces with the other 9 halls to take down the Unholy One and his followers. At that time, the master of Xianmeng Hall perished during the battle with the Unholy One. The world praised Xianmeng for his sacrifice and achievement, and a monument was erected in his memory, so the world would remember his glorious past. Alas, the past would always remain in the past. No matter how glorious Xianmeng Hall was, without its master, it would eventually fall behind. In the sky south of Xianmeng Hall, rows of flying chariots hovered in the air. These flying chariots radiated power and were arranged in an orderly manner. A large number of cultivators hovered around the flying chariots. They were silver guards and cultivators from the sacred temple. No one knew why there were so many cultivators. Inside a hall, a thin old man with a gloomy aura stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the young man standing in front of him. After a long time, he finally asked, "You're Qisheng, the young man favored by the temple master of the sacred temple?" Qisheng smiled and cupped his fists together at the old man as he said, "I didn't expect that even Senior Wuxia has heard of me. I'm embarrassed. Why did you come to my Xianmeng Hall in such a grand manner?" This old man with a wizened face was the grand shaman of the Great Void, Wu Zue. Qisheng replied, "I heard that Xianmeng Hall sent someone to Xianxia Hall to look for a new commander. I came to say hello." "Say hello," Wu Zhu said. "You're already the commander of Two-Way Hall, so you don't have the qualifications to participate in the competition." Qisheng shook his head. "I'm not interested in the position of commander of Xianmeng Hall." "Then why are you here?" Wu Zhu said in a low voice. "Don't think that you can act presumptuously just because the silver guards and the experts from the sacred temple are here. I'm here for 2 reasons, Qisheng said calmly. First, in consideration of the great contributions Xianmeng Hall made to the Great Void, I came to visit the hall and Senior Wu Zhu on behalf of the temple. What's the second reason? Wu Zhu asked. You'll have to wait a little longer for the second reason. Wait. Wu Zhu looked at Qisheng and said, Do you think you can use a chicken feather as an arrow to pressure me? What kind of place do you think Xianmeng Hall is? Senior Wu Zhu, you must be joking, Qisheng said. Who doesn't know that you're the only grand shaman in the Great Void and that your cultivation is extremely profound? How would I, a junior, dare to act so presumptuously? Take your men with you and leave, Wu Zhu said with a flick of his sleeve before saying to his subordinate, See the guest out. The cultivators of Xianmeng Hall surrounded Qisheng immediately. At this moment, someone flew over from one of the flying chariots to Qisheng's side and whispered in his ears. His eyes widened slightly before he looked at Wu Zhu and said, It seems like there's another matter. Take your men over there and leave. See our guest out. Wu Zhu stood up and flicked his sleeves. The cultivators from Xianmeng Hall surrounded him. At that moment, a person alighted from the flying carriage in the sky and quickly came to Qisheng's side. He whispered a few words into Qisheng's ear. Qisheng's eyes opened slightly. He looked at Wu Zhu and said, As I said, I have 2 reasons for coming to Xianmeng Hall. Speak. Wu Zhu was beginning to feel impatient. I came to take your head. It was as silent as a graveyard in the hall. In the Xianmeng Hall, No one dared to show disrespect to Wuxia. Even in the Great Void, he was revered by tens of thousands of people. In his opinion, those capable of taking his head had not been born, and no one had the courage to do so now. He was not angry. Instead, he carefully studied the young man in front of him who seemed to be sick in the head. However, he could not see anything wrong. On the contrary, he saw sharpness, confidence, and murderous intent in the young man's eyes. Wuxia asked, "Is this the sacred temple's order?" In Wuxia's opinion, Two-Way Hall would not have the courage to provoke Xianmeng Hall. Considering Qi Shang's identity, this had to be the sacred temple's doing. Qi Shang nodded. "Do you think you have the capability to do so?" Wuxia asked. "I don't, but the sacred temple does," Qi Shang said slowly, still maintaining a respectful attitude. Wuxia said expressionlessly, "Newborn calves are unafraid of tigers." At the same time, a ball of black gas appeared in Wuxia's hand. At the same time, energy from his body began to ripple out. Qi Shang was not afraid or nervous. Instead, he said, "What's the rush? Don't you want to know the reason, Senior Wuxia?" Indeed, Wuxia really wanted to know the reason. After all, Xianmeng Hall was one of the 10 halls. If they were going to kill him, they had to give him a reason, right? Qi Shang crossed his arms and said confidently, "Everyone knows about Xianmeng Hall's achievements. Hence, the sacred temple isn't targeting Xianmeng Hall but Senior Wuxia." "Me?" Qi Shang brought out a talisman and ignited it with 2 fingers. Following that, a black mark fell from the sky and struck the ground. He said, "You should be more familiar with this mark than I am." Wuxia frowned upon seeing the mark. He clenched his hand, and the mass of black gas disappeared. Qi Shang brought a piece of paper with strange and mysterious symbols before he said again, "What's on this paper is an ancient forbidden technique. You should also be more familiar with it than I am." Finally, Wuxia asked in a deep voice, "What do all these have to do with me?" Qi Shang lit up the piece of paper before he said with a smile, "Senior, just listen to me. I'm only responsible for making statements. I won't accept any rebuttals or explanations." Then Qi Shang brought a huge scroll. It was a map of Xianmeng Hall's territory. He said, "Darkness converges here from all directions in the Great Void. The sacred temple said that his map cannot be kept, so I'll destroy it for you." With a clap of his hands, Qi Shang reduced the map to dust. At this time, Wuxia's expression finally changed, revealing anger and shock. Qi Shang raised his head and said, "I just received news that Wuxia is now a prisoner of Shangzhong Hall, and his limbs have been broken." Wuxia's eyes widened as he bellowed, "Say that again." Qi Shang did not repeat himself. He continued to say, "The sacred temple already knows about it." "You?" Wuxia's expression stiffened before he asked suspiciously, "Are you really the commander of Two-Way Hall?" Qi Shang said clearly and slowly, "I'm Qi Shang, the new commander of Two-Way Hall, and I'm here to take your head." Qi Shang continued to say with a confident smile, "I won't repeat myself. I know Senior must wish to kill me, but it won't solve the problem. Moreover, you can't kill me." "Ha! You really know how to brag." Wuxia scoffed. Qi Shang continued to say, "Everyone has to pay for what they've done. Heaven is above and hell is below. It has always been like this, and it'll always be like this. With those reasons alone, they're not enough," Wuxia said. Qi Shang naturally knew they were not enough. However, his eyes and smile showed his confidence. Having lived for more than 100,000 years, Wuxia, the Grand Shaman of the Great Void, had experience and knowledge beyond most people. However, he really could not see through Qi Shang's thoughts. Qi Shang said, "If those things aren't enough, then I'll say a few more words." Wuxia said coldly, "I want to see what kind of reasons your glib tongue can come up with. However, I have bad news for you." "Senior, please speak first," Qi Shang said. Wuxia said, "No matter what, today you will die." Wuxia thought he would be able to see fear, shock, or nervousness in Qi Shang's eyes or face, but to his surprise, Qi Shang remained calm. Qi Shang nodded. "You can speak now," Wuxia said. Senior Wu Zhu was born in ancient times and has traveled far and wide. You're the only shaman left in the Great Void, and you're also the only shaman who managed to become a supreme being. Alas, witchcraft is also restricted by the shackles of heaven and earth, and there's a limit to how long one can live. If my calculations are correct, Senior, you don't have much time left, right? Wu Zu's eyes shone with disbelief as he looked at Qi Sheng. This matter had always been a knot in his heart. It was also the biggest obstacle he had faced since he started practicing the dark arts. It was the problem all humans, common folks and cultivators alike, faced. His life was coming to an end. There were those who could not imagine living forever. Life would be repetitive and boring, numbing one's emotions and desires. Then, there were also those who wished to live forever, enjoying the power and status they possessed. Wu Zhu naturally belonged to the latter group like most people. He was not willing to die. Finally, Wu Zhu asked, "How do you know?" "Those who are observant will know once they do a little calculation," Qi Sheng said. "You're the culprit behind the fatal fission at Great Rift Valley 110,000 years ago, and absorbed a large amount of vitality energy using the formation from the dark arts." Wu Zhu frowned. His expression turned grave. Qi Sheng continued to say, "Over the past 100,000 years you've been planning all kinds of things, including the Great Void Expedition and the human culling plan in the 9 domains. You stood high above as you watched the ants die." At this point, Wu Zhu raised his hand and said, "Nonsense." Qi Sheng said, "Senior, why don't you wait for me to finish? You're going to kill me anyway." "Speak," Wu Zhu said in a deep voice. "Like I said before, I'll only state objective facts, and I won't accept any rebuttals or explanations. You know very well whether I'm right or not," Qi Sheng said. Qi Sheng's attitude made Wu Zhu itch with anger. He was overwhelmed with the urge to slap Qi Sheng to death. Fortunately, after more than 100,000 years, he had learned to restrain his impulses. He had to understand the sacred temple's meaning and reason, so he said, "Continue. You'd come up with so many plans, and they were all to raise your cultivation, break the shackles, and gain eternal life. Unfortunately for you, all your plans ended in failure. Perhaps you were unwilling, so you wanted to seize the Great Void Seed. That was the reason you went to Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. You were the cause of the first crack at Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. However, you knew you'd touched the bottom line of the sacred temple. You were forced to give up on the Great Void Seed to clear yourself of suspicion. At that time, the sacred temple attributed the incident to the alignment of 10 celestial stars due to your words. However, you don't know astrology at all. Today, after 100,000 years, you still haven't given up on the idea of immortality. Originally, you planned to wait for another 30,000 years to seize the Great Void Seed, but unfortunately, your time is almost up. There's no way you could wait for the Great Void Seedlings to mature, so you decided to target the owners of the Great Void Seeds. You sent people to the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Azure Emperor. At this point, Qi Sheng paused for a moment before he said, "That's right. Mu Yunxiao, the #1 beauty of Xianmeng Hall for more than 40,000 years. Wasn't my type, so I killed her." Wu Zu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He found that the person in front of him was truly unfathomable. It was as though he was facing a non-human life form. This feeling was very bad. As someone who had lived for more than 100,000 years, he was actually inferior to a young man. His heart began to race wildly in his heart. After careful considerations, you finally set your sight on Xianxia, one of the owners of the Great Void Seeds, who's with Emperor Shangzhong. Unfortunately, Xianxia is too talented, so Emperor Shangzhong was very fond of her. You knew Emperor Shangzhong would never let Xianxia leave, so you shifted your target to Conk. It's very difficult and complicated to refine the Great Void Seeds. These are the steps I wrote down when I was bored, Qi Sheng said as he brought a book out and tossed it over to Wu Zhu. Wu Zhu looked at the book silently. No one knew what he was thinking. "Senior Wu Zhu, do you find the steps familiar?" Qi Sheng asked. Then, Qi Sheng clasped his hands on his back and said, "This matter also touches the bottom line of the sacred temple." Then, His voice darkened and turned somewhat icy as he continued to say, "It also touches Two-Way Hall's bottom line. Hence, you have to die to appease the word." Qi Sheng looked at Wu Zhu and concluded by asking, "Are these reasons enough?" Wu Zhu remained calm. He even smiled. Qi Sheng was not surprised by Wu Zhu's reactions in the slightest. He had expected this. Wu Zhu did not refute or make excuses. Instead, he clapped his hands and said sincerely, "You're truly a talent, wise beyond your years. You flatter me." Wu Zhu continued to say, "Unfortunately, smart people don't live long in this world. I don't care how you found out about these things, but you must understand one thing. The sacred temple can't kill me, and you're going to die here. By the way, the reasons you listed are still not enough." Wu Zhu naturally would not accept his fate easily. Qi Sheng said tonelessly, "Since the reasons aren't enough, let's make up for it with our fists." Then, he snapped his fingers before he added, "Senior Wu Zhu, cherish your last moments." Then, Qi Sheng turned around and walked out. Just as Qi Sheng was about to reach the entrance, Wu Zhu raised his hand and said icily, "Die." A black palm seal shot toward Qi Sheng's back. At the critical moment, a golden avatar appeared and blocked the huge black palm seal. A bald cultivator appeared above the golden avatar. He smiled and said lazily, "You all really know how to talk nonsense. I was quite worried I wouldn't be able to make a move with all that talking." Zui-chan. Buzz. 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 Avatars appeared one after another in the Dao Hall. Realization dawned on Wu Zhu. The four supreme of the sacred temple? Then Wu Zhu began to cackle. "Ming Xian, you really think highly of me." "Wu Zhu, it's best if you don't resist for the sake of the whole world and for the sake of your poor descendants." Zui-chan drank a cup of wine as he said seriously, "Put down your knife and repent." "Amit-ba," Wu Zhu said in a deep voice. "Back then, the battle with the unholy one shocked the world. Today I'll take on the four supremes. We still don't know who will win. Don't be so certain of your victory." Wu Zhu looked very confident. Black gas surged out of his body, looking like a black dragon. The unholy one was different. He was strong. "But you're not worthy," Zui-chan said. The other supremes appeared. At the same time, golden light flashed above the Dao Hall before it descended, suppressing everything. Upon seeing this, Wu Zhu said in a trembling voice, "To the scales of justice?" There was no magnificent or earth-shattering battle. There was only a bright pillar of light that illuminated Xianmeng Hall. Qi Sheng, who was hovering in the sky, looked at Xianmeng Hall expressionlessly. The pillar of light was unprecedentedly bright. It seemed to contain untold powers, filling the entire Xianmeng Hall. In the area within a radius of 3,000 miles around Xianmeng Hall, all cultivators looked up at the golden sky. Qi Sheng looked at the pillar of light for a long time before he said tonelessly, "You brought this upon yourself." At this moment, a person around Qi Sheng's age appeared next to him. The person bowed and asked, "Weren't you afraid Wu Zhu would kill you?" "He wouldn't be able to kill me," Qi Sheng replied. Oh, another 15 minutes passed, and the pillar of light dissipated. The four supremes of the sacred temple and the scales of justice had done their job. Wu Zhu, the only grand shaman of the great void, fell just like that. The entire place was silent. Half a day later, in Xuanyi Palace's dark hall, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion greeted little Yuaner and Conk. Little Yuaner and Conk greeted everyone happily in return. It was very lively. Xuanyi looked at everyone and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect that girl's life to be so bitter. Fortunately, you took her in. Otherwise," Lu Zhou nodded. "Fate is like that. Perhaps the heavens are toying with us." Xuanyi asked, confused, "Why didn't you kill Wu Xing?" Lu Zhou replied, "There are some things that don't need me to personally intervene. If that Shang Zhang has even a little conscience, he'll know what to do." "You're right," Xuanyi said. Then, he added worriedly, "If the Xianmeng Hall comes, what does Pavilion Master Lu intend to do?" "I've never thought much about Xianmeng Hall. It was the same 100,000 years ago, and it's the same now, Lu Zhou replied. Present perhaps only Wu Zhu was a match for Lu Zhou. The others were no match for him at all. Moreover, Wu Zhu was severely injured by the unholy one 100,000 years ago and had been in decline. At this moment a cultivator rushed over. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, things aren't looking good. Speak." The Grand Shaman of the Great Void, Wu Zhu. He's gone, the cultivator said. What? Xuani exclaimed in surprise. Wu Zhu is dead, the cultivator said in a more direct manner. When did this happen? Xuani asked. 6 hours ago. What happened? Tell me everything you know, Xuani said. It's said that the sacred temple condemned Wu Zhu for committing heinous crimes, reaping thousands of lives, planned the fatal fission at Great Rift Valley, and plotted to wipe out the human race. He tried to use forbidden techniques to break the shackles of heaven and earth. The temple has also released news that Wu Zhu was like the unholy one. He had to be killed and forever condemned by the masses. An awkward expression appeared on Xuani's face when he heard the last few sentences. He hurriedly said, "Nonsense. Wu Zhu is Wu Zhu. How can he be compared to the unholy one?" The cultivator was puzzled by Xuani's reaction. Lu Zhou asked curiously, "Why did the sacred temple suddenly heap these charges on Wu Zhu and sentenced him to death?" "I don't know. It said that the sacred temple sent a large number of cultivators to Xianmeng Hall. Wu Zhu's head is hung at the top of the main hall in Xianmeng Hall to serve as a warning to others." Xuani sighed. It'd be too easy for the sacred temple to deal with him. However, why did they only attack him now? There were too many questions Xuani did not have answers to. Lu Zhou asked, "Who killed Wu Zhu?" "I heard it's the 4 supremes of the sacred temple. However, there are no witnesses. This is just hearsay." Xuani said, "Oh? Wu Zhu was just a great divine king. It's really amazing that the 4 supremes were sent out to deal with him. He was a grand shaman, after all. He had many strange and dark tricks up his sleeve," Lu Zhou said. "You're right," Xuani said with a nod. "It's good that he's dead. Can also be considered seeking justice for Conk. There's truly karma in this world." As soon as Xuani's voice fell, Li Chun flew over from the distance. When he landed, he said, "Reporting to your Majesty. Emperor Shangzhong has already left Shangzhong Hall. It's estimated that he'll be arriving at Xuani Palace in less than half a month." Xuani frowned. "I'm not receiving him. Tell him not to waste his energy. It's a waste of time for him to come here." Li Chun hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Is it appropriate to keep Emperor Shangzhong outside?" "He's too shameless. Since he wants to come, then let him fly slowly. If anyone grants him entry, I won't let him or her off easily," Xuani said. Then, he turned to Lu Zhou and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, are you satisfied with this?" Lu Zhou nodded. Then he waved Conk over. Conk walked over and bowed. "Master, you don't regret it?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk answered without hesitation. No. It had been 100 years. No one knew the situation better than Conk. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "I respect your decision." "Thank you, Master." As the saying went, a day as a master, a father for life. There was no one else Conk trusted in this world except for her master. Xuani looked at Conk, who had returned to join the others, before he glanced at little Yuaner, who was chatting happily with the others. Then he said, puzzled, "Pavilion Master Lu, both of them are heaven-defying prodigies. Since Conk has nothing to do with Shangzhong now, they can stay in Xuani. Conk can also take over the position of commander of Xuani Palace if you're okay with it." Lu Zhou shook his head. "That won't do." "Why?" "The rules of the commander's competition are still in place. Since ancient times, commanders of 10 halls are allowed to enter the cores of the pillars of destruction to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. There are only 10 pillars. The pillar that corresponds to Xuani Palace alone won't be enough. Moreover, the sacred temple won't agree to it either," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "In any case, There's the pillar that corresponds to Xianmeng Hall. Xianmeng Hall has nothing to do with those people. These words were very direct. What Lu Zhou meant was that he hated the people, but it had nothing to do with Xianmeng Hall itself. Xuanyi nodded. In that case, we'll just go with the flow. Xuanyi knew the sacred temple would prefer it if there were new commanders for 10 halls. Alas, they did not know that all the owners of the great void seeds were his teacher's disciples. When they became supreme beings, his teacher would also return to his peak. How wonderful! Xuanyi thought to himself. After a while, Xuanyi walked to Conk and said in a low voice, Miss Conk, from now on, you can treat Xuanyi Palace as your home. You can come and go as you please. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. If you don't mind, you can just treat me as your older brother and family. Everyone looked at Xuanyi in unison. Conk glanced at Lu Zhou before she said, Your Majesty, this isn't appropriate, right? There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's fine if you're unwilling. I just want to express my feeling, Xuanyi said. Thank you, Your Majesty, Conk said. She thought to herself, if I really treat you as my older brother, won't the order of seniority be messed up? Xuanyi did not think too much about this matter. In his eyes, Lu Zhou was his teacher, so he felt that his status was like Lu Zhou's disciples. They had the same seniority. Hence, he thought there was nothing wrong with Conk treating him like an older brother. After Xuanyi returned to Lu Zhou's side, he smiled and asked in a low voice, Pavilion Master Lu, I have a question. Speak. When you were in Xianmeng Hall, the exquisite sword you used was a void-grade weapon, right? Xuanyi asked. That's right, Lu Zhou replied honestly. There was no need to hide this. A hint of surprise appeared on Xuanyi's face. It's really a void-grade weapon. At this moment, Lu Zhou said to everyone, All right, it's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed. Yes. Night. Lu Zhou continued comprehending the Heaven Scroll. His cultivation was progressing smoothly, but he was lacking supreme life hearts. His golden avatar already had 32 birth charts, and he was only 4 birth charts away from completely activating all the birth charts. Although the blue avatar was very strong and not any weaker than the golden avatar, it could still be improved. After all, it only had 7 birth charts. It was very far away from the final 36th birth chart. Since he was in the Great Void, he should seize the chance. The Great Void is a dangerous place, but it was also filled with opportunities. 5 days later, a flying chariot hovered on the southern horizon of Xuanyi Palace. Please tell Emperor Xuanyi I'm here as a guest. I hope he'll receive me. A cultivator looked at the flying chariot in the sky and said, His Majesty has said that if Emperor Xianxia comes, His Majesty won't be seeing Emperor Xianxia. I hope Emperor Xianxia won't be angry. Xianxia restrained himself and said politely, Please inform him of my arrival again. If I don't see him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The cultivator sighed and shook his head. Please wait a moment. The cultivator came to the main hall and reported this matter to Xuanyi. Xuanyi laughed. That old bastard Xianxia wants to see someone else, not me. He's usually so arrogant and looks down on me. Tell him that I won't see him. Yes, Your Majesty, the cultivator said before he left. Li Chun said from the side, This is already the 3rd time, right? He's really persistent. I didn't expect him to use someone else's runic passage and rush to Xuanyi Palace in just 5 days. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Does he think 5 days can exchange for a few hundred years of loneliness and helplessness? Dream on, Xuanyi said disdainfully. I don't understand, Your Majesty, Li Chun said, puzzled. He did not know about Conk's matter after all. Xuanyi said, Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. At this moment, the cultivator who was in charge of receiving Xianxia returned again. Reporting to Your Majesty, Emperor Xianxia has left. Xuanyi scoffed. He left after only 3 times. It's good for him to scram, Li Chun said, perplexed. Emperor Xianxia isn't one to give up so easily. Why did he leave so suddenly? The cultivator replied, I'm not sure. but he looked quite determined when he left. Xuani said, "Don't bother with him. Your Majesty, aren't you worried that Emperor Shangzhong will hold a grudge against you?" Li Chun asked. "If he's really that narrow-minded, he wouldn't have come to Xuani Palace in the first place," Xuani said with a mysterious smile. In the dark hall's Dao Hall, Little Yuaner and Conk massaged Lu Zhou's back and shoulder for him. The duo chatted about their lives in Shangzhong Hall. They told him about every matter. Big, small, happy, unhappy. They told him everything. Lu Zhou nodded repeatedly and said, "In that case, Shangzhong treated both of you well." Little Yuaner said, "He did. But initially I thought he was only nice because of the great void seeds, but later I thought he was kind. I didn't expect him to treat Conk so badly." Lu Zhou asked Conk, "Do you hate him?" Conk shook her head. She did not hate Shangzhong. She did not feel anything for Shangzhong. Lu Zhou probed, "If you think about it carefully, he's also a pitiful person who was deceived by a villain." Without waiting for Conk to speak, Little Yuaner scoffed and said disapprovingly, "Even if he was deceived, someone who could abandon their daughter is definitely not a good person." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. This was the most unforgivable thing. If Shangzhong hoped to obtain Conk's understanding, it was likely impossible. At this moment, an attendant carried a tray of tea and slowly walked into the hall. Lu Zhou glanced at the teapot and asked, "What is this?" "Elder Ji, this is a high-quality tea that His Majesty specially prepared for you," the attendant replied. "Elder Ji," Lu Zhou frowned. The attendant explained, "His Majesty speaks very often about you. I've always admired you." Lu Zhou picked up the teacup and took a sip before he said, "Your tea brewing skill has room for improvement." The attendant looked embarrassed as he nodded. "Yes." Little Yuaner waved her hand and said, "You can go now." The attendant quickly bowed and said, "His Majesty said I should stay and serve you." Little Yuaner asked, puzzled, "Master, what did you do to Emperor Xuani? He's very strange. We have to be careful." Lu Zhou could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. "Don't worry about Xuani. As for that Shangzhong," Little Yuaner said grumblingly, "don't mention him. I was really blind. I didn't expect him to have the heart of a wolf." Splash. Little Yuaner jolted, slightly shocked. "How are you pouring the tea? You're so clumsy." Sorry," the attendant said as he hurriedly set the teapot down. Little Yuaner glanced at him and found that he was standing. She was already annoyed, so she said in a reprimanding tone, "Kneel and bow. You have no respect for my master at all." Yes. The attendant kneeled and became much more respectful. Then he returned to brewing tea and pouring tea. His movements were still very stiff, like he was unfamiliar with his actions. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Shangzhang's actions are indeed despicable, but don't be blinded by hatred." Little Yuaner said, "It's not hatred. I just thought he was better than this. Usually he's quite amiable, but I didn't expect that he..." Master's right. Human heart is the hardest to predict. At this moment, Conk said, "I've long figured it out. I've been thinking about it for the past 100 years. If I really hated him, I wouldn't have stayed in Shangzhong. Indeed, 100 years were not something most people could endure." Lu Zhou said, "When I took you in, you were still young, and your clothes were shabby. You didn't even have a pair of shoes. You can be considered lucky to have survived this cruel world." Conk kneeled down and kowtowed. "If it weren't for Master, I would have died long ago." Little Yuaner giggled and said, "I heard that junior sister Conk was almost tied up and burned to death. Fortunately, Master arrived in time." The attendant could not help but cough twice. Little Yuaner looked at the attendant with a speechless expression. Then, she pointed to a corner and said, "Can you please step back and not stand in front of my master? Do you think you're a pillar?" Yes, the attendant said before respectfully stepping aside. Then Little Yuaner continued to grumble. "Master, you don't know this, but I thought about you every day when I was in Shangzhong Hall." Lu Zhou said unhappily, "Little girl, when did you also learn to flatter people?" Master, it's true. Little Yuan muttered. I'm not little anymore. I had to pretend to be obedient when I faced that scoundrel Xianxia every day. It was very hard. The attendant coughed again. Little Yuan felt that she really could not speak without being interrupted. His cough had broken her rhythm. She immediately pointed outside and said, "So annoying. Leave." The attendant nodded and stammered, sorry. Then he walked out of the hall reluctantly, glancing back from time to time. Bang! Little Yuan waved her hand, and the door slammed shut. She then turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Master, we have to be careful of Emperor Xuanyi. The attendant looks honest, but he might be a spy sent by Emperor Xuanyi. He doesn't even know how to serve tea or pour tea. He's clearly a newbie. How annoying." Lu Zhou was aware of the attendant's strange behavior, so he was not surprised. However, he was pleasantly surprised that little Yuan was so observant. It seemed like the girl had grown up. He looked at the door and nodded slightly before he said with a slight smile, "Don't be rude. I understand. During the 100 years you spent in Shangzhang Hall, did you slack off on your cultivation improve?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuan said proudly, "Of course not. I've become a Dao saint for a long time now. If it weren't for that old geezer, Shangzhang, running to our training hall every day, I would have long become a great Dao saint." Conk said, "I can't compare with 9th senior sister, but I should be able to become a Dao saint soon." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It's not easy to become a Dao saint." Then, Lu Zhou suddenly looked outside and waved his sleeve, causing a ripple. The two girls looked at their master in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. "Did you contact the others?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuan lowered her head and said, "Master, I don't want to hide anything from you. Speak." "I'm working on a big plan," Little Yuan said. "Big plan." 4th senior brother and 3rd senior brother came to Shangzhang Hall. At that time, they said that if we met you, we should act like we don't know you. However, they didn't tell us the reason. Old 4th. Little Yuan blinked and looked around cautiously before she said in a hushed voice, "Master, I made a big discovery." She paused before she said, "That Qi Sheng from Two-Way Hall. I think he might be 7th senior brother." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This was not the first time he had heard of Qi Sheng. The 4 elders had mentioned him, his 4th disciples had mentioned him, and now Little Yuan also mentioned him. All signs seemed to show that Qi Sheng was his 7th disciple, Si Wuya. However, he had personally confirmed Si Wuya's death, and Yu Zhenghai had also sunk Si Wuya's body into the sea. How could Si Wuya suddenly come back to life? At that time, the resurrection scroll did not have any effect on Si Wuya, unlike the way it did on the Qin Yuan's daughter. At that time, his comprehension of the resurrection scroll was clearly not enough to bring Si Wuya back to life. Even if Si Wuya did not die, after being sunk into the endless ocean, it would have been impossible for him to survive. Little Yuan said conspiratorially, "I feel that he's 7th senior brother. His style is too similar to 7th senior brother." "Is that so?" "Master, don't doubt me. He wants us to become the commanders of the halls." Little Yuan stroked her chin and began to analyze the matter. There are many Dao saints in the Great Void, and everyone wants to fight for the position. However, he insisted that we fight for it. Lu Zhou did not comment on it. Instead, he asked, "How are the others?" Little Yuan replied, "Eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother are obsessed with cultivation, so they should be fine. 3rd and 4th senior brothers are in the flaming sea, so we didn't see them often. It was even less likely for us to see 5th and 6th senior sisters. The only person we see more often is 8th senior brother. He's now the commander of the sacred temple. He's running around all day. I don't really know what he's up to." After listening to Little Yuan and recalling Mingshi Yin's words, Lu Zhou wondered if his 8th disciple had truly become the sacred temple's lackey. Finally, Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It's good as long as all of you are okay. As for that Qi Sheng, I'll personally meet him." "Okay. That's all for today. Get some rest," Lu Zhou said. Little Yuaner and Conk rose to their feet and said, "We'll take our leave." Swoosh! As soon as little Yuaner and Conk pulled the door open, the attendant staggered and almost fell forward. Little Yuaner frowned. "Clumsy. Sorry." The attendant apologized profusely as he watched little Yuaner and Conk leave. After the duo disappeared, he sighed. He was just about to leave when a voice rang from the hall. "Come in." The power contained in the voice was not too much or too little. It was just nice for the attendant to hear it clearly. He knew it was directed at him. He hesitated. He really did not want to go in. The voice rang from the hall again. "If you leave, don't ever return again." The attendant sighed and returned to the hall. When he saw the expressionless Lu Zhou, he asked, puzzled, "Elder, did you call me?" Lu Zhou smiled faintly and asked, "Xianxia, why must you do this?" The attendant looked slightly surprised. He raised his hand and touched his face, hair, and clothes. There was nothing wrong with them. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and said, "Xuani doesn't know that my surname is Ji." Upon hearing that, the attendant sighed. Then he straightened his might, and his majestic aura returned immediately. His appearance twisted and changed before it returned to Xianxia's appearance. Naturally, he was still dressed like an attendant. Xianxia cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, "Old sir, you have very keen eyesight." Lu Zhou pointed at the futon across from him and said, "Sit." Xianxia did not stand on ceremony and quickly took a seat. Lu Zhou sat down as well. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Aren't you afraid that the world would laugh at you if you were discovered using such a method to sneak into Xuani Palace?" Xianxia sighed heavily. "I've committed such a huge mistake. I let down my wife and my child. Compared to that, why would I care about being laughed at?" Lu Zhou knew why Xianxia was here, and Xianxia did not explain himself as well. "So you want to make things right?" Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia shook his head first, but there was still a trace of hope left in his heart, so he nodded hesitantly. He said, looking conflicted, "I don't expect her to forgive me. I naturally hope she'll forgive me, but I don't expect that. I just want to make it up to her." "Make it up to hurt?" Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia as if to say, "Can you make it up to her?" Xianxia felt ashamed when he saw Lu Zhou's gaze. Lu Zhou said, "You listened to a villain's lie and abandoned your child without even trying to verify the truth. How are you going to make it up to her?" Xianxia remained silent. Lu Zhou continued to say, "She was lost in the unknown land at a very young age. You should know how dangerous the unknown land is. Then she ended up in the Lotus domain. She was an orphan. She had no parents, no home, no food to eat, and no clothes to wear. How are you going to make up for that?" After listening to the series of questions, Xianxia was so ashamed that he could not raise his head. Lu Zhou pointed at Xianxia and scolded Xianxia mercilessly, "You're not worthy to be a father." Xianxia did not lose his temper. He allowed Xianxia to kill him. He knew no one was more qualified in this world to insult him than Lu Zhou. If Lu Zhou attacked him, he would not even defend himself at this moment. As the saying went, a master for a day, a father for life. He knew Lu Zhou had been the role of father for a long time. Lu Zhou scolded Xianxia for quite a while. He only stopped when he felt that his mouth was dry. Xianxia said, I've made a huge mistake. I can't undo it and I can't make up for it. If scolding me can make you feel better, please go ahead." Lu Zhou said, "You were there when I spoke to them earlier. You should know Conk doesn't hate you." Xianxia shook his head. "I'd rather she hate me. If it weren't for the fact that you protected them very well over the past 100 years, I would have chased you away a long time ago. Why would I sit here and talk nonsense with you?" Lu Zhou said. There were not many parents who would do what Xianxia did. Xianxia felt extremely ashamed as he said, "I know there's no use talking. In the future, I'll make it up to her whether she forgives me or not. Old sir, I have never begged anyone before. Can you please give this to her?" Then, without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply, he flicked his sleeve and brought out a red rectangular brocade box behind. There were complicated runes and patterns on the red brocade box. They looked old. Based on its aura, it was definitely not a simple item. "What is it?" Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia gently placed his hand on the box. Buzz! The runes lit up, and a crisp sound rang in the air before the brocade box clicked open. Lu Zhou saw a beautiful and slender ancient zither. Xianxia said, 100 years ago, when Conk first joined Xianxia Hall, she had a 9-string zither. I knew she's good at playing the zither. At that time, I was surprised she was skilled in music like my poor daughter. I didn't think that. Xianxia did not finish his words. Instead, he said, there are 2 compartments in this box. The first compartment holds this zither. It's called the 10-string zither. It's an infinite-grade instrument. Originally, I found this zither in an ancient ruins to celebrate her birthday. It's extremely rare. Back then, I advised her to refine the 9-string zither and to fuse it with this zither, but she refused. Xianxia flipped the zither and pointed to a grove on its back as he said, the 9-string zither can be placed here. The 9-string zither's grade is too low so it can't unleash her full power. Since she likes the 9-string zither, she can place it here so it can absorb the energy of the 10-string zither. Lu Zhou asked, you're willing to let her do that? Why wouldn't I be willing to do that? After all, she's my... Xianxia stopped speaking for a moment. Then he said, forget it. There's no point in talking about that. What's in the second compartment? Lu Zhou asked. It's the divine secret stone that I've been using to meditate and cultivate over the past 100,000 years, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou frowned. You actually obtained a divine secret stone? Xianxia said truthfully. I obtained this from the highest point of the great abyss land. It is the purest thing between heaven and earth, and it holds a huge amount of mysterious power. I kept it with me for 10 years, so it has gained a lot of spirituality. The highest point of the great abyss land? Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia said, after the great abyss land's pillar of destruction lifted the great void, the Feather Tribe and the Great Void came to an agreement to protect the world. The Feather Tribe would guard the pillar, and in exchange they wanted light. The Great Void gave light to them. The 10 halls joined forces to pierce through the sky, so the sun would shine on the great abyss land. Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, how ostentatious. Xianxia continued to say, it was at that time that I obtained the divine secret stone. Then, he cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou before he said, old sir, please give these 2 things to Conk. I have nothing else to ask for. If Conk was present, it was likely that she would reject these things. However, these 2 items were undoubtedly a great help to cultivators. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. I'm not a gentleman, so it's fine to be shameless with him. Very well. Since you insist, I'll accept them, Lu Zhou said. With a flick of his sleeve, the brocade box closed and flew toward him. Xianxia sighed in relief before he cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou again. I didn't know better earlier, so I hope you won't take my actions and words to heart. Lu Zhou waved his hand. I may not be magnanimous, but I'm not a petty person. Xianxia said, in my opinion, you're 100 times, no, 1,000 times, stronger than Wu Zhu and the 4 Supremes. Lu Zhou thought that flattery from divine emperors seemed to be quite pleasing to the ears. Based on what Lu Zhou had seen so far, it seemed like Xianxia was a slave to his daughter. Otherwise, Xianxia would not behave in this manner, nor would he bring such valuable treasures to Xuanyi Palace. Finally, Xianxia said, I have another favor to ask from you. I hope you'll agree to it. If you want me to help you with Conk, I'm afraid, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia quickly interjected, no, that's not what I meant. He looked outside before he said, can I continue to stay by your side as an attendant? What the hell? Did I just obtain a super bodyguard out of nowhere? I won't cause any trouble. I'll only stay for a month. Xianxia trailed off when he saw the frown on Lu Zhou's face. He hastily corrected himself and said, I'll only stay for half a month. Half a month is fine. Lu Zhou felt like he had overestimated the dignity of a divine emperor at this moment. Looking at Xianxia's sincere and solemn expression, he asked, "Just so you can look at her?" Xianxiang replied, "Yes, I've missed out on so much. If I can just watch from afar, I'll be satisfied. Moreover, Xuani Palace isn't very safe." Lu Zhou was curious. "I'm not doubting your strength, but fierce beasts have been mysteriously and frequently appearing in Xuani Palace over the past 100 years. Those two girls really like running around," Xianxiang said. To put it bluntly, Xianxiang only wanted to become his daughter's super bodyguard. How could Lu Zhou not understand his intention? "I can agree to your request, but you have to follow the rules. Conk doesn't hate you, but she doesn't want to see you," Lu Zhou said. A joyful expression appeared on Xianxiang's face as he hastily said, "Of course, I'll definitely be a good attendant." As Xianxiang spoke, his appearance began to distort again, and he regained his previous appearance. With his cultivation, changing his appearance was as easy as a stroll through the park. He looked much more energetic now that his goal had been achieved. "Master!" At this moment, little Yuaner and Conk suddenly ran over. In front of Lu Zhou, the duo was not as well behaved as his other disciples. They pushed the door open and entered the hall. Little Yuaner's eyesight was very keen. When she saw the attendant sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Zhou, she could not help but get angry. She stepped forward and said, Hey, who told you to sit in front of my master?" The attendant raised his head to look at little Yuaner and Conk, dumbfounded. "Is this how you repay me after I treated you sincerely over the past 100 years? However, when Xianxiang saw Conk, he became listless again. In order to maintain his character, he hurriedly rose to his feet and said apologetically, I've admired the old sir for a long time, so I wanted to ask him questions about cultivation. I apologize for making a fool out of myself. There are many people who want to seek advice from my master. Hurry up and leave," little Yuaner said. She had a terrible impression of this attendant. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "Why did you come back?" Little Yuaner pointed outside and said, "Master, Emperor Xuani has led a large number of dark guards to the southeastern region. He said there's a saint slayer and other fierce beasts that are disturbing the balance of Xuani Palace." "Saint slayer?" Lu Zhou asked. "As expected," Xianxiang said with a frown. "Huh? What did you say?" Little Yuaner turned around and asked in confusion. "Oh, I was just talking to myself," Xianxiang said as he lowered his head. Emperor Xuani usually cultivates in seclusion and recently became a divine emperor. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the imbalance. The imbalance has continued to worsen. The 9 domains and the unknown land are teeming with fierce beasts. There are some divine beasts and saint slayers that took the opportunity to sneak into the great void to avoid the disastrous effect of the imbalance. There are already so many vicious saint slayers in the great void. To begin with, their appearance will affect the balance in the great void. Emperor Xuani must be trying to get rid of the saint slayer now that a chance has presented itself. Lu Zhou nodded. "Do you know what kind of vicious saint slayers or divine beasts they are?" There were strong and weak saint slayers, after all. Divine emperors could deal with them, but the dark guards definitely would not be able to deal with the stronger saint slayers. Xianxiang shook his head and said, "I don't know. However, apart from Xuani Palace, I'm sure the other halls will also send people to get rid of the fierce beasts and saint slayers." Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Why? Aren't the 10 halls competing with one another? If it were me, I'd just stand aside and gloat." Xianxiang, now an attendant, said with an unnatural expression on his face, "I think that Xianxiang Hall will send people. Emperor Xianxiang is the only divine emperor in the 10 halls. He's noble and magnanimous. I think he won't stand aside and do nothing." Lu Zhou almost spat out tea in his mouth when he heard this. "You're really great." Little Yuaner was displeased upon hearing this. She said, "Is there something wrong with you? You know I hate that old man, and yet you're still praising him." Xianxiang calmly replied, "Miss, I think you have a deep misunderstanding about him." "I didn't misunderstand him at all. If you praise him again, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Little Yuan said, baring her fangs to look fierce. Xianxia, the attendant, could only nod. You're right. Mississippi Emperor Xianxia is a bastard, Little Yuan said, appeased. That's more like it. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, Conk, you came at the right time. I have two things for you. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xianxia, the attendant, lit up with gratitude. Conk walked over and bowed. She asked curiously, What is it, master? Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The rectangular brocade box behind flipped open, revealing the 10-stringed zither. It flew out and hovered half a foot in front of Conk, emitting a mysterious and profound aura. Even without primal chi, it was still outstanding. It's called a 10-stringed zither. I'll give this to you. Since you're gifted with music, this is most suitable for you, Lu Zhou said. In his opinion, it did not matter who the things were from as long as it was beneficial. However, he knew Conk might not be able to overcome her psychological barrier, so he did not plan to tell her. Master, you also have the 10-stringed zither? Conk asked, puzzled. HM? Who else has it? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuan muttered. Who else could it be? That old geezer, Xianxia, said he wanted to give junior sister a 10-stringed zither, but I didn't see it. In any case, she said likes the 9-stringed zither. This 10-stringed zither was obtained from an ancient ruin, Lu Zhou said. Little Yuan lowered her head and observed the 10-stringed zither. She could not help but feel a little envious as she said, The 10-stringed zither given by master has to be the best. Fortunately, you didn't accept the zither from that old bones, Xianxia. It's highly likely that it was a fake made to fool junior sister Conk. Conk nodded, revealing a happy expression. She said, This 10-stringed zither is so beautiful. As Conk spoke, her jade-like fingers danced across the zither. The melody was the tide. It was graceful and melodious. When it spread out, it made people feel calm and relaxed. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, Do you like it? Yes, I like it. Conk replied. I have a set of music scores here. I came up with it 70 years ago, Lu Zhou said as he tossed a piece of paper over to Conk. Conk took a look and said excitedly, The returning ballad? Outside, white birds flew around the setting sun near the mountain. Conk felt that the returning ballad matched her emotions and thoughts when she returned to her master's side. Everything in the world had a beginning and an end, separation and meeting, and departure and return. After a moment, Lu Zhou took the divine secret stone out from the second compartment of the box and said, This is called the divine secret stone. Your cultivation is lagging behind, so you can refine the power in this stone. Little Yuan grew even more envious when she heard this. She could not help but say, Master, I want one too. Lu Zhou said, There's only one divine secret stone. You're the senior sister, and your talent is far higher than Conk's. You should let her have it. Oh, Little Yuan pouted and nodded obediently. Conk said, Ninth senior sister, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Then, Conk handed the divine secret stone to Little Yuan. Little Yuan waved her hand and said, No, it's for you. I already have the zither, Conk said. I can't take your things. Little Yuan resolutely refused Conk. At this moment, Xianxia, the attendant, coughed violently again. Little Yuan turned around and asked suspiciously, Do you have a problem? And no problem. I'm just puzzled. Xianxia, the attendant said. What are you puzzled about? What does this have to do with you? How annoying, Little Yuan said. The attendant muttered, I just wonder why the old sir is so biased. His voice grew smaller and smaller as he continued to say, I just think the old sir should be fair. Lu Zhou frowned. Is he trying to make a fool out of me? Lu Zhou said, Let Conk have the divine secret stone. I heard that there are better things in Xianxia Hall. I'll look for 2 treasures for you. In fact, Little Yuan did not have any strange thoughts about her master giving Conk 2 items. She was just envious. Nonetheless, she was still delighted by her master's words. Really? Of course. Thank you, master. Little Yuaner was overjoyed. Xianxia, the attendant. At this moment, Li Chun appeared outside the Dao Hall. Li Chun is here to seek an audience with Pavilion Master Lu. What's the matter? His Majesty found a Saint Slayer in the southeastern region of Xuani Palace. Pavilion Master Lu, please join hands with His Majesty to take it down, Li Chun said. All right, Lu Zhou said as he slowly rose to his feet. He had some doubts in his heart. With Xuani, Zhang He, and the Dark Guards, there should not be any problem taking down an ordinary Saint Slayer. Since Li Chun returned to call for reinforcements, it meant that the Saint Slayer was not simple. Master, I want to come as well. Little Yuaner volunteered excitedly. Lu Zhou shook his head. Both of you stay in Xuani Palace. Seeing that little Yuaner was about to protest, a stern expression appeared on Lu Zhou's face. Upon seeing this, little Yuaner could only lower her head and said, Okay. Lu Zhou pointed at Xianxia, the attendant, and said, You, come with me. Xianxia, the attendant, pointed at himself. Me? You? Lu Zhou said as he left the Dao Hall with his hands on his back. Xianxia, the attendant, turned to look at little Yuaner and Conk before he walked out with an unwilling expression on his face. As a divine emperor, he was superior to most people. Who would dare to order him around in this manner? His expression grew more and more unnatural as he turned back to look at the two girls. He sighed inwardly. Forget it. For the sake of my daughter, I must endure. Little Yuaner said suspiciously, What's wrong with master? He'd rather bring an attendant with him than to bring us. When Li Chun saw Lu Zhou and Xianxia, the attendant, walking out, he asked in confusion, When did Pavilion Master Lu have this attendant? The mysterious and sudden appearance of an unknown person was indeed difficult to explain to the cultivators of Xuani Palace. They would only be able to cover up this matter for a short time. As time passed, more and more flaws would appear. It would not take long for people to guess that Xianxia did not leave and had, instead, snuck into Xuani Palace with the identity and appearance of an attendant. Lu Zhou glanced at Xianxia, the attendant. He did not answer the question directly. Instead, he said, I'm getting old, so I found an attendant to help me with some chores. Li Chun thought it was normal for someone with Lu Zhou's status to have an attendant by his side, so he did not dwell on the matter. He only said, Pavilion Master Lu, you should have told me about this earlier, so I can arrange it for you. Xianxia was not blind nor foolish. He could see how abnormally respectful Li Chun was toward Lu Zhou. It seems like the two girls' master is indeed an extraordinary figure. Xianxia recalled the void-grade weapon that Lu Zhou brought out when they were in Xianxia Hall. With that, he was even more certain that Lu Zhou's cultivation was profound. However, he did not understand how an extraordinary person like Lu Zhou, who was born in the 9 domains, escaped the Great Void's notice. Lead the way, Lu Zhou said. Yes, Li Chun said and flew toward a runic passage that led to the southeastern region. When they were in the runic passage, Xianxia, the attendant, asked, Old sir, did you comprehend the great Tao in the abyss? Little Yuaner and Conk had often gone to the abyss to pay respect to their master. Over the past 100 years, their master did not look for them at all. Hence, Xianxia thought that Lu Zhou must have had a fortuitous encounter while he was in the abyss. Lu Zhou watched the runic passage light up as he said, The abyss contains unfathomable secrets. I was lucky. How enviable! Xianxia, the attendant, said. It's said that the power of the earth is profound and abstruse. It's not something humans are capable of comprehending. Many cultivators had attempted to solve its mysteries, but they all suffered a backlash. After activating the runic passage, Li Chun said, Wow, little attendant, you're quite knowledgeable. It's just a little knowledge, Xianxia, the attendant, replied. Not bad, not bad, Li Chun said before he added. The power of the earth has always been mysterious. The sacred temple has done a lot of research. All they know is that it's related to the shackles. They couldn't find out any more than that. After all, if they tried going deeper into the abyss, they might get trapped there. Oh, that's right. Pavilion Master Lu. How did you get out? After the previous incident, Li Chun had already vaguely guessed Lu Zhou's identity. At this time, he was only pretending to cooperate with the act. Previously, after he had gone home, he had thought about it carefully. If Lu Zhou was just a subordinate of the White Emperor, there was no reason for him to receive such good treatment, and it was also impossible for Lu Zhou's cultivation to be so profound. Lu Zhou did not expect this question. He casually replied, "I don't really know either. If I knew, would I be here?" In other words, since Lu Zhou had time to spend in the Great Void, would it not be better for him to stay in the abyss to cultivate if it was possible? Buzz. The light dimmed, and the trio found themselves hovering in the sky. There were no clouds, and the sun shone dazzlingly. The scenery and environment in the Great Void were much superior to the 9 domains that were plagued by the imbalance. Li Chun pointed at a mountain range in the southeast and said, "We'll arrive soon after we cross the mountain range." Lu Zhou nodded. Li Chun looked at Xianxia, the attendant, and said with a smile, "Little friend, elder brother will take you flying." Xianxia, the attendant? Xianxia frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. Li Chun said, "You really don't have a sense of humor. Can you catch up?" Swoosh! Li Chun flew into the distance and vanished in a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia and followed Li Chun. When Lu Zhou and Li Chun had flown far away, Xianxia muttered inwardly, "Endure!" In order to hide his identity, Xianxia could only deliberately lower his speed. Lu Zhou and Li Chun crossed the mountain range first. After flying for 15 minutes, they heard a loud commotion in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in as the sound of thunder reverberated in the air. The duo stopped flying. Lu Zhou looked at the dark clouds and said, "It's rare to see such weather in the Great Void. What kind of Saint Slayer is it?" His Majesty said in his message that it's a yellow dragon, one of the 5 planetary divine incumbents. Yellow dragon? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Originally, the yellow dragon should be a part of the 4 divinities of heaven. However, Mengzhang had conflicts with it, so it was not part of the 4 divinities of heaven. Later on, the following generation grouped the yellow dragon together with the 4 divinities of heaven and collectively called them the 5 planetary divine incumbents. Lu Zhou said, "If it's really the yellow dragon, I'm afraid it won't be easy to take it down." "Pavilion Master Lu, do you know about the yellow dragon?" Li Chun asked curiously. The yellow dragon's real name is Yinglong. It's half-human. It's an ancient saint slayer. It possesses a trace of the vitality of heaven and is able to control the wind and thunder. There are ancient records that when the universe shattered and the sea was lost, Yinglong lifted the sky and straightened its wings, dispelling the clouds to clear the sky, Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Li Chun exclaimed in surprise, "Then, isn't he the creator?" "It's not the creator. It's just that it was born a long, long time ago and had done many great deeds in the human world. Ancient records are filled with exaggerated accounts and words," Lu Zhou said. Li Chun chuckled and said, "My horizons have been broadened. I'm just a Tao saint in Xuanyi Palace. I'm ashamed of my lack of knowledge. Let's not talk about this for now. If it's really Yinglong, Xuanyi should retreat for now," Lu Zhou said as he flew forward. Based on Lu Zhou's memories, even supreme beings might not be a match for Yinglong. Why did such a powerful ancient saint slayer appear southeast of Xuanyi Palace? As Lu Zhou flew, he looked down at the land to see if there were anything abnormal. Boom! 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 Thunder clapped as lightning bolts flashed in the sky among the dark clouds. The bolts of lightning easily destroyed several mountain peaks. Below the dark clouds, many cultivators could be seen flying in different directions. "Your Majesty!" Li Chun rushed over at lightning speed. At the same time, he waved his hand, saving many cultivators. A figure rushed over from afar. When he saw Lu Zhou, an expression of joy appeared on his face. "Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou nodded. "Are you all right?" Xuanyi looked at the dark clouds, not caring if he was all right or not at this moment. He said, This beast is wreaking havoc everywhere. I won't spare it if anything happens to Xuanyi Palace. Then, he seemed to recall he had yet to answer Lu Zhou's question, so he hurriedly added with an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm all right. It's just a little strenuous to deal with it. It's at least as strong as a greater supreme being. Lu Zhou looked at the dark clouds and asked, Are you sure it's Yinglong? Xuanyi said, It's just a guess. If it's really Yinglong, then we would benefit a lot from our trip here. Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow and asked, You still hope to benefit from this trip? This? Xuanyi was at a loss for words. At this moment, Li Chun flew over and briefly reported Yinglong's strength. Xuanyi said in surprise, If that's the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's confirm its identity first, Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi was only a junior in front of the Unholy One. When the Unholy One was at his peak, Xuanyi was just a child. He had only heard stories about Yinglong and had never seen it. After listening to Lu Zhou's words, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Boom! A clap of thunder rumbled in the air as another lightning bolt struck down. Retreat! Xuanyi called out. The dark guards retreated one after another. He hovered in the air. He was in a sorry state. He moved to stand near Xuanyi and asked, Your Majesty, we lost 3 dark guards. What should we do next? Xuanyi said, Prepare to retreat. Retreat. He frowned as he looked at the shadow hidden in the dark clouds. If we retreat, we would have wasted fighting for half a day. Li Chun said, You fought so hard for half a day, but it's likely that the opponent is just warming up. He was shocked. Then he quickly urged the dark guards to retreat. The dark guards were well trained. They quickly and efficiently followed the order. Lu Zhou silently changed the mantra for the power of sight. His eyes flashed blue as he looked up. He saw a shadow swimming back and forth in the dark clouds. Indeed, it looked like a dragon. Earlier, he had thought that he would be able to obtain a good life heart or divine soul pearl. However, judging from the rhythm now, it seemed like he would have to retreat. The Yinglong was quite powerful. However, was it Lu Zhou's style to retreat and admit defeat? He asked, Should we inform the sacred temple and call for reinforcements? Perhaps only the sacred temple can take it down. Xuanyi Palace would naturally rather give up Yinglong to the sacred temple than give it to any of the 9 halls. Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts as he looked at the shadow in the dark clouds. Why would Yinglong come here? Was Yinglong weakened just like Meng Zhang? Don't move, Lu Zhou said in a dark voice. Then he flew into the dark clouds like a meteor. Pavilion Master Lu? He exclaimed. Xuanyi's eyes shone as he said, Don't worry. You'll be able to catch a glimpse of Pavilion Master Lu's cultivation once he makes a move. Xuanyi had listened to all kinds of legends about the Unholy One. As a student, how could he not want to see the amazing performance of his teacher? Xuanyi looked at everyone and the bewildered and shocked expressions on their faces. He really wished he could announce his teacher's identity now and let them be filled with awe and admiration. Alas, now was not the time. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou entered the dark clouds. The visibility was very bad. At this moment, a shadow shot over. Swoosh! Following that, a sonorous cry reverberated throughout the sky. Flawed perfection. Boom! A huge golden palm seal sailed out among the dark clouds and hit the huge shadow. However, the shadow did not slow down at all and continued to fly over. Lu Zhou raised his hand. The astrolabe appeared, shining dazzlingly. Bang! Lu Zhou flew back and put his astrolabe away. Unnamed. Countless energy swords appeared in the sky. Like a storm, they swept through the sky and stabbed at the shadow. Void grade! He exclaimed in surprise. The dark guards finally realized why Xuanyi treated Lu Zhou so well at this moment. With such strength and cultivation, Lu Zhou would be treated well in all of the 10 halls. The energy swords attacked before they returned to Lu Zhou one after another. The power of teleportation. Swoosh! Lu Zhou suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of everyone, staring at the sky with a burning gaze. Seeing that Lu Zhou had returned, Xuanyi asked, How is it? I haven't tested its depth yet, Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi said, this beast is really not simple. Then, Lu Zhou said, puzzled. However, it doesn't seem as strong as before. Does this mean we have a chance to kill it? Xuanyi asked. We don't know the situation, so we can't act rashly, Lu Zhou said. You're right. Even if Yinglong had weakened, it was still not to be underestimated. It likely had many tricks up its sleeve. Zhang, he asked. Then, should we retreat completely? Wait a little longer, Xuanyi said. The land was devastated everywhere they looked. Lu Zhou felt strange. After a brief moment, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, Bastard, if you don't want to die, then behave yourself. Dark clouds billowed, and the shadow continued to swim back and forth, clearly unbothered by Lu Zhou's threats. At this moment, a large number of cultivators rushed over from the northern sky. Some of them flew on their swords, and some of them rode on their avatars. The people from Xianxia Hall? Ha! These bastards came to snatch the fruit of victory from us. Li Chun cursed. Xuanyi asked suspiciously, why would the people from Xianxia Hall suddenly appear at this place? The great void was vast. How did Xianxia Hall find out about what happened here so quickly? At this moment, Xianxia, the attendant, finally arrived. He panted heavily as he called out, Old sir! Upon seeing this, Li Chun laughed and said, Little friend, if you don't listen to me, you'll be at a disadvantage. I want to take you flying, but you're unwilling. You can't blame anyone. Xianxia, the attendant, frowned, but he still said, yes. Xuanyi only glanced at Xianxia, the attendant. He did not seem to suspect anything. With his status, how could he pay attention to every helper and attendant in Xuanyi Palace? Lu Zhou said, Xianxia Hall arrived at the right time. Energy seals lit up the sky and shot into the dark clouds. Xianxia looked at the dark clouds. Yinglong, little friend, you really know a lot. Li Chun felt that the attendant in front of him was very interesting. Xianxia, the attendant, said awkwardly, I've only heard of it. However, that thing here doesn't seem to be Yinglong. It's not Yinglong? Yinglong controls the wind and thunder. It was said that it was as big as the sky. Heaven could not tolerate it, so it was banished to the human world. It also possesses a pair of void-grade items called the Golden Amber Battle AXE.IT, can illuminate the world, control the 4 seasons, and split heaven and earth apart. Xianxia, the attendant, said, How can you be sure? Lu Zhou asked. The dark clouds rolled south at this moment. Xianxia, the attendant, said, Over there, I know its weakness. Bring me along. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Let's go. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Zhou brought Xianxia with him and flew south. Xuanyi was confused. That person. He's Pavilion Master Lu's attendant, Li Chun said. Zhang, he did not care about this. Instead, he asked, Your Majesty, should we chase after them? Xuanyi looked at the dark clouds and said, Let Xianxia Hall take the lead first. Let them experience Yinglong's power. Your Majesty is wise. Xuanyi, Zhang He, and the others had been fighting with the ancient Saint Slayer in the dark clouds for a long time. They had not won, and they had even suffered a little. Otherwise, Xuanyi would not have asked for Lu Zhou's help. Since Xianxia Hall's people were here, it was a good idea to let them charge into the battle. This was Xuanyi Palace's territory. It spanned thousands of miles. Hence, even if Xianxia Hall managed to subdue the ancient Saint Slayer, Xuanyi Palace still had the right to claim the kill. This was something decided by the sacred temple to maintain the balance. Xuanyi and the others did not stand too close. Instead, they looked at the dark clouds that covered the entire southern sky from afar. The shadow twisted in the dark clouds, causing people to shudder. Up until now, Xuanyi and Zhang He had yet to have a good look at the ancient Saint Slayer. I wonder if Pavilion Master is confident, Zhang He said. Don't worry about that. If something happens, everyone should retreat immediately, Xuanyi said. Yes. He nodded. He looked at the dark clouds that were still moving south before he asked, "Why did an ancient saint slayer suddenly appear in this place?" Everyone also had thought about this, but no one had the answer. At this time, Lu Zhou and Xianxia had flown far away from the people of Xuanyi Palace. He had deliberately maintained a huge distance so that Xianxia could display his strength without being discovered. Seeing that they were far away from the others, Xianxia's body began to glow. The light forced the dark clouds back immediately. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the dark clouds with eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he said, "How dare a saint slayer cause trouble here? I won't let you off." Lu Zhou hovered in the air and asked, "Are you confident?" "No. HM? If it were Long, then perhaps even Ming Xian would have a hard time dealing with it. However, you said it's not Long earlier," Lu Zhou said. Xianxia nodded. The Dragon has the golden amber battle axe. It was buried in the Thousand Serenities Tower south of Xuanyi Palace. Without the battle axe, Long would not be able to control the wind and thunder. "You're saying it's an imposter?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's just a guess. I'll be able to verify it after testing it out," Xianxia replied. Then he charged into the dark clouds like a shooting star. Following that, an astrolabe appeared in the sky. The 36 birth charts shone dazzlingly. It expanded and covered the sky. Countless pillars of light that could tear through space with the power of the Tao shot out. The heavens and the earth shook, shocking everyone. The cultivators from Xianxia looked at the pillars of light, puzzled. Why is this method similar to His Majesty's method? Indeed. However, His Majesty said he won't be here when he told us to help Xuanyi Palace. I saw 2 figures flying south earlier. However, they were too fast so I couldn't get a good look. It can't be His Majesty, right? The huge commotion attracted the people of Xuanyi Palace immediately. Pavilion Master Lu's strength is indeed that of a supreme being, he exclaimed. Xuanyi was naturally not surprised. Li Chun chuckled. Indeed, it's like the might of a great emperor, but what? It's a little too showy, Li Chun said. He retorted. Since Pavilion Master Lu has the ability, it's only natural for him to display his strength for everyone to see. This is also a way for him to establish his position. It's reasonable and understandable. If it were Divine Emperor Xianxia, I'm afraid he would be even showier and tear the sky down. You have a point. Moreover, this is our Xuanyi Palace's territory. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely seize the opportunity to show off even more. Indeed, Pavilion Master Lu is much more low-key, Li Chun said with a sigh. He had vaguely guessed Lu Zhou's identity, and he thought that it should be about time for Lu Zhou to show his might. Regardless, he had no doubt Xuanyi Palace was going to rise to its peak with the addition of Lu Zhou. Rumble. A clap of thunder rang in the air followed by a roar from within the dark clouds. The long and slender shadow began to rush toward the southern horizon at lightning speed. Xianxia put away his astrolabe and appeared next to Lu Zhou before he asked, "Old sir, did you see it clearly?" Lu Zhou had been using the power of sight to observe all this time. He had already identified the target. He nodded and said, "I thought it was Long. As it turns out, I'd overestimated it." "Oh?" As expected. Xianxia smiled. "It's Tung Shi, a snake-like beast," Lu Zhou said. "Old sir, you're very knowledgeable. I'm impressed," Xianxia said as he cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's knowledge of Tung Shi came from the memories of the Unholy One. He said confidently, Tung Shi was originally one of the planetary divine incumbents. Due to its ugly appearance and heinous acts, it was classified as a beast. It was on par with Gochen. It rode on the clouds and summoned the rain. In ancient times, it was dissatisfied with its position as a divine incumbent, challenged Long and was forced to flee in defeat. After Long disappeared, it used the name of Long as it wandered around. Xianxia nodded as he looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression. He asked, "Old sir, you weren't born in the ancient times, were you?" Lu Zhou did not deny it. After all, this would make sense later when he appeared in the Great Void as the Unholy One. Xianxia said, "Only those from ancient times knew about these secrets." He sighed before he added, "Although my daughter is unlucky, she could also be considered lucky to have you as a master. I have no regrets." Xianxia was not stupid. If he could not tell that Lu Zhou's cultivation was profound, he would have lived for so long in vain. He was relieved that his daughter had such a master. "Let's take down Teng Shi first," Lu Zhou said as he turned into a shooting star and chased after Teng Shi. "I'll lend you a hand." 2 shooting stars flew in the sky. In less than 15 minutes, they had already covered thousands of miles and arrived above the Thousand Serenities Tower. The Thousand Serenities Tower overlooked a deep vortex-like ravine. The bottom could not be seen at all. The duo looked up at the dark clouds. "Vile creature, you want to take the golden amber battle axe? But alas, you don't have the ability." Teng Shi was nowhere as powerful as Yinglong. Xianxia flew into the sky and manifested his avatar. Lu Zhou used 3 powers from the heavenly writing to sense the changes in the surroundings. Xianxia and Teng Shi fought in the sky, causing the world to shake. A golden light illuminated the sky. Hiss! Due to the battle, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, revealing a dark body that was tens of thousands of feet long in the sky. The skin was like tree bark. It bared its fangs before it spat out blood mist and flew toward Xianxia. Xianxia put away his avatar before he launched dozens of golden light pillars toward Teng Shi's head. Teng Shi howled in pain. Boom! Energy seals sailed in the air. Teng Shi writhed in pain and anger. Space tore, and Lu Zhou felt power surging toward him. He was surprised to discover the lesser laws could not even withstand a single blow. Bastard! Lu Zhou attacked from behind. In front, countless golden light pillars bombarded Teng Shi's body. Xianxia said, "This is it. It won't be able to hold on for long." The duo intensified their attacks. Spatial lock. Xianxia and his avatar flew up as a circular formation appeared in his hand. Soon enough, the formation expanded and froze the space. Bang! 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 Teng Shi struggled frantically with all its might to free itself from spatial lock. At this time, a tearing sound rang out, and black bark-like skin began to fall in pieces as though it was shedding. Metamorphosis. Xianxia was surprised. "Old sir, we can't wait anymore. No wonder this vile creature came to Xuani Palace. I'm afraid it wants to replace Yinglong." Lu Zhou scoffed as he gripped Unnamed in the form of a sword tightly. A snake is a snake. No matter how it changes, it won't become a dragon. Buzz. The surging divine power and divine Dao power entered Unnamed. Then, a 10,000-foot-long energy sword appeared around Unnamed. Subsequently, flames began to burn around Unnamed. Xianxia had seen Unnamed previously. However, it was still impressive to see it again. After a moment, he said, "The Southern True Fire has been refined with the karmic fire into the divine fire?" The divine fire danced around Unnamed as Lu Zhou thrust it out with all his might. Unnamed looked like a fire dragon as it struck Teng Shi's back. When Unnamed pierced Teng Shi's body, Teng Shi went mad and began to writhe violently. Blood splattered in the air, and when they fell, they were like balls of crimson fire that burned in all directions. Lu Zhou's sword pierced Teng Shi's body, enraging it. Although it was a saint slayer, it had lost one of its hearts to the sword. At this time, its body began to glow with a red light. Subsequently, the wind began to stir and the clouds began to roil. The mountains of the earth could not withstand the pressure, and their peaks collapsed. Countless towering trees fell. The fierce beasts were like ants in front of Teng Shi. Some of them could not flee in time and were killed by Teng Shi, dying a horrible death. Lu Zhou put his sword away and used his grand technique to dodge the attacks. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and flew to the top of Teng Shi. He said in a low voice, "Vile creature, I'm going to take your life." Boom! A towering avatar descended from the sky. Its lotus smashed heavily on Teng Shi's body. It was heavily injured and was sent flying back, unable to enter the Thousand Serenities Tower. Be careful. Now that it's cornered, it's going to fight to the death, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou controlled unnamed after it shot out of his hand. Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two give birth to three. Three give birth to all things. All things have yin and yang, giving birth to harmonious qi. A sky full of energy swords appeared and swept toward Tang Shi like a tidal wave. Currently, Lu Zhou's divine power was almost inexhaustible. With this, his energy swords had naturally grown even more powerful. Each energy sword flashed with blue electric arcs. Xianxia was not blind. He was shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs. The power of the earth? Xianxia was even more convinced that Lu Zhou had a fortuitous encounter while he was in the abyss. He thought this was the reason he could not sense Lu Zhou's depths. Apart from the power of the earth, he could sense a hint of murderous energy as well. Although he could sense that it was dangerous, he could not sense what it was exactly. It was like the laws from the power of the Tao, but it was also like the power of the earth. Xianxia said, filled with praise. I didn't expect old Sir's method to be so shocking. Lu Zhou continued to control unnamed. Buzz. HM? Divine Tao power. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He had sensed changes in the divine power again. The energy swords grew even stronger. Under Lu Zhou's precise control, they stabbed Tang Shi's wounds. As the battle continued, Xianxia watched from the side. When he saw the scene before him, he found it slightly familiar, but he could not figure out why. After a moment, he said, Tang Shi's regenerative ability is very powerful. Usually, it can heal its wounds in an instant. However, the power of the earth is very effective against it. Boom! 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 Just as it looked as though the energy swords were about to deal the killing blow on Tang Shi suddenly shot up into the air. Boom! It snaked higher and higher up into the sky before it suddenly bared its fangs and spewed out a rain of blood. Blood, bright red like flames, rained down. Xianxia cried out, Dodge! Swoosh! Xianxia disappeared and reappeared about 10,000 yards away. With his eyesight, he could still easily see what was going on up ahead. He discovered that Lu Zhou did not leave. Instead, Lu Zhou was looking up at the sky. He frowned slightly and said through voice transmission, Old Sir, Tang Shi's blood essence is poisonous. It's best to avoid it. Don't worry. When the blood rain fell and was about to touch Lu Zhou, it suddenly fell to the sides, avoiding him before evaporating. Xianxia furrowed his eyebrows. He raised his hand and imbued his eyes with primal qi to have a better look. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and did not use any primal qi to block the rain of blood. Xianxia was surprised and puzzled. How did he do it? Even Xianxia had to use powerful protective energy to block Tang Shi's blood essence. It was very corrosive, and its power was not much weaker than the power of the Great Tao. This was one of Tang Shi's trump cards. The best way to deal with it was to temporarily avoid it. He did not understand what Lu Zhou was doing. He took a closer look again and saw Lu Zhou's robe fluttering in the air. His robe! Xianxia wanted to have a better look at it, but he was too far to properly examine it. Moreover, the rain of blood also obscured his vision slightly. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Nonetheless, he still saw the robe flash with light. At this moment, the people from Xianxia Hall rushed over. When they saw Xianxia, who now had the appearance of a young attendant, one of them said, Little friend, please stay away. It's very dangerous here. Xianxia stood with his hands on his back and turned to glare at the cultivators from Xianxia Hall. The leader of the cultivators thought the person's arrogant posture was rather interesting. He said with a smile, That's a saint slayer. Do you want to die? Impudent. Oh, you have such a bad temper. Little friend, do you know us? We're here under the orders of Emperor Xianxia to help Xuanyi Palace kill the Saint Slayer. Please don't obstruct our duty. Xianxia said solemnly, You are all blind. These 4 words stung the nerves of the cultivators of Xianxia Hall. They were just about to act when Xuani led his people over. Xuani flew over and looked at Tang Shi that was flying back and forth in the sky, spewing a torrential rain of blood. The leader stepped forward at this time and said, "Emperor Xuani, we're here under His Majesty's order to help Xuani Palace." Xuani nodded. "Thank you for your help." The leader glanced at Xianxia before he said, "As expected of Emperor Xuani, your grace and vision aren't something ordinary people can compare to." Li Chun could sense something wrong with those words, so he asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" One of the cultivators said in a low voice, "We came to help Xuani Palace out of kindness, but this young attendant called us blind. It's too outrageous." "Is that so?" Li Chun frowned. He turned to Xianxia, the attendant, and asked, "Is it true?" Xianxia, the attendant, was stunned. Most importantly, he was still standing with his hands on his back. His back was ramrod straight. His posture, which was rather majestic, was incongruent with his identity as an attendant. After all, his posture was rather similar to Xuani. "Look, what kind of attitude is this?" The people from Xianxia Hall grew even more dissatisfied when they saw Xianxia's arrogant posture. Li Chun hurriedly pulled Xianxia, the attendant, and said, "Quick, apologize to everyone." "Apologize?" Xianxia, the attendant, frowned. "You want me to apologize to these bastards?" Xianxia, the attendant, exhaled slowly. He was on the verge of losing his temper at this moment. Li Chun looked at Xianxia, the attendant, suspiciously. After a moment, he gestured with his hands as he said, "Even if your pavilion master lose people, you can't act in this manner." Xianxia, the attendant, ignored Li Chun. Li Chun said, "Do you want to be banished from Xuani Palace?" "Banished from Xuani Palace? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to see Conk again? This won't do." Xianxia, the attendant, looked at the people from Xianxia Hall thoughtfully. "Forget it. Dignity isn't very important." "I'm sorry," Xianxia, the attendant, said as he cupped his fists together at the people from Xianxia Hall. "All right, it's just a small matter." The people from Xianxia were not petty. Finally, everyone turned their attention back to Tang Shi in the sky. When Xuani saw Lu Zhou was completely unaffected by the poisonous blood rain, he nodded slightly. As expected of teacher's divine mark robe, its ability is fully displayed at this moment. There were rumors that the divine mark robe was woven from divine dragon tendons. Let alone the divine dragon, the snake-like tongue, she was just like a maggot in front of ordinary dragons. How could a maggot compare to a dragon? Buzz. Instead of retreating, Lu Zhou advanced with unnamed in his hand. Upon seeing this, Xuani frowned. "Pavilion Master Lu. This is..." Xianxia, the attendant, understood Lu Zhou. He explained, "He plans to take advantage of the time tongue. She is spewing blood rain to attack its vital points." Experts are all bold. The blood rain continued to pour down, obscuring everyone's vision. Lu Zhou turned into a streak of light as he shot through the blood rain. A buzzing noise rang in the air as energy swords, flashing with electric arcs, shot out. The divine Tao power surged out with just a thought. The powerful energy swords pierced Tang Shi's throat and exited from her back into the sky. The poisonous blood rain came to an abrupt stop. Following that, it was replaced by Tang Shi's real blood gushing out from the wound like a waterfall. "It's over." Everyone was amazed. At this time, they could also finally see Tang Shi clearly. Tang Shi's skin was like the bark of an ancient tree. Its eyes were like black pearls, and they were as big as the sun and moon. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it looked like a thick and long vine as it fell from the sky. From afar, it looked magnificent and terrifying at the same time. As the clouds slowly dispersed, everyone's vision gradually became clearer. The energy swords had accurately pierced Tang Shi's vital points. Its throat was pierced, and the energy sword had exited from the back of its head. Lu Zhou held unnamed as he stood in the air. The blood that was gushing out of Tang Shi's wounds was blocked and did not touch him at all. The battle was over. For a moment, silence reigned over the place. "What an amazing control!" So it's not Yinglong. It's Teng Shi. That's Teng Shi's weak spot. Naturally, it was not so easy to kill an ancient saint slayer. Previously, Teng Shi had fought with Xuani and the others before it fought briefly with Xianxia. Lu Zhou had also pierced one of its hearts. All in all, it was already weakened. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Lu Zhou to pierce its weak spot. At this time, Lu Zhou raised Unnamed. Come out. Unnamed slashed upward, slicing Teng Shi's head open. Then, it ruthlessly and accurately dissected Teng Shi's body. Divine Soul Pearl. A sparkling Divine Soul Pearl flew out of Teng Shi's chest toward Lu Zhou. After he put Unnamed and the Divine Soul Pearl away, Teng Shi's tens of thousands foot-long body fell with a boom. The earth and mountain shook violently. Lu Zhou turned around and arrived in front of the others. Xuani cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, "Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lu. On returning with great victory, the people from Shangzhang Hall were filled with admiration. I didn't know there's such an expert in Xuani Hall." Xuani could not help the pride that swelled up in his heart. He could not help but say mockingly, "Although my friends from Shangzhang Hall haven't been of much use, I still appreciate the kindness. When you return, please tell Emperor Shangzhang to worry more about himself and not to run over to Xuani Palace for no reason." Shangzhang, the attendant? How could the people from Shangzhang Hall not hear the mockery in Xuani's words? However, they really followed orders and came here to help. Although they were slightly unhappy because of those words, they did not dare to say anything. They could only nod. "In that case, we'll take our leave." After the people from Shangzhang Hall left, Li Chun rolled his eyes and said, "Why did that old man from Shangzhang Hall help us? It's strange that he's being so kind for no reason. We must be wary of those who are kind for no reason. They're usually a traitor or a thief." Xuani said, "No matter what his motives are, we have to be careful." "Understood." Shangzhang, the attendant. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "I've already dealt with Teng Shi. Do what you want with its carcass." In other words, the Divine Soul Pearl was Lu Zhou's, and no one could take it from him. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu," Xuani said before he turned to the others and added, "Clean it up." The people from Xuani Palace rushed toward Teng Shi's corpse. Even without the Divine Soul Pearl, Teng Shi's body was very valuable. There were many things that could be obtained from its body. At this moment, Shangzhang, the attendant, asked, "Old sir, this robe. Pay attention to your identity," Xuani interjected calmly. Shangzhang, the attendant, could only nod. "I apologize, Your Majesty. Old Xian, I'll let you be happy for now. I'll endure," Xuani said. "It's all thanks to Pavilion Master Lu's intervention this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was only a serpent, not a dragon. You were deceived by it. I didn't expect Teng Shi to show up at Xuani Palace." At this moment, Zhang He, who had just arrived, asked, "Why would it come here?" "The Thousand Serenities Tower is where Yinglong's weapon was buried. Perhaps it wanted to seize the weapon and become a true dragon. Its ambition was not small," Xuani said. Li Chun said, "That weapon has been buried in the Thousand Serenities Tower for such a long time. I'm afraid it has long disappeared." Teng Shi was really persistent. "Then, where did Yinglong go?" Zhang He asked. Everyone shook their heads. No one knew where Yinglong went. Xuani said, "Rumor has it that Yinglong used its power to protect the earth, and then it disappeared. No one knew where it went. I'm afraid only the sacred temple or those at the Great Abyss Land know the answer," Li Chun said. Xuani said, "Since the Saint Slayer has been dealt with, let's return." "Yes." Lu Zhou did not want to stay here for too long anyway, so he flew away with the others. At the same time, in the sacred temple, after a period of restlessness, the scales of justice finally calmed down. Upon seeing this, Hua Zhenghong cupped her fists together and said, "Temple Master, it's stable now. Based on its direction, it should be caused by the Saint Slayer in Xuani Palace." Ming Xian nodded slightly and said, Emperor Xuanyi has become a great divine king recently. When there's time, invite him over to the temple for a chat. A great divine king? With his cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary saint slayer. If he's able to become a divine supreme being, he might be able to contribute to the balance of the great void. Ming Xian said. Hua Zhenghong nodded. Your Majesty is wise. It's a pity that Xian Menghal's Wu Zhu was too vicious. He tried to break the shackles secretly, affecting the balance of the world. Upon hearing this, Ming Xian asked, Where's Qi Sheng? I don't know what he's busy with. I think your Majesty gives him too much freedom, Hua Zhenghong said. Ming Xian ignored Hua Zhenghong. Instead, he said, I want to see him. Yes. Hua Zhenghong had no choice but to leave. When she walked out, Ming Xing's voice rang from inside the hall. Call Zhu Honggong over as well. Yes. About an hour later, Hua Zhenghong, Qi Sheng, and Zhu Honggong entered the hall respectfully. After the trio greeted Ming Xian, Qi Sheng asked, Your Majesty, may I ask what orders you have for us? Ming Xian rose to his feet and glanced at Qi Sheng and Zhu Honggong before he said, Logically speaking, you're the commander of Two-Way Hall, so you don't have to interfere in these matters. However, since you're quite talented, I called you here to discuss them. Please speak, Your Majesty, Qi Sheng said. Zhu Honggong laughed before he added, Your Majesty, we're a family. If you have anything, feel free to speak. I'll climb a mountain of knives and cross a sea of fire to execute your orders. Ming Xian nodded. All right. Then, he continued to say, Ever since I took control of the Great Void, the world and the cultivation world have been peaceful and prosperous. However, the imbalance affected the 10 pillars of destruction. Although the sacred temple wants to continue maintaining the world's peace, it's impossible to do it alone. Hence, we have to rely on the 10 halls. I hope that everyone can work together to protect the Great Void. Ming Xian paused for a moment before he said again, We should determine the 10 commanders of the 10 halls as soon as possible. For this matter, you'll be in charge of coordinating everything. Go ahead and make the arrangements. I hope those who are commanders are the owners of the Great Void Seeds. Qi Sheng did not look surprised at all as he said, Understood. Everyone had a chance to fight for the position of commander. The 12 Tao Saints of the Great Void were the strongest among all the Tao Saints. However, their growth naturally could not compare to those with the Great Void Seeds. It was most suitable for future supreme beings like the Great Void Seeds owners to take over the positions of commander. Moreover, if the sacred temple wanted to firmly control the 10 halls and the 9 domains, the commanders had to be powerful. From a certain point of view, Two-Way's death was in the sacred temple's interest. For this reason, Ming Xian was willing to agree to the White Emperor's request and help Qi Sheng become the commander of Two-Way Hall. From the way things were going now, it seemed like everything was going in the direction that the sacred temple was hoping for. The second matter is, Ming Xian said calmly, I know the 10 halls have never been on good terms with each other. After Two-Way's death, Two-Way Hall had been greatly weakened. You need to be more careful when you visit the other halls. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honggong asked in confusion, Your Majesty, Qi Sheng is under your command. If they make an enemy out of Two-Way, isn't it tantamount to making an enemy out of you? Who would dare to do such a thing? Ming Xian said, When you're in my position, the politics are very intricate and there are many things that are out of my control. Do you understand? Zhu Honggong scratched his head and said, I don't understand. I only understand one thing. Whoever stands in my way, I'll smash them with my fists. Hua Zhenghong coughed. Zhu Honggong restrained himself for a moment before he grinned and said, I'm just joking. I'll convince the masses with virtue and reason. Ming Xian continued to say, The third matter is the disturbance in Xuanyi Hall. Zhu Honggong, I'll send you to Xuanyi Hall to investigate the cause of the disturbance. Zhu Honggong asked, confused, Xuanyi Palace is so far away. We can just ask Xuanyi Palace to send their people over to report to the sacred temple. Why must we go there? Hua Zhenghong replied, There are many things we need to do ourselves to determine the truth. Zhu Honggong said, All right, I understand. Leave this to me. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Go, Ming Xian said with a wave of his hand. After that, Qi Shang and Zhu Honggong left the sacred temple together. When the duo was a distance away from the sacred temple, Zhu Honggong glanced at Qi Shang and said, "Don't worry, I'll continue to act according to the plan. I won't act rashly." Qi Shang nodded. "Whether you can become the commander of one of the halls depends on your talent. I can only advise you. Apart from that, the Great Void isn't as peaceful as you think. You've been a little too high-profile recently." Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes and said, "Don't lecture me with such a tone." Qi Shang continued to say, "Remember, you have to obtain all the heaven-suppressing pestles from the pillars of destruction. After all, I can only protect you for a while, but I won't be able to protect you forever." "All right," Zhu Honggong replied as he flew up. Then, he suddenly turned back and said, "Don't worry, you're just like my 7th senior brother. Do you really think I'm stupid?" With that, Zhu Honggong flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Qi Shang nodded before he turned to leave. In the dark hall's Dao Hall, the sun was setting in the west. Lu Zhou brought out Teng Shi's divine soul pearl. The divine soul pearl looked like a dark pearl, and it emitted an icy and powerful aura. At this moment, Lu Zhou was faced with a dilemma. Should he use the divine soul pearl on his golden avatar or blue avatar? His golden avatar had 32 birth charts and was only 4 birth charts away from reaching the upper limit. On the contrary, his blue avatar was lagging too far behind. If it were too weak, it would also affect his overall strength. Thinking of this, he brought the blue avatar out. After all, his strength could no longer be measured by the golden avatar alone. Although he called it the blue avatar, the fact was as he continued to comprehend the divine Tao power, the blue avatar had already taken on much of the appearance of the golden avatar. Lu Zhou inserted Teng Shi's divine soul pearl into the blue avatar's birth palace. Click! At this moment, the surface of the blue lotus seat was like a pool of spring water, absorbing the divine soul pearl. Since he did not plan to reuse it, he had no need to take the divine soul pearl out. The lotus seat was as reflective as a mirror. It was as though the universe was reflected in it at this moment. Spots of light like the stars began to shift on the lotus seat. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. The birth charts can be moved at will? As it was already quite abnormal that his avatar had so much mobility, but it was surprising that his birth chart could be moved around as well. Considering how much freedom of movement the blue avatar has, does it have an indestructible body? Lu Zhou's eyes lit up as a bold idea appeared in his mind. He raised his hand, and unnamed in the form of a sword appeared immediately. Then he aimed the sword at the blue avatar. This seems a little suicidal. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou gently drew unnamed across the edge of the lotus seat. Swoosh! It was as though the lotus seat was truly a pool of water. When unnamed drew across it, it quickly mended itself and returned to its original state. This! Swoosh! Lu Zhou brandished unnamed again. A gash appeared on the lotus seat, but then, it was quickly mended. It only took a breath for it to revert to its original appearance. The avatar is indestructible? Lu Zhou put unnamed away before he pushed a hand out. Bang! When the palm seal landed on the lotus seat, just like before, it quickly mended the damage. After a few more simple tests, Lu Zhou understood that although the blue avatar could mend damages, it would still be pressured when faced with the laws from the power of the Tao. Nonetheless, this surprise was already good enough for him. There were no cultivators who were not afraid of their avatars getting damaged, after all. The blue avatar only had 7 birth charts now. Would it not be terrifyingly strong once all 36 birth charts were activated? Buzz! At this moment, the lotus began to spin. Second stage. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The benefits of cultivating in the abyss for 100 years far exceeded his expectations. One of them was that the activation of birth charts had become incredibly smooth. Seeing that he had successfully entered the second stage of the birth chart activation, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heaven scroll of the heavenly writing. Long after the sun set, Lu Zhou heard a long-awaited system notification. Ding! After comprehending the heaven scroll of the heavenly writing 100 times, you're rewarded with a heavenly power upgrade card. Ding! When you use the heavenly power upgrade card, you can increase the strength of your heavenly writing powers. Increase the strength of the heavenly writing powers? All along, Lu Zhou assumed that the heavenly writing powers he had mastered would grow stronger along with his comprehension of the heavenly writing. He did not expect their strength could be further improved with item cards. Lu Zhou was rather satisfied with this. Ding! Improve your heavenly writing powers until they become the heavenly writing true powers. The heavenly writing true powers will improve along with the increase of your divine Tao power. These words were like a tonic for the heart. Lu Zhou nodded and waved his hand before the heavenly power upgrade card appeared in his hand. The card's patterns were unique, and it was slightly similar to the Supreme card. There were complex runes on it, and it emitted a mysterious light and aura. The back of the card was also suffused with a faint blue light. Sometimes, Lu Zhou thought that the system was definitely related to the Unholy One. The cards all held unfathomable and indescribable power. Since that was the case, how did the Unholy One lose? Lu Zhou recalled what he had seen and learned of the Unholy One when he was in the abyss. Among the strings of disjointed words, he remembered the words, "looking forward to eternal life." Did this mean that the Unholy One had yet to fully grasp the power? He thought the possibility was quite high. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Zhou looked at the item card in his hand again. Which heavenly writing power should I upgrade? Currently, Lu Zhou had mastered 10 heavenly writing abilities. First, the power of speech. Second, the power of muting. Third, the power of past lives. Fourth, the power of healing. Fifth, the power of hearing. Sixth, the power of sight. Seventh, the power of smell. Eighth, the power of concealment. Ninth, the power of infinite deduction. And 10th, the power of teleportation. Although it was good to have many powers, now that he had to make a choice, he felt rather troubled. He could choose to hear clearer, see further, or speak louder. However, it seemed like the final 3 heavenly writing powers, the power of concealment, the power of infinite deductions, and the power of teleportation were the most obvious choices to improve his strength. If he improved the power of concealment, perhaps, he would be able to go into an extreme state of concealment. As for the power of infinite deductions, he did not know what its effect would be like after it was improved. The power of teleportation? With his current power of teleportation, he could easily move back and forth within a certain distance. With this, he could easily occupy an advantageous position during a battle. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Zhou thought it was most suitable to upgrade his 10th heavenly writing power. Now that he had made up his mind, he shattered the heavenly power upgrade card in his hand. Upgrade. The item card shattered into specks of starlight that surrounded his body. Then, they drifted out about 1 or 2 feet in front of him and began to arrange themselves neatly. After a moment, it could be seen that they had arranged themselves according to the pattern at the back of the cards. Energy began to surge and converge at the patterns formed by the specks of light. Soon enough, a vortex appeared in the sky about Xuanyi Palace. The energy within the vortex continued to surge into the Dao Hall. Xuanyi, Zhang, and the others flew out from different places when they sensed the fluctuations. They looked at the sky in confusion. Pavilion Master Lu? The magnitude of the energy was truly astonishing. Zhang flew next to Xuanyi and asked, "Is Pavilion Master Lu cultivating?" Xuanyi nodded and said with a sigh, "Initially, I assumed he had just become a supreme being not too long ago. After the battle with Teng Shi, I realized I'd greatly underestimated him." Although Xuanyi knew Lu Zhou's true identity, he had always believed that his teacher had yet to return to his peak strength. He assumed that was the reason his teacher was staying in Xuanyi Palace to bide his time. Zhang asked curiously, "I don't understand. Why did the White Emperor send him here?" "White Emperor?" Xuanyi frowned. With this, Zhang seemed to realize he had misspoken. He hurriedly said, I didn't mean to reveal his identity so openly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." I have long known that he's the White Emperor's subordinate. Xuanyi looked at Zhang He and asked, "Is that why you show him respect?" Zhang He nodded. "I didn't know this initially. Li Chun told me about it. However, your Majesty's treatment of him is quite suspicious. Even if he's the White Emperor's subordinate, I don't think your Majesty needs to." Xuanyi frowned. "Finished your words. There's no need for your Majesty to—" Zhang He said as his voice grew smaller and smaller. "Flatter him." The last two words were almost inaudible. Xuanyi lowered his voice and said in a dignified tone, "Do you think you're qualified to tell me what to do?" "I don't dare. I'm just saying what's in my heart. The sun and moon can be my witness." Zhang He said. Xuanyi looked at the strange movements in the sky and said, "Many things aren't as simple as you think they are. You should respect someone like Pavilion Master Lu." "Your Majesty is right. I understand." "You don't understand. I really do understand." "I—" "Scram." Xuanyi's expression turned stern. "Right away," Zhang He said. Suddenly, Xuanyi called out, "Wait. What are your orders, Your Majesty?" Zhang He asked. "Seal off all the runic passages in Xuanyi Palace. No one's allowed to enter for the time being," Xuanyi said. "Understood. Only by severing the connection between the runic passages in Xuanyi Palace and the other runic passages would they have a chance to keep the energy fluctuations here a secret. Even if the sacred temple scales of justice were able to sense the fluctuations, as long as Xuanyi Palace did not open the runic passage, they could buy some time since it would take quite long to fly over to Xuanyi Palace from the sacred temple. The great void and the unknown land were really vast, after all. After 15 minutes, the energy vortex finally disappeared. Xuanyi did not go to the Dao Hall to meet Lu Zhou. Instead, he returned to the main hall. At the same time, Lu Zhou took a deep breath and sensed his heavenly writing power. He did not test it out. Instead, he looked at the blue avatar's lotus next to him. The lotus was still spinning, and it would take a while before the process was completed. For now, Lu Zhou could only wait patiently. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heaven scroll. The next day, the sun rising from the east illuminated the entire great void. The sunlight shone down through the clouds on the mountains and the lands. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard a crisp noise and opened his eyes to look at the lotus in front of him. The lotus was dazzling, and the lotus seat was very smooth. Lights flashed from the birth chart zones. Lu Zhou looked at the lotus seat in surprise when he saw 12 birth charts flashing ostentatiously. 12 birth charts? I went from having 7 birth charts to 12 birth charts. Activating 5 birth charts in one go from a divine soul pearl was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. This was a huge improvement. Lu Zhou put away his blue avatar before he pushed his hand out. Astrolabe. Compared to the golden avatar's astrolabe, the blue avatar's astrolabe flashed with electric arcs. They swam around the astrolabe like water dragons. Although the blue avatar only had 12 birth charts, Lu Zhou could feel that its power was infinitely close to that of the golden avatar. Let's try the upgraded power of teleportation. With just a thought, Lu Zhou disappeared from the hall. He wanted to use this opportunity to test the strength of the newly upgraded power of teleportation. When Lu Zhou reappeared, he was hovering in the air more than 30,000 feet east of Xuanyi Palace. Slightly more than 30,000 feet. The distance he covered was already quite shocking. For traveling, perhaps, there was not much use since it would consume too much of his divine power. However, during a battle, being able to teleport within the range of 30,000 feet was game-changing. There were too many powerful and mysterious fierce beasts in this world. Take the Kuan in the Endless Ocean, for example. It was so big that its size could not be determined. If Lu Zhou ran into the Kuan and did not have the power of teleportation, it would be quite troublesome. Lu Zhou nodded, feeling rather satisfied with the upgrade of the power of teleportation. Then, he brought the astrolabe out to test its power. He stopped after raising several mountains to the ground. He already had an estimate of his strength, so there was no point continuing to test it out on inanimate targets. Finally, Lu Zhou returned to the Dao Hall. Xianxia, disguised as an attendant, saw Lu Zhou and said with a smile, I didn't expect the old sir to have such a childlike heart. How does it feel to bombard the mountains? You saw that. I only sensed it. Xianxia, the attendant, said. It's hard to resist the itch when you gain new insight into certain powers, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia, the attendant, nodded and smiled. If you're willing, we can discuss the Tao together. Perhaps we can learn from each other's strength. As soon as Xiangxia's voice fell, a voice rang from the distance. You, what are you talking so much for? Hurry up and help me move my things. Lu Zhou looked over and saw little Yuaner and Conk carrying a bunch of things. Xianxia, the attendant, seemed to have come to life at this moment. They're here. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly and shook his head when he thought about how Xianxia had fallen into such a pathetic state. Xianxia, the attendant, went to the two girls' side and said carefully, Your cultivation is very high. Why don't you use your energy seals to hold these things? You don't understand. There's happiness to be gained from simple things like that. Little Yuaner said with a smile. Look at Conk. She plays the zither every day. She can also use her energy seal to play the zither, but she doesn't because it's not interesting. Conk nodded in agreement. You're right. Playing a song using only my energy will make the song lose its soul. Xianxia, the attendant, sighed emotionally. I didn't expect the two young ladies to have such profound views. What profound views? I don't understand what you're talking about. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes and said, Let's go. Xianxia, the attendant, was I overthinking things? Conk turned to look at Xianxia, the attendant, and said, Don't be angry. Ninth senior sister is actually very nice. It's fine. Xianxia, the attendant, smiled when Conk spoke to him. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly as he watched the trio leave. This is good as well. With a divine emperor as a bodyguard, I don't have to worry about their safety. 10 days later, in the northern horizon of Xuani Palace, Zhu Honggong flew tirelessly. As he flew, he cursed, Fuck! Xuani Palace. Do you think I can't come just because you sealed off the runic passages? The sacred temple had ordered him to come to Xuani Palace, but he did not expect Xuani Palace to ruthlessly seal off all their runic passages. He had no choice but to use a runic passage that led to another runic passage near Xuani Palace before flying to Xuani Palace. I finally arrived at Xuani Palace's territory. After entering Xuani Palace's territory, he would still need to fly for a few days before he could reach the place where Xuani Palace was located. Zhu Honggong rested for a while before he continued on his journey again. Not long after, he saw more than 10 cultivators rush over from a distant mountain peak. Did they come for me? Zhu Honggong felt something was amiss, so he quickly turned around. Too late. A voice rang from behind Zhu Honggong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just an instant, Zhu Honggong was surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. One of the cultivators said in a gloomy voice, I waited for you for 10 days before you finally showed up. 10 days. Zhu Honggong frowned. I don't know you, right? It doesn't matter if you don't know us as long as we know you, the cultivator replied. Zhu Honggong's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, you've heard of me. It seems like my fame has spread far and wide. No wonder. I understand your feelings. The cultivator said, You're thinking too much. Then he brought a portrait to compare it to Zhu Honggong before he nodded and said, It's been confirmed that he's one of the owners of the Great Void Seeds. Capture him. Understood. The cultivators pounced on Zhu Honggong immediately. Zhu Honggong said, shocked, How dare you? You know of my identity, and yet, you dare to treat me like this. Scram. Then, a pair of gloves appeared around Zhu Honggong's hands before he released energy seals in all directions. The cultivators only paused briefly. Then, a glowing rope appeared in each of their hands before they unscrupulously attacked Zhu Honggong. The leader flashed above Zhu Honggong and said before he released a palm seal, It's best if you don't resist. Boom! Zhu Honggong hurriedly punched his fists upward. Then he began to fight with the cultivators. Oh, the leader said praisingly. As expected of the owner of a great void seed, he has such explosive power. This is the beginning, Zhu Honggong said as he cast the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast and weaved in and out of the cultivators. The sounds of collision and space tearing rang in the air continuously. Both sides were careful and did not underestimate their opponent. After fighting for an hour with Zhu Honggong, the leader found that they could not take Zhu Honggong down. He stopped and retreated 3,000 feet before he asked angrily, "Who provided the information?" Everyone shook their heads, not knowing the answer to that question. Zhu Honggong laughed. "Did you really think that I'm a good-for-nothing? Your cultivation is not bad. Why do you pretend to be foolish when you're in the sacred temple?" The leader asked. "Fuck. What pretend to be foolish? That's my true nature," Zhu Honggong cursed. Then he flew out, causing the space to tear. "Boss, should we retreat? Stick to the plan and stall him." The cultivators charged out again. The ropes in their hands danced in the air, causing the space to tear. Although Zhu Honggong was powerful, it would be difficult to take them down in a short time. The battle continued for another 2 hours. Zhu Honggong grew bolder and bolder as he fought. The power of fists grew stronger and stronger as well. "Take this!" Bang! 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 One after another, the cultivators were sent flying. When the leader saw that the situation was unfavorable, he retreated. His earlier arrogance was completely gone at this moment. Zhu Honggong closed in on the leader. His fists were like ferocious tigers as he punched out. At the critical moment, a black crack appeared in the sky. Boom! A black light struck and sent Zhu Honggong flying. Experts! Zhu Honggong was inwardly shocked. At this moment, I have to learn from 4th senior brother. I have to fucking flee first. Swoosh! Zhu Honggong fled downward without any hesitation. The leader did not dare to give chase. He only looked at the crack. Soon enough, a figure emerged from the crack. He was dressed in a long black brocade robe, and the crown on his head made him look imposing. His eyebrows were swords, and his eyes were like that of a tiger. The leader immediately bowed. "Your Majesty." The figure swept his gaze around the area. At the same time, a streak of black light chased after Zhu Honggong, frightening him. He stomped his feet, releasing a huge energy wave before he flew more than 30,000 feet away in just a blink of an eye. The black-clad Supreme Being looked into the distance and said, "Just a mere Tao saint. Do you really think you can escape from me?" The black-clad cultivator chased after Zhu Honggong like a shooting star. A Supreme Being was a Supreme Being after all. In terms of strength and speed, he was superior to Zhu Honggong. In just a few breaths, a black avatar appeared in the sky above Zhu Honggong, looking down on the land. Once one became a Supreme Being, it would be difficult for others to determine the height of one's avatar. Furthermore, Supreme Beings were highly revered. Who would dare to approach a Supreme Being's avatar to measure its height? However, there was an exception to everything. There were Supreme Beings who ordered cultivators to find and record information about Supreme Beings' avatars. After one had activated 31 birth charts, the final few birth charts grew even more important. Not only would the lifespan one gained by activating them were different, but the increase in height was different as well. According to ancient records, after the 31 birth chart, the 32nd and 33rd birth charts would increase one's avatar's height by 300 feet each. After the 33rd birth chart, the height increment would change again. The difficulty of activating the final 3 birth charts was incredibly difficult. The 34th and the 35th birth charts could increase the height of one's avatar by 500 feet each. As for the final birth chart, the height increment was not fixed. However, one's avatar would increase by at least 10,000 feet. In the Great Void's ancient records, there were some whose avatars' heights increased by 30,000 feet after activating the final birth charts. Zhu Honggong looked up and cursed, "So fucking fast?" Without any hesitation, Zhu Honggong flew into the forest, vanishing from sight. "Since you're so big, I'll play hide and seek with you." The black-clad cultivator maintained his avatar and looked down from above. Soon enough, the other cultivators arrived as well. Go down and search for him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Your Majesty, he's very cunning. Should we kill him immediately? No rush, the black-clad cultivator said indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. His 5 senses were fully opened, searching for Zhu Honggong's whereabouts. After a moment, he pushed his hand out, releasing a ball of light that swept out for 100 miles in all directions. Mountains were flattened as rivers were destroyed as birds and beasts fled the area. All living things were under the black-clad cultivator's perception. Nothing could escape from his notice. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Come out." No one responded. It was quiet. "I'll give you a chance to surrender." There was still no response. Buzz. The black-clad cultivator scoffed coldly before he manifested his towering avatar again. Then, the avatar began to spin, releasing spots of black light that looked like black butterflies fluttering in the wind in all directions. Heavens! A figure crawled out of a mud pit in the distance. It was hundreds of thousands of times faster than a wild boar as it flew into the distance with a loud swoosh. Catch him! The cultivators gave chase immediately. However, they were no match for Zhu Honggong, so how could they catch up to him? A smile appeared on the black-clad cultivator's face. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Those who possess the great void seeds are quite talented. As Zhu Honggong, who was covered in mud, flew into the distant sky, the black-clad cultivator suddenly disappeared. Buzz! The space distorted before an avatar appeared above Zhu Honggong again. "Run!" a dignified voice said. Zhu Honggong looked up. He wiped the mud off his face as he said, "So fucking fast!" Swoosh! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky at the black avatar. Alas, it was just like it was scratching an itch for the avatar. Zhu Honggong disappeared again. The black-clad cultivator nodded. Interesting. The black-clad cultivator flashed again along with his avatar, leaving tears in the void. At this moment, a fierce and angry voice rang from afar. "Ji Guangji, it's inappropriate for you to act so recklessly in Xuanyi Palace, right?" The voice traveled very far away from Xuanyi Palace, crossing mountains and rivers, before it entered the ears of Ji Guangji, the Black Emperor. Ji Guangji put away his avatar, and silence descended. He looked in the direction of Xuanyi Palace and said, "I happened to pass by and saw a wild boar. I wanted to capture it alive." Wild boar. We're cultivators, so we can go for a long time without food. Alas, we still can get rid of our habits as humans. It has been 1,000 years since I tasted the delicacies of the human world. How could I not be tempted when I encountered a wild boar with a strong body? Ji Guangji said indifferently. "You can really talk nonsense. Then, may I ask if you caught the wild boar?" Ji Guangji shook his head and said, "I think it escaped into your Xuanyi Palace." Buzz! Xuanyi appeared in the sky, overlooking mountains and the land. He cupped his fists together in the direction of Ji Guangji and said, "You didn't come all the way to Xuanyi Palace just for a wild boar, right?" "I merely encountered the wild boar. I came here to visit Xuanyi Palace," Ji Guangji replied. "Visit?" Xuanyi frowned slightly. "Am I not welcomed?" Ji Guangji smiled faintly. His smile was rather cunning. Xuanyi said, "It's not that I don't welcome you, but too many things have happened in Xuanyi Palace recently. It's not convenient for me to receive guests." "That's not a problem. My visit will be brief," Ji Guangji said. He flashed and soon appeared in front of Xuanyi. As the duo faced each other from afar, the other cultivators rushed over as well. Ji Guangji sized Xuanyi up before he said, "I didn't expect you to become a great divine king. Congratulations. It doesn't matter if I became a great divine king. I still can't compare to the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands," Xuanyi replied. Ji Guangji suddenly said, "Well, it's still better than those who had lost their hall masters." Xuanyi frowned. Then, 10 halls were supposed to have 10 hall masters. Alas, there were no 10 hall masters. 4 of the hall masters had perished 100,000 years ago, and 2 Wei had been reduced to ashes 100 years ago. Ji Guangji said again, I don't mean to mock you. I just feel that it's not easy to live well in the Great Void. There's no choice. For the sake of maintaining the world's balance, we need to do what must be done. This is also Xuanyi Palace's mission, Xuanyi said. Balance. Zhi Guangji laughed before he said, how can you maintain balance in such an unbalanced world? Look at the Great Void alone. There are 10 halls, but there are only 5 hall masters. Ming Xian wants to push the newcomers to the thrones and also invite the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands back to the Great Void. Where's the balance in the world? How can this be called maintaining the balance? How could Xuanyi not know that Zhi Guangji was mocking him? He asked, are you mentally unbalanced? Zhi Guangji looked at Xuanyi with a profound gaze as he said, we're all smart people. There's no need to beat around the bush. I only want to ask you one question. As the hall master of Xuanyi Palace, do you really think the world is balanced? To be precise, do you think the world is fair? Xuanyi replied, there has never been absolute fairness in the world. You should know this. I've never asked for absolute fairness, Zhi Guangji said, suddenly raising his voice. Xuanyi suppressed his emotions and smiled before he calmly said, I have nothing more to say. So, you're willing to work for Ming Xian? Zhi Guangji asked. Xuanyi scoffed coldly. I work for Xuanyi Palace, and the countless people living in Xuanyi Palace's territory. Well said. Zhi Guangji flashed forward as his energy grew stronger. If the Great Void wants to sacrifice the entire Xuanyi Palace to maintain the balance in the Great Void, will you be willing? Xuanyi Palace was located in the opposite direction of the Great Void central area. The Great Void was very vast, and no one truly knew its bounds. In addition, the terrains would change with the passage of time. Hence, it was difficult to accurately chart the Great Void, especially during times of imbalance. Xuanyi looked at Zhi Guangji and shook his head. Of course not. Then, don't speak so righteously, Zhi Guangji said. I did not speak righteously, Xuanyi argued. Xuanyi and Zhao Yang reside in the north. Rou Zhao and Chang Yu reside in the south. The 4 sides are in balance, and if anything happens to either side, it'll cause the world to shake, Zhi Guangji said. He paused for a moment to look at the west of the Great Void before he continued to say, one of the pillars of destruction has already collapsed. Will the others follow suit? Xuanyi did not want to talk about whether the sky would collapse or not. Moreover, it was a taboo topic in the Great Void. He said, you're no longer in the Great Void. What does it matter to you if the Great Void collapses or not? Zhi Guangji shook his head and said, although I've left the Great Void, deep in my heart, I've always hoped the Great Void would flourish. If the Great Void collapses, then I'll truly be homeless. Xuanyi carefully studied Zhi Guangji's expression. Zhi Guangji was solemn and calm. It did not seem like Zhi Guangji was lying. He asked, you still plan to return to the Great Void? At the same time, Xuanyi thought to himself, if you want to return to the Great Void, go and look for trouble with the sacred temple. Why did you come to Xuanyi Palace? Zhi Guangji chuckled. He replied honestly, I've never given up on returning to the Great Void. Then go to the sacred temple. Xuanyi Palace doesn't welcome you, Xuanyi said with a wave of his sleeve. Zhang He, see the guests out. Energy rippled from one of the halls in Xuanyi Palace before a figure flew up and landed next to Xuanyi. Then, he looked at Zhi Guangji nervously before he said with a bow, please. Zhi Guangji did not seem angry. Instead, he said with a smile, since I'm already here, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Then, Zhi Guangji moved forward. Xuanyi's expression changed slightly. He focused his energy and released a sound wave as he said, you want to force your way in? Xuanyi activated his protective energy. The atmosphere became tense immediately. A pearl above the main hall of Xuanyi Palace lit up. Zhi Guangji stopped and looked at the bright pearl above the main hall for a few breaths before he said, I can leave, but I want to take back what belongs to me. I'm afraid there's nothing that belongs to you here, Xuanyi said. That black wild boar, Zhi Guangji said as he pointed at Xuanyi Palace. Wild boar. Xuanyi laughed. This excuse is too unreasonable, right? How can the dignified Black Emperor fail to capture a wild boar? Just as Xuanyi was about to resolutely strike back, Zhi Guangji laughed and said, I left a mark on him. Why don't you activate your mark then? Xuanyi said, not lowering his guard in the slightest. Zhi Guangji raised his hand, and black butterflies filled the air as they flew in all directions. The tracking technique was truly amazing. It had the power to sweep through heaven and earth. Suddenly, a litany of curses rang from behind an ancient tree not far from Xuanyi Palace's main hall. You're the wild boar. Your entire family is wild boars. Whoosh! A figure flashed toward the main hall at lightning speed. Everyone was stunned. Xuanyi frowned. A talking wild boar? Zhi Guangji laughed. That's what I think. Xuanyi turned around and looked. Although the figure was quite a distance away, the figure's size and speed indeed resembled those of wild boars. Nonetheless, it was clear the figure belonged to a human. Xuanyi asked, why did this person run to Xuanyi Palace? A cultivator next to Zhi Guangji said, it's because I chased him here, so he escaped into the Xuanyi Palace. Zhi Guangji added, if I don't take him away, I'll never leave. How do I know you didn't send him here on purpose? It might be a means for you to enter Xuanyi Palace, Xuanyi said, becoming even more cautious. Zhi Guangji shook his head. You're thinking too much. Zhi Guangji's hand glowed, and the black butterflies merged into a streak of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Energy began to fluctuate, stirring up a violent wind, as the space began to twist. At this moment, a scream rang from Xuanyi Palace. Zhi Guangji said in a deep voice, no one can escape the mark I left behind. Do you think you'll be able to escape by hiding in Xuanyi Palace? With just a flick of my fingers, you'll be instantly reduced into ashes by my mark. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out. Damn it! You're so fucking vicious. Zhu Honggong cursed loudly. He really could not figure out when Zhi Guangji left a mark on him. He had no choice but to fly up into the sky. Everyone turned to look at Zhu Honggong in unison. At this moment, Zhu Honggong was really embarrassing to look at. He said through clenched teeth, I'm from the sacred temple, and I came here under the orders of the temple. You dare to touch me? Zhi Guangji said, it's pointless for you to use the sacred temple to threaten me. Zhu Honggong laughed before he pointed at Zhi Guangji and fiercely said, what are you pretending for? You're more afraid of the sacred temple than anyone else. If you dare to touch me, the temple master will rip you into shreds. Zhi Guangji frowned. Indeed, the sacred hall and Ming Xian aren't to be trifled with. How did this kind of low-class cultivator, who relies on others' power, get the great void seed? At the same time, Xuanyi looked at Zhu Honggong strangely, wondering who Zhu Honggong was. Just as Zhu Honggong was about to speak, Zhi Guangji said in a deep voice, then, let the sacred hall come to me then. As soon as Zhi Guangji clenched his hand, a powerful force bound Zhu Honggong before he flew toward Zhi Guangji. Xuanyi wanted to intervene, but he did not expect Zhi Guangji to go all out. Zhi Guangji had used an extremely rare and powerful binding technique that firmly held onto Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong was unable to resist at all, bound by rings of light. When he finally landed next to Zhi Guangji nodded in satisfaction. He said viciously, You. All of a sudden, his voice turned ingratiating as he said, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking earlier. Senior, please forgive me. Can you let me go? I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of His Majesty, Great Emperor Ming Xian. Zhi Guangji. The last shred of Zhu Honggong's image in Zhi Guangji's mind collapsed completely. He was overwhelmed with the urge to kick Zhu Honggong, but he restrained himself. Finally, he cupped his fists together at Xuanyi and said stiffly, I won't disturb you anymore. Take care. I won't see you out. Xuanyi had no intentions of interfering in the conflict between Zhi Guangji and the sacred temple. In fact, he could not wait for the two parties to fight. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, the melodious tune from a zither rang from afar. The beautiful tune from the zither gradually swept out like a tide. At this moment, a cultivator next to Zhi Guangji whispered, "Your Majesty, it's that girl. It's her? Are you sure?" Zhi Guangji's eyes lit up. "I'm certain. Over the past 10 years, I've made many inquiries and secretly observed and studied her." Xuani ignored them and turned to leave. He had already expected Zhi Guangji to have designs on the owners of the great void seeds. Zhi Guangji looked at the bright pearl above Xuani Palace. Buzz! A black avatar appeared, and a dazzling lotus appeared, covering the sun and dispersing the clouds. The sound from the zither stopped abruptly. Xuani shouted, "This is too much!" Xuani flashed to the top of the main hall and controlled the bright pearl to force Zhi Guangji back. Zhi Guangji said in a deep voice, "A great divine king is still a divine king after all. Break!" Zhi Guangji's hand was like the sky as he pressed down on Xuani Palace's barrier. As soon as the barrier shattered, Zhi Guangji flew toward the direction of the sound of the zither. At this time, little Yuaner and Conk were discussing the Tao while Conk played the zither. They were both puzzled by the huge commotion and were about to take a lot when a powerful force pulled them up. "Conk! Ninth senior sister!" The two girls held onto each other and struggled with all their might. At the critical moment, Xianxia, the attendant, who was nearby, flashed over and dispelled the force. Little Yuaner and Conk fell back to the ground immediately. Xianxia, the attendant, stood in front of the two girls. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Little attendant, why is your cultivation so profound?" Xianxia, the attendant, did not look back as he replied, "I cultivate in secret, and I didn't want to reveal my strength." Little Yuaner smiled. "I really can't tell. There are truly hidden experts everywhere." Xianxia, the attendant, looked up. At this moment, Zhi Guangji's voice rang from the sky. "So there's an expert in Xuani Palace. Why don't you come out so we can have a chat?" Xuani flew over at this moment and asked, "Are you worthy?" Zhi Guangji said, "Of course. To be able to catch your attention, he or she must be outstanding. I'm very curious." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xianxia, little Yuaner, and Conk flew out of the pavilion and looked at the gigantic black avatar in the sky. Xianxia, the attendant, said in a low voice, "He's the Black Emperor. Both of you should find a place to hide." The current little Yuaner was no longer unruly and willful as she was in the past. She nodded as she grabbed Conk and said, "Let's go." At this moment, Zhu Honggong, who was bound behind Zhi Guangji, shouted, "Ninth junior sister." "Ha!" Little Yuaner spun around. Zhu Honggong continued to shout, "It's me, your 8th senior brother. Ninth junior sister. Hurry up and save me." Xianxia, the attendant, turned around and asked little Yuaner, "Do you know that person?" Little Yuaner looked at Zhu Honggong carefully before she shook her head. "No." Zhu Honggong, Zhi Guangji said, "I don't care if you know him or not, but you'll have to come with me." Xianxia, the attendant, raised his head to the sky and asked, "Zhi Guangji, you still have the audacity to return to the Great Void?" Xuani, little Yuaner, and Conk looked at Xianxia with baffled expressions on their faces. The trio shared the same thought at this moment. "This little attendant's courage is really incredible," Zhi Guangji said. "How dare a little attendant like you interrupt me?" Scram! Zhi Guangji flicked his sleeve, sending out a sound wave. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized he had gone out of character. Currently, he was not Emperor Xianxia, the hall master of Xianxia Hall. He was just an attendant in Xuani Palace. If he attacked and showed his strength now, his identity would be exposed. Once he was exposed, he would no longer have the chance to stay by his daughter's side. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. After a while, he thought to himself, "Forget it. For my daughter's sake, I'll endure it." When the sound wave swept out, it sent Xianxia, the attendant, flying. Upon seeing this, little Yuaner muttered under her breath, "I thought he's very powerful. As it turns out, he just knows some petty tricks." Xianxia, The attendant, Xianxia, the attendant, pretended to clutch his chest in pain. At the same time, Zhiguangji said calmly, "Please come out and have a chat with me." The entire Xuanyi palace was silent. No one replied. Xianxia, the attendant, really wanted to say, "The expert is me, the noble and righteous Emperor Xianxia." However, when he thought about Conk, he could only swallow his words. "Please come out and meet me," Zhiguangji said again. This time, the sound waves swept through the entire Xuanyi palace. The dark guards and the cultivators from Xuanyi Palace swarmed out of various halls, attracted by the commotion. They looked at the black avatar in the sky warily as though they were facing a great enemy. Unfortunately, the expert Zhiguangji wanted to meet did not come out. Finally, Zhiguangji shook his head and said, "Xuanyi, you have to improve your intimidation technique. Like I said before, a great divine king is still a divine king after all. No matter what, you can only submit." Zhiguangji's avatar moved. As soon as the word submit fell, it released waves and waves of energy. At the same time, a circle of light appeared at the avatar's back. Saint had saint light, and great saints had even more powerful saint light. Once they became supreme beings, their saint lights would become dazzling halos comparably to the sun and moon. Those with lower cultivation would be instantly intimidated by the halo of a supreme being, and those with a weak mind would instantly submit. At this moment, a calm voice rang from the direction of the dark hall. "Zhiguangji! Zhiguangji!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A figure slowly walked out of the dark hall. In just a moment, his figure grew bigger and bigger as he drew closer and closer. Finally, he arrived in front of everyone. Lu Zhou was in the Dao Hall earlier, comprehending the Heaven Scroll. It was a crucial part of his cultivation, after all. Earlier, he had already heard the commotion outside, but he did not pay attention to it. He assumed Xuanyi would be able to handle it. He did not expect Zhiguangji to show up. Lu Zhou looked at Zhiguangji expressionlessly and asked, "Zhiguangji, you're the one who disturbed my cultivation?" Zhiguangji asked with a frown. "Were you the one who blocked my attack earlier?" As soon as Zhiguangji's voice fell, Zhu Honggong shouted, "Master! It's me! It's me! Help!" Zhu Honggong kept struggling and shouting. Lu Zhou frowned when he saw Zhu Honggong, who was covered in mud. Little Yuana rubbed her eyes before she exclaimed in surprise, Is that 8th senior brother? He's covered in mud, so I didn't recognize him earlier. 8th senior brother. Hello?" Zhu Honggong was so excited that tears streamed down his face. "Master Junior Sisters, I really missed all of you to death. Hurry up. Tell him to let me go." Zhiguangji turned around and said, "Earlier, you kept saying you came under the orders of the sacred temple and that you're Ming Xian's subordinate. Now, do you always act according to the direction the wind blows?" "Nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Don't try to sow discord between us master and disciple. Now hurry up and let me go," Zhu Honggong shouted. Zhiguangji looked at Lu Zhou and sighed helplessly. "I feel sorry for you that you have such a disciple," Lu Zhou said lightly. "Since you look down on him, then let him go." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Zhiguangji said. "Reason. He has the great void seed. This is my reason. Am I straightforward enough?" Zhiguangji said honestly. Excuses were meaningless. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "You're very straightforward, but you'll still have to let him go. As the only one among the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands without an owner of the Great Void Seed, how could Zhiguangji be unaffected? He had long been thinking about how to break the imbalance and regain the balance by seizing the Great Void Seed. It was not easy for him to catch Zhu Honggong, so how could he let Zhu Honggong go? Zhiguangji looked at the unknown expert in front of him and said with a smile, "He's your disciple, but he's working for the sacred temple. I'll help you discipline this two-faced person on your behalf." Lu Zhou shook his head. "Whether or not I discipline him has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to interfere. I only want to know if you'll let him go or not." "Are you threatening me?" Zhiguangji frowned. Xuanyi could sense that a huge battle was about to break out. He could not help but worry. After all, his teacher's cultivation had yet to return to its peak. If they were to fight, his teacher's identity might be exposed, and his teacher would be hunted by the sacred temple. For all these reasons, he interjected, "Zhi Guangji, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best for you to stop now. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle Pavilion Master Lu." Zhi Guangji had lived for so long. How could he be easily intimidated? He smiled and said, "Then, I'll have to learn a thing or two from him." Zhi Guangji was not about to leave without even trying, since he was already here. Not only would it tarnish his reputation, but it would also be a waste of his energy. Admitting defeat was not his way of doing things. Xuani scoffed. "I hope you think things through. In front of Pavilion Master Lu, even that old thing Xianxia has to show some respect. If you go too far, you'll attract the sacred temple's attention. This is Xuani Palace and the Great Void, after all. This isn't a place where you, the Black Emperor, can't ask as you please." Xianxia, the attendant? Zhi Guangji frowned as he looked at Lu Zhou. He tried to sense Lu Zhou's cultivation base, but he felt it was like a bottomless ocean, and he could not accurately judge it. He could not help but feel suspicious. If even Xianxia has to show respect to him, he should be a famous figure in the Great Void. How come I've never heard of such a person before? Finally, Zhi Guangji said disapprovingly, "There are only a few people whom I acknowledge in the Great Void. Who are you?" The dark light Zhi Guangji emitted grew brighter and brighter. It was so bright that it illuminated almost the entire sky. Truth be told, Lu Zhou really did not want to fight a divine supreme being or a divine emperor. First, his cultivation was not strong enough to crush an opponent of that level. Second, he would expose his identity too early if he made a move. However, things did not seem to be going the way he wanted at this moment. In the end, he did not answer Zhi Guangji's question. Instead, he asked, "Are you worthy?" As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, he turned into a shooting star and flew up with a sword in hand. Everyone's breathing hitched. They did not expect Lu Zhou to make a move without any warning. They all looked at the sky in shock. Lu Zhou was like a grain of sand between heaven and earth, glowing with a weak light. He was like a golden needle in the midst of absolute darkness. Everyone's expressions were solemn as they held their breaths and watched this scene. Zhi Guangji's expression was solemn as well as he pushed his hand out. At this moment, unnamed in the form of a sword suddenly grew 1,000 times bigger. Bang! Everyone could see that the instant the sword tip came in contact with Zhi Guangji's palm seal, the power of space burst forth. Xuani turned pale in fright and ordered the dark guards to retreat. Xianxia protected little Yuaner and Conk and hurriedly flew back. The two girls were so focused on looking at the sky that they failed to notice the little attendant had easily dispelled the terrifying aftershock. Unnamed was like a golden boat sailing in the darkness as it held the dark palm seal back. Bzzzt. A piercing noise rang in the air, causing everyone to cover their ears. Zhi Guangji looked at Unnamed. Void grade. Electric arcs like water dragons began to flash at the tip of the sword at this moment. At this moment, Zhi Guangji's instinct told him that the person in front of him was dangerous. He hurriedly flashed back. In just a blink of an eye, he left the sky above the main hall and reappeared about 3,000 feet away. Lu Zhou chased after Zhi Guangji at the same speed and appeared about 3,000 feet away with Unnamed in his hand. The electric arcs flashed before forming a conical barrier, causing the space to distort. Zhi Guangji could keenly feel the danger from the sword. Cultivators at Zhi Guangji's level were usually unwilling to face danger. In other words, they did not like risking their lives. "Confine!" Zhi Guangji suddenly cried out. Thunder clapped in the sky. A confined space, a dark barrier, covering a radius of about 3,000 feet appeared. Alas, Zhi Guangji missed. Lu Zhou and Unnamed disappeared at the same time. He had used the upgraded power of teleportation. Here, Lu Zhou appeared above the boundary of the confined space. At this moment, his divine power, mixed with his divine Dao power, struck at the confined space. Boom! Who are you? Zhi Guangji's figure shot up, leaving afterimages in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Zhou. At the same time, black lotuses appeared around the duo, sealing the duo and blocking them from everyone's sight. "Master!" little Yuaner cried out. They could not see anything and could hear the sounds of collisions and explosions that shook the ground. Xuani looked at the confined space in shock. "Teacher is able to fight against a divine emperor?" If Xuani did not see it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe. After all, his teacher's strength was not at its peak. Nonetheless, he was still very worried. After all, that was the Black Emperor's famous sigil of light. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion rang in the air before the confined space expanded. At this time, absolute darkness descended on Xuani Palace. Zhi Guangji said in a deep voice, "You've already been imprisoned by me. A lesser supreme being is still a lesser supreme being no matter what." Swooshing noises rang in the air as black lotuses flew back and forth. Lu Zhou did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He flew horizontally, breaking through the resistance from the space over and over again. Countercurrent. Zhi Guangji was about to attack when he suddenly felt time slowing down. He felt time slowing down before it flowed backward. He exclaimed in shock, "The law of time!" Zhi Guangji knew that with time being controlled, other laws would have to take the back seat. He had to break free of the law of time as soon as he could. Arg! Zhi Guangji roared angrily as his black brocade robe fluttered in the air. He forcefully spread his arms, fighting against the flow of time. At the same time, Unnamed had already arrived in front of Zhi Guangji. Break! Unnamed stabbed toward Zhi Guangji's chest. Zhi Guangji was a divine emperor after all. He had sensed that Lu Zhou was at most a lesser supreme being. He immediately brought out his powerful dark avatar and let it grow. Buzz! Zhi Guangji hovered in the center of the avatar and pushed his hands out, breaking free from Lu Zhou's countercurrent and catching Unnamed between his hands. He smiled and said, "You can't do anything to me, and you won't be able to break free from the confined space. I didn't expect a lesser supreme being to possess such power. I admit you're rather strong, but it's far from enough." Bang! Zhi Guangji moved his hands, forcefully bending Unnamed. Unnamed very quickly transformed into its illusory form before it turned into an unremarkable gray stone. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually before Unnamed returned to him. Then, he raised his voice and said, "I'll definitely kill you within 3 moves. Swoosh! The hourglass of time appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Freeze! Zhi Guangji was confident and certain that he could deal with a lesser supreme being. In his eyes, lesser supreme beings were no different from ants. However, as soon as he saw the hourglass of time, his eyes widened, and he shuddered. Then, he said in a slightly trembling voice, "That old demon's thing?